Great. Welcome to the final hearing of the Committee's inquiry into the Climate Change Net Zero Future Bill 2023. I acknowledge the Gadigal people of the Eora Nation, the traditional custodians on the lands on which we are meeting today. I pay my respects to elders past and present and celebrate the diversity of Aboriginal peoples and their ongoing cultures and connections to the lands and waters of New South Wales. I also acknowledge and pay my respects to any Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people joining us today. My name is Sue Higginson and I am the chair of the committee. I ask everyone in the room to please turn their mobile phones to silent. Parliamentary privilege applies to witnesses in relation to the evidence they give today. However, it does not apply to what witnesses say outside of the hearing. I urge witnesses to be careful about making comments to the media or to others after completing their evidence. In addition, the Legislative Council has adopted rules to provide procedural fairness for inquiry participants. I encourage committee members and witnesses to be mindful of these procedures. Welcome to both of you and thank you for making the time to give evidence. Could you please state your name and position title and swear either an oath or an affirmation, and you can choose who goes first.
Okay, Daniel Wild, Deputy Executive Director of the Institute of Public Affairs. I swear that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help me God.
Saxon Davidson, Research Fellow at the Institute of Public Affairs. I swear that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help me God.
Thank you both very much. Would one of you or both of you like to start by making an opening statement?
Yes, thank you. I'll make a brief opening statement. So thank you very much to the committee for the opportunity to appear today. Legislating a net zero emissions by 2050 mandate would, in our assessment, be a policy mistake for New South Wales. It would negatively impact jobs, undermine energy security and reliability, open up potential avenues for activists and litigation, without providing a discernible benefit to the environment. Our research has established that under a policy of net zero, at a minimum, all new coal, gas and oil projects in the construction pipeline would need to be cancelled. And as a result, existing jobs in what are considered high emitting industries such as manufacturing, agriculture and energy supply would be put at risk. Our research has established that up to 138,000 jobs across New South Wales could be put at risk by the policy of net zero, with around 2/3 of these jobs located in rural and regional parts of New South Wales. By way of demonstration, the 20 state electorates with the most jobs at risk from net zero are all located in rural and regional New South Wales. In comparison, the 20 electorates with the fewest jobs at risk are all in the inner city or inner metropolitan parts of the state, where the total percentage of jobs at risk is less than 1%. The policy of net zero appears to be in conflict with the sensible position and decision of the New South Wales Government to seek to extend the lifespan of the Eraring power station. As members of the committee would be aware, that announcement came soon after the Australian Energy Market Operator released their 2023 Electricity Statement of Opportunities report, which established that New South Wales could experience energy reliability gaps for the 2025-26 summer. Reliability gaps are expected in all mainland states that are connected to the national energy market within the remainder of the decade. At a minimum, following the decommissioning of the Liddell power station early this year, no further baseload power stations should be allowed to close. However, this does not appear possible under the policy of net zero. The removal of baseload power from the grid is also set to further increase power prices in New South Wales. IPA analysis found that households in New South Wales can expect to see their power bills double by the end of the decade because of the removal of reliable and affordable baseload energy sources. Of direct relevance to this committee is in the legislation, as well as establishing a net zero mandate, the bill would also facilitate the creation of a net zero commission. The Commission would have the responsibility of monitoring, reviewing and providing evidence and recommendations to the relevant minister on the progress towards achieving net zero. Section 11 of the bill specifies that the Net Zero Commission would not act under the direction of the minister. The limited powers of the minister are to, or would be to, appoint members of the Net Zero Commission, provided that candidates have the skills, qualifications and experience pertaining to 7 criteria that are set out in the draft bill, for instance relating to climate science, climate change, renewable technologies and the interests of Aboriginal communities. There is no mention among the criteria of anything relating to energy security or the affordable and reliable supply of energy to New South Wales. Of direct importance of matters being considered by this committee today, there is in our assessment an open question about the potential for abuse of legislated net zero targets by activists through the courts. In New South Wales, as members would be aware, standing for judicial review of a decision is based on common law principles, and a person raising a challenge of a government decision must demonstrate a direct material interest in the matter. However, there are also numerous open standing provisions in a number of environmental laws that allow any person to launch proceedings in the Land and Environment Court for an order to restrain a breach of a relevant act, in essence to stop the proceeding of a given project. For instance, Section 5.5 of the Environmental Planning and Assessment Act 1979 provides that a government decision maker is required, when considering an action regulated by the Act, the Minister must, quote, examine and take into account to the fullest extent possible all matters affecting or likely to affect the environment by reason of that activity, end quote. In addition, before a minister is able to give approval to a state significant infrastructure decision such as roads, railways or electricity transmission networks, the minister must first be presented with an environment impact statement provided prior to making an approval decision. In our assessment, it seems more likely than not that formalising a net zero target in legislation will have a significant litigation impact. If a decision maker is required to consider an activity, quote, likely to affect the environment, end quote, then an activity that negatively contributes or detracts from the meeting of the net zero target is likely to fall within scope. The open standing provisions would enable green groups to challenge government decisions to approve projects on the grounds that they are incompatible with the attainment of a net zero target. Based on the research and analysis that we have submitted to the committee, the IPA recommends that the bill does not proceed. Thank you again for the opportunity to appear here today, and my colleague and I would be happy to take any of your questions.
Thank you very much. The committee will just ask questions as we flow through, if that's okay. And I think we do have questions. Can I just start by asking you, do you think that your submission is quite clear that you suggest, and you've just said that you think the whole thing should be abandoned, the targets, the legislation. Do you think that carbon, methane and other greenhouse gas emissions must be limited at all to slow the rise of of average global temperatures?
Well, I think there's a couple of things there. There's no doubt that if as a nation we're able to reduce emissions, then that's a good thing, but that shouldn't be at any cost. And our concern is that the implementation of net zero mandates, whether it's at the state or federal level, are often being done without due consideration to the cost that this may impose on society. We've outlined a number of those costs that we consider to be likely, for instance, loss of jobs primarily located in regional areas, increasing electricity prices, which of course affect families and small businesses in particular, and also the potential for those projects or potential projects to be stopped through litigation. So the issue here is, what is the actual purported benefits of legislating a net zero target, as opposed to, say, for example, having that as an aspiration but not necessarily mandated, and what are the costs of that? And our concern, as I say, is that the totality of the cost to society aren't being taken into account.
But do you think that there are? So do you think there are? What are the other? Do you see any other consequences of not limiting greenhouse gas emissions, and or the continued rising of greenhouse gas emissions and costs on jobs and etc.? Do you see that as something that needs to be addressed?
Can you just elaborate a little bit on what you mean, please?
So do you see? I said. Do you think that there are any consequences, financial, social, environmental, etc., for not limiting greenhouse gas emissions?
Well, there'll certainly be consequences. There's consequences associated with any public policy decision that is taken or is not taken. I think the question before us today is whether legislating a net zero mandate for New South Wales would be a net benefit or a net cost to the state and the people of New South Wales. Our contention is it would very clearly be a net cost for the reasons that we've outlined in our submission. Of course, if there's going to be government, for example, government subsidisation of certain projects, then those projects would bring benefits, but you also need to look at the costs of the activity that's foregone as a result of these mandates.
What do you say then to... what would you say to the Insurance Council of Australia, for example, that is pricing the costs of current impacts of climate change? Actually, can I just start by going back one step? Do you agree, is your premise, and do you agree that it is human activity and rising greenhouse gas emissions that is causing global temperatures to rise, and that we are seeing the impacts of that?
There's a couple of things there. The first is that there's no doubt that humans affect the environment around us. The second thing is that the extent of human emissions, or the extent to which human emissions affect the climate and the temperature, is subject of debate. And also that, again, of direct relevance to what's in front of us is, would New South Wales reducing its emissions to net zero by 2050 make any discernible impact on global emissions, and therefore any significant impact or discernible impact on global temperature or climatic change? Now, that's something that can be debated, but from, I think, the information provided, the actual the extent of the contribution of New South Wales to global emissions is minuscule, and therefore reducing New South Wales emissions to net zero is unlikely to provide any discernible environmental benefit, but it will impose very significant and direct and immediate costs.
Can I just ask you to elaborate a bit more on the subject of debate? What debate are you referring to when we're sort of operating on the fact that we are looking at scientific consensus, and that for what debate are you referring to in that context?
I don't quite. Are you suggesting there's not a debate about net zero, or what's the?
My apologies. I thought you were referring to a debate that we need to reduce our emissions, and perhaps the ambition around that, i.e., perhaps the Paris Agreement. Are you suggesting that maybe the Paris Agreement is something that we shouldn't be prioritising the implementation of?
Yes, we would suggest that we should not be prioritising the Paris Climate Agreement. I mean, we've been on the record on a number of occasions as saying that Australia should not be party to that agreement for a number of reasons. One of those reasons is, if you look at the global contributions to greenhouse gas emissions, as you're aware, Australia only accounts for a very small share of those emissions, something like 1 to 1.3% of global emissions. The lion's share of emissions come from China, India and the US. Now, for instance, if China is not going to be reducing its emissions, and if you maintain the argument that this is a global issue and that it's global emissions that matter the most, then it's unclear why Australia should go ahead with these policies when our contribution to global emissions is small, and it doesn't appear to be the case that a number of other nations, China foremost among them, is going to go ahead and reduce its emissions in the same manner. Now, obviously, that puts us at a fairly significant competitive economic disadvantage, and again, without delivering discernible environmental benefits.
Thank you. We heard pretty compelling evidence yesterday, on Friday, about China's incredible efforts to switch and decarbonise its economy, and that they're likely to be much more on track than... I just noticed Mr. D'Adams, is asking a question.
Thanks, Chair. Thanks for your appearance today. I just wanted to perhaps establish the capacity in which you're making a submission. Mr. Wild and Mr. Davidson, could you perhaps tell the committee what your academic standing is? Do you have some academic expertise in this area?
Well, as you know, the capacity in which we're appearing is through the Institute of Public Affairs, and the Institute of Public Affairs is actually in its 80th year, going back to 1943 when we were founded. And what's interesting about the IPA is we were founded with two objectives. The first was to maintain and enhance the Australian way of life, and the second was to support freedom in all of its dimensions.
Yeah.
And,
can I bring you back to the
many...
question about your own academic qualifications? Do you have any academic qualifications, Mr. Wild?
Yes, I do have academic qualifications, and the point that I'd like to make here is this is exactly what I'm talking about, which is the attempt to limit the prospects or the capacity of debate or the acceptable parameters of debate to those are considered to be effectively those that align with a certain view or a certain topic.
My
For
question's
instance,
about...
before there was a question pertaining to
bring it back to my question.
the consensus, but of course democracy works by having a debate. So I think the implication of your question is that there are certain views in society that are more or less legitimate than others.
No,
of
that's
course, in a democracy, well, that's the implication I took from
Thank you.
And,
Mr. Wild,
I don't share that perspective.
If you were happy to just answer Mr. D'Adam's question, that would be really appreciated. Thank you.
Can you repeat the question?
The question is, can you elaborate your academic qualifications, both you?
I have an honours qualification in economics.
Right. And Mr. Davidson?
I have a Bachelor of Arts.
Right, I see. And in terms of I note that in your submission you cite 3 reports. I'm assuming that that's the basis upon which you're making a number of fairly, I would say, dramatic assertions about the consequences of this bill. One in particular I'm interested in, which is about the impact on retail electricity bills increasing by 100%. And rising to $2,600 per annum in 2030. What's the source of that assertion?
It's not an assertion, it's an analysis. And that analysis was based upon, as you'll see in the relevant documentation that was provided to the committee, based upon the historical relationship between the removal of baseload power, primarily coal-fired power stations from the national energy market, and the way in which the removal of that baseload power has affected wholesale electricity prices.
And who conducted that analysis, Mr. Wild?
Pardon?
Who conducted that analysis?
We conducted the analysis.
And yourself and Mr. Davidson?
And colleagues at the IPA. And I mean, you seem to have an issue with the analysis. Do you mind letting me know what particular part of the analysis you take issue with?
My next question was about so I'm assuming the analysis is the 3 reports that are cited at the end of your submission, is that correct?
Yep.
Yeah. Were any of those peer reviewed?
all of our research is internally peer reviewed and through our academic networks that we use to peer review anything that goes out before it's published. And then relatedly, I'm just interested, again, what particular part of the analysis do you disagree with?
Well, I'm trying to
I
establish.
assume you've read the reports. What particular part do you sort of disagree? You mentioned the doubling of electricity prices by the end of the decade as a key finding of our research.
It's a pretty
Upon
bold
what basis
assertion,
do you sort of disagree with that analysis?
Well, I'm just trying to establish whether they've been openly peer reviewed, and so in terms of the committees.
So do you think that there's only certain kinds of research that's allowed to be in public debate or that's legitimate?
Well,
I'm just trying to understand the context of your question to be able to answer it.
The nature of my question is that the Institute of Public Affairs research should be subject to open peer review, so that the assertions that you're making can be given appropriate weight in the deliberations of the committee. That's the purpose of my questions, is really to establish the credibility of the assertions, so that we know how much weight we can place on those assertions when we're deliberating on the evidence that's provided by this committee.
That's quite an astonishing insight that you can't make your own assessment. I mean, I would have thought an elected member of parliament can review information and make their own assessment about the veracity.
We can make our own assessment.
I mean, that's quite extraordinary.
How we weight.
Quite an extraordinary admission that you rely upon external institutions to do that. I would have thought that you have the capacity to analyse and assess information and to form your own judgments. So
ultimately, it's
that's quite an interesting
whether
development.
This is research with academic rigour, or whether it's just an opinion.
Can I just jump in,
Mr. I mean, you can read it. Have you read it?
Can I just jump in, please, Mr. Wild? I think the line of inquiry Mr. D'Adam is legitimately making is the material that you are relying and making your assertions from in your submission, has that material been peer reviewed? You said yes, it has. And now I think there's a discussion about what your understanding of peer review is. Could you please, just for the purpose of the committee, establish has the material that your assertions are relying upon and that you've referenced in the material in your submission, has it been peer reviewed as we, as members of the committee, understand that term, peer review?
Well, I don't understand what you understand by peer review. And then the implication or the assertion in your statement is false. These aren't assertions, this is analysis. And again, this comes back to the point where we haven't got any questions so far about the nature of the analysis, how we went about the analysis, the findings, the potential implications, all of which I thought would have been of utmost importance for a committee that ought to be seeking a range of information and views on this very important and consequential public policy matter.
Thank you. Mr. Wild, can I ask is there a reason that you haven't put out your analyses for objective and external peer review, as we understand the definition of what peer review of research material is?
I don't. What do you understand? I can't understand what you understand it to be. I mean, from your assertions, you appear to only want to accept information that's provided by a small cadre of those with whom you already agree.
No, that's not correct. Mr. Wild, what we understand as peer review is analysis and conclusions made based on analysis then being sent to other experts in the field to review that material. And generally speaking, that would be a range of experts from other institutions that can review that material, the methodology used for the analysis, and there can be a rigorous process of how conclusions were drawn. I think Mr. D'Adam's question was simply, is that material peer reviewed? And I'm not sure exactly whether the answer was yes or no. I think you said yes, but it was not clear.
Well, let's not all of our work's peer reviewed. I mean, that's... I've said that before.
We've only got the gentleman for a few more minutes. Let's not get bogged down on semantics.
Yeah, look, I'm happy.
I'm not sure what the confusion is. I mean, all of our work's peer reviewed. I said that before.
But peer reviewed internally, I think, is the question.
We have an academic advisory body. I don't understand what the confusion is. I mean, it appears to be the case that rather than actually asking a specific question about where the analysis is considered by those on the committee to be erroneous. It seems that we're just going in these circles to discredit work that you don't agree with.
Well, no, I don't think,
understand the confusion.
Mr. Wild, I really don't think that's what the committee's doing here, and I have a good insight as to what the committee's trying to do here. Is it possible, can we finish on this point, but is it possible that the committee can be provided some evidence about who is on that body and who reviews your analyses and conclusions drawn? Is that something you could provide to us?
We're very busy. I don't want to be running.
All right. We've got some other questions.
We peer review it.
All right, thank you.
Review it and
Thank you, Mr. Wild. We've got some other questions. I think Ms. Munro has a question.
Thank you so much for appearing and also for putting together a submission at such short notice. I just wanted to ask one question about something you mentioned in your opening statement, but that I couldn't find in the submission, about essentially litigious green groups and their capacity or willingness to go after governments, essentially. And I just wanted to understand if there were any examples of that happening in other jurisdictions around Australia at the moment, or historically.
Yeah, so that's a good question. The area that we've looked at this most is at the federal level, with Section 487 of the Environment Protection Biodiversity Conservation Act, which provides specific standing to green groups to challenge projects through a litigation process. Adani is the exemplar of that process. So that's the area where that's happened. I think most evidently.
Okay. Are there any other examples at a state-based level that you're aware of?
I don't have that in front of me, but happy to provide you with that on notice. We have done work on the lawfare, including in a New South Wales context. I just don't have it in front of me, so happy to provide that on notice.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chair. So thank you, gentlemen, for coming along, and thank you for providing us with the most rational presentation we've had so far. Now, I would like to ask, other jurisdictions around the world have been more advanced on a quote-unquote net zero carbon economy. I'm thinking of California, Germany, other parts of Northern Europe. How has that unfolded in those other jurisdictions? Are we seeing, I see endless reports that electricity prices are going through the roof, and that some of these jurisdictions are even reversing some of these net zero goals. I would be keen to hear your thoughts on that.
Yeah, thank you for the question. So there's a couple of things there. You will have seen in the United Kingdom, for example, where they went probably further down this road than other comparable nations under the under the Boris Johnson Prime Ministership. They've pulled back on a couple of key areas of their net zero commitments, particularly in relation to the phasing out of petrol cars, as an example. You mentioned Germany, which is a very interesting case, which is really, I think, a warning to the rest of us about energy security. As you'd be aware, they had a heavy reliance on importing their energy supplies, particularly from Russia. Given the conflict, they've been basically rebooting some of their coal-fired power stations in order to essentially keep the lights on and keep industry going. So what we're seeing, I think, around the Western world is a reconsideration of net zero targets and mandates, and particularly in the context of energy security, because everything that we have relies on our energy security and our sovereign energy sources. And one of our main concerns is actually around that matter. As you know, a significant share of solar panels and wind turbines are manufactured overseas, which leaves us very vulnerable to supply chain disruptions, unlike, for example, if we use our own coal, gas or uranium sources, which are, we have sovereign control over.
And what about electricity prices for consumers and businesses in those jurisdictions which have gone the furthest down the net zero carbon economy?
Well, we've seen prices go up. There's a clear relationship between the penetration of renewables onto an energy system and increasing prices of that system. And the reason for that is very straightforward. Solar and wind are intermittent, unreliable, and they need a significant amount of money spent to what's called firming them up. And all of that, at the end of the day, needs to be passed on, or is passed on to consumers in one form or another. We're seeing that in Australia, where prices have risen rapidly. And as you rightly mentioned, other nations around the world that have probably gone down this path faster and earlier than Australia are seeing, very negative consequences of what it is that they're doing and are actively reconsidering those policies.
Thank you.
Mr. Wild, can I just ask what you is it there? I think there is contest around the idea of what is actually the cause of increasing power at the moment, and that my understanding is the majority view around that is that we are relying on declining, older, less reliable coal technology, and that is the actual cause at the moment for increasing prices. Is there something you would say to that?
You say it's a majority view. What makes you say that?
Well, I think that is the view of the Australian Energy Market Operator and the Australian Energy Regulator, that their prediction is that it is because we're relying on this older, less redundant, very old technology. The understanding is that the reason our coal-fired power plants are coming to end of life is because they're literally coming to the end of their life. They're old, they're inefficient, and they're not reliable anymore, and hence the industry's investment and desire to bring on more renewables to assist in decreasing, in driving prices down as the transition reaches that momentum. Is your understanding different to those operators in the field?
So I'm not sure it's a majority view. You've named two institutions. Look, there's no doubt that there's a lack of investment in coal-fired power. That's very clearly the case. We would share that assessment that we should be having more investment in baseload power. One of the reasons you're not getting the kind of private investment into those energy sources is because of policies like this. Very clearly, it's the policy of a number of state governments and federal governments to proceed with policies such as net zero, and they've made it clear that there's not a future for coal, or there's a very limited future for coal in the energy network. So if you're a private operator, that's not an enticing public policy environment to you to invest in. This is the fundamental cause of the problems we have, which is that for years, governments have been actively discouraging, either through the direct subsidisation and public policy favouritism of wind and solar, or the active discouragement of coal-fired power through various regulations. They've been discouraging baseload power supply, and now we're seeing the consequences of that with rapidly rising prices and a deterioration to the quality of our energy infrastructure. So I share the assessment there's a lack of investment, but it's not quite an explicit objective of government policy, but it's certainly a direct consequence of government policy, which is one of the reasons we don't recommend that this bill proceed.
May I ask just one question? 'Cause I
final
know
question.
just
We're
about
out of time. Thank you.
Can I just ask, in relation to Clause 8, the guiding principles in the bill, are there any of those principles that you would support?
Can you remind me what they are, please?
Well, there's Clause 8, it's a whole page, and I was assuming you may have it in front of you, given we're commenting on the bill.
I don't have it in front of me.
Can I ask then that you please take it on notice? Are there any of those guiding principles that you would endorse? And I'd appreciate that. Thank you.
Sure.
Thank you very much. Thank you. We're out of time. Thanks so much for coming and giving evidence today. And I know it was a short time frame, so we're very grateful that you've accommodated this short time frame. Thank you both.
Thank you.
My pleasure.
Thank you.
To the next session, and we're hearing from, have we got the McKell Institute as well? Yep. Okay, wonderful. Okay, thank you. So we're now hearing from, great, thank you both. So welcome, thank you for attending. Could I please get you to state your name and your title and whether you swear either an oath or an affirmation?
Do you want me to jump in?
Yes, thank you very much. Thank you.
Hi, everyone. Thanks for having me. My name's Edward Kavanagh. I'm the Chief Executive Officer of the McKell Institute.
And would you,
And my name's
and
Cameron.
sorry, Mr. Kavanagh, and whether you swear.
So happy to swear an affirmation, yeah.
Thank you. And have you got those words before you?
I do not, sorry.
Okay. Sorry, just one moment. Wonderful. Thank you. So are you happy to just repeat after me? I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm
I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm
that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth,
that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth,
the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you, Mr. Kavanagh. Mr. Campbell.
I'm Rod Campbell. I'm the Research Director at the Australia Institute. And sorry to trouble you, Chair, if you could read that out for me as well.
Fantastic. Thank you.
I'll affirm too.
Okay, thank you. So it's I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm
I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm
that the evidence now about to be given by me
that the evidence now about to be given by me
shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
should be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you. Thank you both so much. So would either of you or both of you like to start by giving a short opening statement? And perhaps, Mr. Kavanagh, we can start with you.
Yeah, no problem. Well, thank you to the committee for inviting the McKell Institute to speak today. This is an incredibly important piece of legislation, and albeit we put together a submission very quickly, and I'll speak to that a little bit in my remarks. But I thought I'd use my opening remarks to comment broadly on why we think this is important. And I just want to take the committee back to talk about maybe the McKell Institute a little bit briefly, but then talk about some of the research that I've done previously that sort of led us to our position on this. So the McKell Institute is a public policy think tank. We produce a broad range of research. We often engage with individual subject matter experts to do so, work closely with academia, etc. And we have done a bit of work on climate policy, in particular the impact on costs and insurance costs and rising premiums, issues like that, which I'm happy to speak about in a bit more detail. But I just wanted to talk about a project I did last year, through October and November last year, actually on a different issue, which was on regional skills and economies all across New South Wales. And during the course of that research, I spent about 3 weeks on the road from Broken Hill to up to Bourke, Gunnedah, down to Moama, all along the southeast coast, interviewing regional communities. And it happened to be at the peak, or the sort of tail end, I guess, actually, of the 2022 flooding crisis. And what was remarkable about that period was that you could barely go through an individual community in regional New South Wales that was not affected in some form or another by this extraordinary flooding season. We saw communities cut in half by rivers. The Namoy, for example, in 2022 flooded 9 times. And we were speaking to communities about regional skills crises, the challenge of getting workers into these communities. And effectively, one of the top barriers for attracting skills and attracting labour and even getting workers from A to B within a town like Gunnedah was the fact that the climate was becoming, less predictable and more extreme. And we saw entire communities that were saying cut off from one another, and simply unable to engage in the day-to-day basic economic activity. So the point of all that is that regional New South Wales in particular, and of course Sydney, is uniquely exposed in many ways to the worst aspects of climate change. We know that that's going to get worse and worse, and we think it's incredibly important that this type of legislation reflects that and addresses the needs of those communities. I wanted to speak a little bit to the earlier testimony that was given this morning, because often we hear arguments that any action on climate change will effectively disproportionately affect regional communities in New South Wales. We'll see doom and gloom arguments around job losses, etc. Right now, we're seeing impact on these regional communities. It's happening today. And one of the most critical things that a state government can do is set the signals to ensure that as this economy transitions, that communities like that aren't disproportionately affected, but that the day-to-day impact of climate change that we're seeing right now is addressed too. Now, obviously New South Wales is not the only actor in Australia or in the world. It needs to be part of a broader global solution towards climate, but not acting is not an option. And the question is about whether or not the targets that are actually set in this legislation are sufficient and the process of getting there is appropriate. And I'll just finish with the fact that I think it's incredibly important to set targets like is being done in this piece of legislation. Targets themselves, though, are not a panacea. And it's incredibly important that what targets are committed to by the state are met, and that the New South Wales public actually sees them being met. I think there's a case for additional ambition, but there's also a case for arguing that the targets that have been proposed in this piece of legislation are sufficient and remain ambitious, and certainly remain open to further ambition. And I think the establishment of the Net Zero Commission is an important feature of this bill as well, because it's going to obviously allow the New South Wales Parliament, the government, future governments, this government in particular, to effectively be held to account to those commitments and to receive the adequate advice that, importantly, as I was mentioning earlier, recognises the impact on those regional communities that I started my remarks with. So I'll leave it there, and I'm happy to take some further questions.
Thank you, Mr. Kavanagh. Mr. Campbell.
Thank you, Chair. I'm Rod Campbell. I'm the Research Director at the Australia Institute. We're an independent think tank based in Canberra. I agree broadly with what Mr. Kavanagh's just said, and we're broadly supportive of the bill. Well, to summarise our submission, we're concerned around some of the wording in relation to some of the guiding principles, and we've got some concerns around the shape of the Net Zero Commission. We're concerned that without some changes to that aspect of the bill, the Net Zero Commission could go down the road of the Federal Climate Change Authority. So we've got some ideas around how to avoid that. But I guess big picture, we feel that it's really what's not in the bill that's important around climate in New South Wales. That it's widely known what governments need to be doing and need to be doing faster in relation to climate in general. They need to be eliminating fossil fuel subsidies, stopping the expansion of new fossil fuel projects, and really working to decarbonise industries, not to be mucking around with offsets and creative accounting in the land sector. And I guess we're not convinced that the bill as it's written is exactly going to accelerate action on any of those fronts. I understand it's not exactly the purpose of it, but we'd like to see getting on with tangible action on climate rather than a lot more time spent debating principles and advisory committees. And so without further ado, let's get on with it.
Yeah. Thank you. The committee will have some questions. Can I just start by asking you, Mr. Kavanagh, you said there is a case for additional or increased targets. We heard quite a bit of evidence, particularly from climate experts, around more ambition or increasing targets. We also heard a case from legal experts about how that might happen. Do you have a view around that, and what are you referring to when you talk about additional targets or a case there?
Well, in a perfect world, we could, move immediately to extraordinarily low rates of carbon emissions, and I would ideally that would be a fantastic outcome. I think it's very, very important, though, particularly in this sort of political economy we're in, that governments are seen to be able to achieve what they commit to. And I know that the bill doesn't necessarily preclude future ambition. It's not setting a ceiling on, reducing emissions. I think it's setting a relatively appropriate ambition by 2030 of 50%. It's not a long way away. By all evidence, it looks like the state is sort of broadly on track to meet that, which is really important. But so from my perspective is that in an ideal world, we would not be confronted with the challenge that we are. but it's important for governments to effectively put forward targets that they can achieve and to show that they can achieve and ideally exceed those. And that's my perspective on that balance between ambition and setting actually legislating targets such as in this bill.
Thank you. So just to clarify, it's important to your view on that that there is no ceiling in this legislation, that you wouldn't do that in the design of well-placed target-based legislation.
No, you wouldn't want to impose a cap or a limit on the ambition that can be achieved. It's a matter of in making sure that what is legislated is achieved, and I think that's an important objective for a government to make.
Thank you. Mr. Campbell, can I just ask you about when you say what's not in the bill? I notice in your submission you refer to the relationship between rising emissions and fossil fuel development. What do you think we need to do in this bill to address that?
I understand that it might not be the place for this bill. Realise that this bill has other purposes, but in New South Wales needs to put a moratorium on new coal mines and fossil fuel subsidies, such as the Coal Innovation New South Wales Fund. It needs to get the Hunter Valley and the Port of Newcastle ready for future industries, such as by getting Port of Newcastle ready for container exports, decarbonisation of industry. I mean, even things like decarbonising the state-owned bus fleet. I mean, I think might seem a small point, but state governments in general own or at least lease and have significant control over bus fleets. If state governments aren't rapidly electrifying their bus fleets, it's pretty, which is something they entirely control, something where commercially available technology already exists, has been rolled out in many jurisdictions. If state governments aren't doing that and doing it quickly, then to us it's a pretty big indicator that they're not serious about climate action. So there's lots of things that could be done. I'm sure we could talk about it all morning. They're not in the bill. I understand it's not exactly the purpose of the bill, but to me it's the glaring problem that we're not talking about doing these things, we're talking about other things.
And Mr. Campbell, can I just ask you on that? Your submission, you refer to some of the guiding principles. Can you comment on those and highlight any strengths and weaknesses, and in particular, perhaps whether you think in this kind of design with those guiding principles, there should actually be a paramount guiding principle, like a paramount responsibility in there as to looking at the implementation of the Act and the targets?
Yeah, look, I don't have skills in drafting bills, so forgive any problems around wording. But the guiding principles, in my view, for climate action should be effectiveness, efficiency, and equality. And I guess we're concerned or disappointed around the guiding principles principally being framed around fiscal responsibility, economic growth, and economic risks of delaying action. To us, and without skill in drafting bills, that seems to open the door for a lot of the usual suspect lobby groups, like the Minerals Council, like the carbon credit lobby groups, like the gas industry, to come in and argue that their industries and the interests of their members are fiscally necessary and promoting of economic growth, and therefore in line with the principles of climate action in New South Wales. I think it's high time that the interests of lobby groups like that are explicitly ruled out, and that effective climate action is ruled in. It's time to stop joking around with clean coal or gas and carbon capture and storage and some of the obviously ineffective methodologies of carbon credit generation. Well, I realise that's a federal bit of legislation I'm referring to, although New South Wales once had a leading role in carbon trading and carbon credit creation. It's time to rule these things out rather than wording that seems to allow them to wriggle back in.
And can I just ask then, at the moment, and this is to both of you, I'll go to you first, Mr. Campbell, but at the moment we have a current policy that has an interim target written into it through regulation that we will hit 70% reduction by 2035. Do you think, from where you sit in your analysis, that those interim targets are good from an investment confidence perspective?
Starting with me, look, I think, yes, I think they're good. Perhaps I might take on notice exactly around the size of them. I haven't looked at that in detail, but I guess I think it probably provides some kind of confidence, but I think it would provide a lot more confidence for investment to see real action and to see a government leading by example in terms of what it's doing on the ground, rather than just the target being there. I don't see it as a bad thing, but I'm not sure that it's enough. I mean, looking at Australia's national targets, we're in no way on track to meet them. Progress towards them so far has been achieved either through creative accounting in the land sector or by the relatively easy task of closing down coal-fired power stations. I think at a national level it'd be much clearer that we were going to achieve our targets if we started stopping the things that are expanding Australia's national emissions, like stopping LNG developments and new gas fields. And of course, New South Wales has its own new gas projects that it could be ruling out. Things like taking action to avoid the development of the Santos Narrabri gas project, I think would show that the New South Wales government is serious about climate in a way that targets cannot.
Thank you.
Yeah, so look, targets, as I said earlier, aren't the panacea to everything. You need to couple that with meaningful action, but they're also relatively preconditional to, attracting investment into any jurisdiction. And I again, note that some of the commentary around action on climate change has been that, it's all going to sort of cost jobs and all this sort of stuff. That has completely flipped in the last, decade in particular. And, it's very difficult for a jurisdiction to attract the type of investment that it wants to from global capital, et cetera, without having both meaningful targets and practical pathways of getting there. So they're certainly not a barrier to investment. In fact, I'd argue that it's the opposite. It's preconditional to attracting investment into the state.
Thank you. And can I just ask finally, it might be for you, Mr. Campbell, are you aware how much New South Wales is currently spending on fossil fuel subsidies? Is that available?
The Australia Institute's Fossil Fuel Subsidies in Australia 2023 report has an estimate. I don't have it in front of me. The big ticket items in there are the Coal Innovation New South Wales Fund, which has a balance of, I think, about $65 million. There's a couple of programs within the Resources Department and Regional New South Wales, Department of Regional New South Wales, that are identified in there that we see as promoting of coal and gas rather than just administering. And I think while the Australian Rail Track Corporation is owned by the federal government, I think the New South Wales government could certainly do a lot to move its investment it continues to put $130 million a year into new capital investment into the Hunter Valley Rail Network. And obviously that rail network needs to be maintained, but we think new capital investment should be moved to other purposes.
Thank you. Okay, I've got a question from Ms. Munro and then Mr. D'Adam.
Thank you so much for coming and for your submission. I had a couple of questions. Firstly, were you aware of the previous government's target in regulation that set the 70% target by 2035? Was the McKell Institute aware of that?
Oh, sorry, is that to me?
Well, either of you. Yep.
Yeah, yes, I'm aware of the ambition with the 70% with the previous government, yeah.
Okay. And I suppose from what you've said so far, you'd be supportive of a ban on offshore oil and gas?
Well, we don't have a sort of official position on that, to be honest, but I'd probably leave that, take that on notice, that question.
Okay. Just from what Mr. Campbell had said, that seemed like it would be in line with what you were...
You've got McKell and Australian Institute.
Oh, apologies.
Separate, yeah.
My
Yeah.
apologies. Sorry.
Yeah.
Thank you.
So we're certainly supportive of a moratorium on all new fossil fuel development.
Thank you. And I suppose that, the important point that I thought was a bit... the important point to draw out with this, with the McKell Institute submission around the floor, not a ceiling, in clause 9, subclause 3, there is actually embedded a line that in fact does set the ceiling. So in that section, it says specifically that there should be no regulation or change to the legislation that reduces the emissions target of net zero by 2050 to an earlier year. Were you aware of that, Mr. Kavanagh?
Well, no, not specifically, but my point still stands. I think that it's important to have a practical target in the interim, and then also opening the door to further ambition. And I think, particularly if the Net Zero Commission, is providing the adequate advice and demonstrating there's meaningful progress, and then in my view, and the McKell Institute's view for sure, there should be an open-mindedness to increasing ambition, absolutely.
Mm-hmm. So essentially, you wouldn't support that part of the legislation?
Well, if that's the specific outcome of it, that it does absolutely not allow for an increase in ambition, I wouldn't support that. But
Yeah, one of the things that we've heard about is the difference in usefulness of legislation and regulation working together or not working together, as it were, and that because this bill suggests that there should be a complete removal of regulations as part of the targets that continue, that we have a less effective framework essentially for change, because everything has to go through legislation every time there is a change or the Commission suggests that there should be a different target. So that was just something that I was keen to just draw out, I suppose, in this. The Australia Institute has a view on Eraring and offshore oil and gas, but the McKell Institute will take that on notice?
Yeah, we don't have a formal view on that. We haven't done any specific research on that particular, on Eraring or on offshore oil and gas. So we just don't have a formal position on that I'd be able to enunciate, yeah. Okay.
Well, if you could, on notice, provide your thoughts on that would be very helpful.
Okay, yeah.
Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you. Mr. D'Adam.
Thanks, Chair. Mr. Kavanagh, I want to draw your attention to paragraph 6 or point 6 of your submission. You make a pretty bold statement around trying to depoliticise the climate discussion. I wonder whether you might be able to just elaborate a bit more on that point and how you think the Climate Commission might be able to facilitate that process.
Yeah, thank you. I think that's an important point. Obviously, probably most of us who, support meaningful action on climate change has been frustrated with the state of the debate in this, well, not so much in New South Wales in recent years, been more healthy than others, but across the country more broadly. And I think that's been a frustration. In my view, the establishment of an entity like the Net Zero Commission is an important way of providing, independent, rigorous advice on the way through to meeting these somewhat complicated, transitions in an economy. So that was really the point of that. I think it's you can't click your fingers and depoliticize big, complicated policy change. But I think the establishment of something like the Net Zero Commission is an important feature of the architecture around a transition to net zero.
Thanks. In your submission at 7, you talk about the Commission's role in terms of the state's emissions budgets. Could you perhaps elaborate a bit further on that point, why you think that's important?
Yeah, so I think that it talks to this idea of basically emissions budget, carbon budget, being able to kind of specify that, which I think is an important novel aspect of the Net Zero Commission effectively. In my understanding, that hasn't been established necessarily in all other jurisdictions. So being able to kind of provide specific advice on carbon budgets is, I think, a useful contribution that the Net Zero Commission will be able to make, something that we think's novel, but also pretty important, could be potentially quite impactful.
You might be able to elaborate more on the question around sort of viewing climate through an economic lens and the issue around, I suppose, there's a lot of negatives in the debate around the shift to zero carbon emissions. Can you perhaps talk about some of the benefits, the economic benefits that might flow?
Yeah, well, there's a couple of aspects. I mean, I spoke before about the fact that, going back to your point, there has been historically this argument that basically we shouldn't do anything because Australia's too small or whatever, which is nonsense in my view. And the argument that argument basically says that any action on climate will come at an economic cost. I'm dialing in this morning from South Australia, a state which has 70% electricity generation each day from renewable energy sources. It also has an unemployment rate that's its historic lowest. So there's just not a correlation between meaningful transition and job losses and this doom and gloom. So that's one point to make. But also, the reality is, most investors, most new industries are recognizing this challenge. Capital wants to be parked in jurisdictions where there is meaningful climate policy in place. That's becoming conditional, as I said before, towards investment and new opportunities. So without taking meaningful steps forward on climate, state will be left behind. And New South Wales can't solve the climate challenge alone, but if it doesn't meaningfully step up to the problem, then it's also going to miss out on a whole range of economic opportunities. And I started my remarks with a discussion around regional communities, because sometimes I feel an unhealthy part of the debate is that regional communities get sort of stereotyped or something, or maligned in some ways, and saying that these communities don't want any action on climate, et cetera, and it's, as I said, there's day-to-day impacts on local economies all across the state because of the increasing peril, effectively, from climate inaction or a lack of climate action. So we need to take meaningful action to stabilise economies and then to bring in new opportunities as well.
Could I add, on the other side of that, the relatively small contribution of fossil fuel industries to the economy of New South Wales. And there's a perception that coal royalties are important in New South Wales, whereas in reality, they tend to make up less than 2% of the state government's budget. So 98% of schools, roads and hospitals are not funded by the coal industry. 0% is funded by the gas industry. Jobs in coal mining, less than 1% of New South Wales employment. Even within the Hunter Valley, 95% of people don't work in coal mining. So the idea, I agree with everything Mr. Kavanagh has just said about there being a lot of opportunity, about the success of areas that have had a lot of renewable generation go in. But I think the other side of it is New South Wales really doesn't have a lot to lose here. The perception that the coal industry is a significant part of the New South Wales economy comes more from years and years of advertising and dodgy economic modelling coming out of the mining lobby groups rather than the actual fiscal reality of the New South Wales government in 2023.
Can
I
I
might
come
add
in at
this
some
question
point?
too,
I'm not-
sorry, Peter.
No,
Yeah,
no,
Mr.
happy for you to
All right,
continue.
Mr. Diadam, and then over to
I
Mr.
don't have a
Prim-
hand to
No,
wave.
Mr.
I'm
Primrose
sorry.
first. Come back to me.
All right, Mr. Primrose, you're first.
I'm asking a similar question of most witnesses, and that is purely in terms of Clause 8, the guiding principles. Are there any of those guiding principles that you would disagree with?
So I'm happy to jump in. I maybe just have a slightly different view from Mr. Campbell on the guiding principles. I think there's some really important statements in there. And particularly I've highlighted point 8, A through C, and then C1 to C1 through 4.
Yep.
These are really important statements to formalise. Addressing climate change should take into account the following: the knowledge and perspective of Aboriginal communities, the best available science. These are important statements, I think, to specify. And also note in 8.9, the use of the word urgent recognises, I think, the threat and the challenge. So from my perspective, I think I'm generally supportive of the principles that have been put forward.
Okay.
As am I, with the exception of, is it subsection 4 around fiscal responsibility, promoting of economic growth and risks of delaying action. The rest of that section, I think, is difficult to disagree with.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Ruddock?
Thank you, Chair. I have a question for Mr. Kavanagh. So in your opening statement, your very first sentence is, climate change is exacerbating and amplifying a variety of destructive extreme weather events across Australia, contributing to more intense bushfire seasons, severe heat waves, stronger cyclones, sudden floods and prolonged droughts. Now, I believe this is delusional and alarmist. Can you please tell us what data was used to make this statement? Because we've got very good records across this continent for 200 years, and everything that is happening is same things were happening 100 years ago, same things were happening 200 years ago. And you've actually mentioned cyclones. Everybody knows that cyclones, just because it's a random thing, has been declining in the last 20 years, but you've said we're having much stronger cyclones. So that is like, the people who believe in global warming are saying, well, we're having less cyclones now because of global warming, but you've said we're having more stronger cyclones.
Yeah, so the submission that we put forward cites a sort of established climate science, effectively.
Well, I'd like to see it, but you're saying that we're having more severe weather events across the board.
Yeah.
Well, and
I
you're
think
saying that's
a
accepted.
relatively-
Okay, could you give the committee that data that was underpinning that?
I'm happy that there's the citations in the submission, so you can
Well,
look at it.
there's no footnote with this opening statement. I mean,
Okay.
if it's true, there'll be plenty of data. You'd be easily able to get it to us, I'm sure.
I can guarantee we could do that, actually.
Thank you.
I'm
Terrific.
more than happy to do so.
Okay.
I think it's an interesting comment. I think it speaks to the approach that we were discussing earlier. There's an argument to do absolutely nothing on climate, which is one that I assume resonates with the question that you put forward. And that's based in this sort of antiquated denialism, a debate that we've been having for... I remember watching Q&A and stuff when I was 12, 13 years old, and people are making the same arguments that you're making now. The reality is just different, and I think the vast majority of your colleagues would agree. The position you're taking and the question you're asking is fringe and based in ideology and opinion rather than observable
Well,
facts.
all I'm asking for is the facts. I mean, I'd like to see that you can prove that there's been an increase in floods, an increase in droughts. an increase in
Well, we're
cyclones.
happy to take on notice and put
Okay,
together
so you do believe that a parliament can change a law and that will change the weather. You think that mankind is that powerful and all these other factors that affect the weather, but a parliament is the most important thing.
I believe that parliaments and that governments around the world, jurisdictions, whether in New South Wales, elsewhere, do have some material impact on the outcomes in the real world. Yeah, I think, as I said early on, New South Wales is not alone. You can't only, so no one's asking New South Wales alone to be the only, take meaningful action on climate. It's a collective challenge across the world, across Australia. But clearly there's, I'm not a scientist, but all scientific evidence does suggest that reducing emissions is important to stabilise.
And so changing the laws are important, but then you've got a paragraph on saying how it's important to depoliticise this debate. I mean, we need the parliaments to change the laws to save us from global warming. So, but this is what we do in parliaments. We have a robust debate. Now, you called people who are sceptical of the settled science a fringe view. No, I accept that. That is the case. Yes, it's definitely a minority view. There have been lots of examples in history, haven't there, of small views, fringe views, in your words, that have proven with time to be proven correct, and we need a debate to get to the bottom of it. So shouldn't you, if the science is overwhelmingly on your side, shouldn't you welcome debate?
Happy to welcome debate. My point around...
You're calling to depoliticise the debate. You want to re-engineer our energy supply and our whole economy, but you don't want to have a political debate about it.
Part of the point around depoliticisation doesn't mean there's absolutely no political debate. It means that I'm supportive of there being effectively an independent entity that is providing sort of ongoing scrutiny and advice towards the targets that have been set. I think that's a useful addition. It doesn't mean that individual members of New South Wales Parliament can't express their views, whether grounded in the advice of that independent and scientific rigour or not. So everyone's still welcome to have their opinion. And I do have a undergraduate degree in history, but I got to say I'm not a scholar on the sort of history of fringe political views or thought. So I'm not going to...
No, science.
Thank you. Can I just ask on that point, the Premier, in terms of regulating markets, the Premier has said that there must be a market solution for carbon accounting. But am I understanding from both of your evidence that regulation is fundamental to that and the direction within which the market goes, and that actually perhaps the carbon market and accounting requires leadership at the moment and direction setting? Is that where your understanding?
I'd say unequivocally yes, except that I'm not familiar with exactly what the Premier's comment was, and so what kind of market we're talking about. But the idea that markets can be useful in achieving emissions reductions, I don't think that's a controversial statement. But that market has to be set up with very, very carefully. And it doesn't mean that it's the fastest, most efficient or most effective means of emissions reduction either. To start sounding like a broken record, I think we should start with eliminating fossil fuel subsidies and stopping the expansion of the coal and gas industry before we needed a particular market mechanism. But that doesn't mean that a market mechanism that's well designed couldn't also be a part of that solution.
Can I just ask on that, in relation to that comment, if I go to clause 14, 2G, and I'll just read it out, and that's in terms of functions of the Commission, and it says, the Commission may provide advice and make recommendations to the Minister about the following, and G is greenhouse gas emissions and action to address climate change relating to specific business or industry sectors. Can you just comment on whether you think that is something that's appropriate?
That seems appropriate. Yep.
I would agree.
Problematic.
I would agree with that. It's of course not mandating something. But it's providing, industry-specific advice is certainly useful.
Thank you. Can I also ask, with the setup of the commission, and I think your point, Mr. Campbell, went to this earlier, but the criticisms around the establishment and who sits on that body, I think I read that you have a view that, people with vested interests in fossil fuels should be excluded. Can you elaborate on that a little bit?
Yeah, thanks, Chair. Australia Institute's published quite a lot on the Federal Climate Change Authority. So I think the Federal Climate Change Authority was set up under the Gillard government and initially, I think, provided good, robust advice broadly in the manner with which we're all talking about and hoping for here. Of course, through the sort of particularly the Abbott years, but then generally under the coalition federal government, initially they tried to abolish the Climate Change Authority, and then it was just hollowed out and starved of resources. And now in more recent times, possibly more troubling still, it's riddled with conflicted members. Its chair is Grant King, who's famously from the Business Council of Australia and LNG exporter Origin Energy. But more problematically still, he's the chair of Green Collar, of one of the largest carbon offset developers and advisors. And there's a number of other members of the Climate Change Authority who've got backgrounds in either lobbying for the fossil fuel industry or have significant interests in and advise on carbon credit industries, particularly in relation to land-based methodologies. And it doesn't seem to be an accident, therefore, that the Climate Change Authority's advice and research output in recent times has focused on new ways of generating carbon offsets in Australia, the integrity of overseas carbon offsets and the ability to integrate them into the Australian system. I think it's, I don't have it in front of me, but I think 3 out of the last 4 significant written outputs of the Climate Change Authority have been all about carbon offsets and generally about how great they are. So it comes as no surprise when you see how many of the members have financial or financial interests in or organisational links to the carbon credit industry. And so I worry that a commission that's set up here, while we're all on the same page at the moment and it all looks great, I worry that there's not enough thought been put into how to stop it going down the same direction as the Climate Change Authority. How do you keep vested interests off it? Not only how do you make sure people on it have good expertise, but how do you keep vested interests out of it? And I think a little bit more thought needs to go into that.
Thank you. I think we've come to the end of time. Is there any final things that either of you would like to add to your evidence today?
No, that's fine.
All right, thank you. Thank you very much on behalf of the committee. And again, as we've said, I know the time to respond has been really short and limited, so we're incredibly grateful for your efforts and for coming along today. It's been incredibly helpful. Thank you.
Looking forward to that data. Looking forward to that data, gentlemen.
Yeah. Actually, sorry, I should just make clear, any questions that were taken on notice, the Secretariat will be in contact with you about how to respond and the time frame. And again, I apologise, the time frame is tight.
No problem. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Great, okay. And has she got I can read it out again if we need to. Right, we'll commence our next session and welcoming Mrs. Alison Sentence. Now, would you please state your name, your position, and whether you would like to swear an oath or an affirmation?
Yes, my name is Alison Sentence and I'm the Managing Director of ABC Foundation, and I would like to swear an oath.
Thank you. And do you have the oath in front of you there?
I do.
Thank you. If you would read that out.
I swear that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help me God.
Thank you. And would you like to start, Ms. Sentence, with making an opening statement?
Yes, I would. Thank you. Firstly, I just would like to acknowledge that I'm speaking today on the lands of the Kaurna people in South Australia, and I pay my respects to their elders past, present and emerging. So my name is Alison Sentence and we established ABC Foundation in Western Australia. However, it is a national foundation and our mission is to ensure Aboriginal people are leading the growth of a sustainable land and sea economy. As a social enterprise, we want to see Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people at the decision-making table as we adapt to climate change. Our focus is to ensure we recognise their inherent connection to the environment as custodians, and we need to develop innovative solutions like coming up with Indigenous carbon banks to future fund Indigenous ranger programs in collaboration with government. Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people are especially vulnerable to the impacts of climate change, which can limit their access and disconnect them from country, which can have negative impacts on their overall health and well-being. While I strongly support government's initiatives to align with the global efforts to reduce greenhouse gas emissions, my concern is how will these initiatives create positive change for those most vulnerable living in remote and regional areas? How will it benefit people already that have inadequate housing and limited energy supply? Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people are also not well represented and do not have a seat at the decision-making table on these matters. Therefore, I need to ensure the proposed bill and advice provided to government includes Aboriginal views, provides recognition and values to their traditional ecological knowledge as a real source to combat climate change, as well as addressing socio-economic needs, including understanding the impacts in Aboriginal environmental health, overall impacts to their health and well-being, and the devastating impacts to country because of climate change, while ensuring these communities have accessibility to affordable renewable energy solutions long into the future. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Sentence. The committee will have a few questions.
Sure.
I would like to start by asking, so I think from what your opening statement, you're indicating there that that there are likely big opportunities for Aboriginal communities around the country, around New South Wales, sorry, to be leveraging this attempts to reduce and decarbonise the economy, that there are big opportunities there. Can you elaborate on what you see those could be?
Sure. I think, especially when we're thinking about carbon impact areas, those more remote or regional, that's where we tend to focus a lot of our services and efforts. At the moment, there is massive opportunities to work with government on land that could be accessible to create carbon banks or the ability to capture carbon and really use that money much more innovatively to fund ranger programs, fund initiatives in remote areas. One of the complex issues I see in front of government right now nationally is how do you keep funding ranger programs? It is a continual cost to the government, both on a state and federal level. And I feel like there's significant opportunity to come up with innovative ways around how do you use carbon revenue and how do you use it wisely to potentially even fund those initiatives so it reduces the financial burden already allocated within budgets, but coming up with innovative ways. So these are the things that we would really like to see government do to not only create jobs for Aboriginal people in remote areas, but to do what's most important for their health and well-being, which is to connect them to country.
Just on that point then, do you see, so are you suggesting as well that, Aboriginal communities across the state are perhaps more impacted by the impacts of climate change? And could you just elaborate on that a little bit?
Yeah, one of the main areas I see, and I live across a number of remote communities as I travel around and we deliver our programs. One of the things I think that is never really talked enough about is the impact to environmental health. We've got diseases in this country that shouldn't be here, like trachoma, etc., that exist in Aboriginal communities. And even when I've read this bill, I'm not seeing the importance around environmental health in Aboriginal communities. We see the overall health and well-being as what's been mentioned, but we're talking significant environmental impacts in remote communities. And as climate change becomes a bigger problem, these issues are going to get a lot larger.
So just on that, if we understand that every fraction of global warming makes the impacts much worse on the ground and on communities, and that faster action is better action, do you think that we should be looking at more ambitious targets than what the legislation is proposing?
Whether I think it needs to be more ambitious versus it needs to have targets within the target. I'm concerned that when we see things that are set too far apart, I think, well, what's going on between that? I would have thought that there needs to be 5-year targets on how are we actually going to achieve this. My concern also is, is this mandated, and what role does this proposed bill have on influencing the other important legislations that, when you've got things like more fossil fuels or more coal plants being proposed, but then you've got a bill like this, how do they align to make sure these targets are going to be mandatory across a number of key areas?
Thank you. And so am I hearing there that it's in your view it would be important that we have clear reviews, ratchet mechanisms to make ambition more if we can achieve that, but also that there needs to be some kind of obligation imposed to make sure we're doing this, not just having targets and hoping for the best? Is that what you're suggesting there?
Yeah, because otherwise, it's like an MOU, people sign them, do they stick to them? I feel like this is a little bit weak. It's not strong enough. It needs to be a lot stronger to make sure it's across all of the governments, not just, not just this one bill, this one part of legislation.
Thank you. And just finally from me, at the moment, there's mention in the bill about, in two places, firstly, the makeup of, so the bill is proposing a net zero commission, and one of the, is how we appoint relevant people with expertise. Yep. One of those clauses requires the minister to have regard to the skills of those people, and one is that they have experience or qualification in relation to the interests of Aboriginal communities. Do you think that that is strong enough or appropriate? And just, if it's all right, we did hear some evidence on Friday about actually to do that, you need to have somebody who is an identified Aboriginal person with connections and cultural authority who can speak to the issues of reducing emissions.
Yeah, I'd agree with that statement. I think when I read this, so I'm looking at under Part 2 Guiding Principles 8.8a. I also think the knowledge, so traditional ecological knowledge is how it's referred to, and the perspective of Aboriginal communities. I mean, that was the first question I asked, well, how would this be? I actually think there's something else more important here that's not identified, because you've got Aboriginal communities, but then you're going to have communities that are much more at impact, right? So you're going to have more vulnerable communities in remote and regional areas that are going to be much more significantly impacted, like your rural communities, your farming communities. They're going to be a lot more impacted than those in the cities, right? So how is that going? When you say the word Aboriginal communities, that's quite broad. So my concern was it's not broken down enough to acknowledge that you're going to have communities that are living urban, but then you're going to have much more climate impacted communities in remote areas, and how are their voices heard and included into this as well?
Thank you. I was going to mention 8A, so thank you for answering that as well. I'm just going to hand over to one of my colleagues, Ms. Munro.
Thank you so much, Chair. Thank you, Ms. Sentence, for coming today and for providing that background and submission. One of the questions I wanted to ask was also in relation to what you just spoke about. I also just wanted to understand, just in a really, I guess, almost like visceral way, what are the impacts of climate change that communities in remote and regional areas, particularly obviously New South Wales, actually experiencing? Like, what does that look like?
Well, I think if we, you're going to have, not the impact to land is obviously one of the most critical issues, right? So you're going to, as we know, as the trees are starting to die away, the plants are dying away, connection to country, connection to animals, connection to plants, are going to have a significant impact. And when Aboriginal people have such an inherent connection to the environment, like that is their connection, that is such a big impact that a lot of people will never really understand. So that's obviously the critical one. My concern, though, is more than that. It's around environmental health. I see that as a huge issue. I mean, we're not even in Australia tackling some of the largest environmental health issues now, and we haven't done a good job at it. So what is that going to look like moving forward? And then when you think of the cost of energy, like, I live and work a lot in remote areas. And even if you go to some of those communities, on your far west, like Broken Hills, surrounding Aboriginal communities, most of those houses don't even have access to aircon or any energy supply now. So what's going to happen when the renewable markets come in, and you're going to have this inability for Aboriginal people to afford that? They can't even afford it now because they're living in conditions or controlled financial conditions that don't allow them to have that. So I do feel like the biggest issues is going to be Aboriginal environmental health, it's going to be housing and access to renewable energy supply. So they're more on the western side, right? But then when you look at the traditional side, it's that connection to country, and that's going to have the overall impact to health and well-being. So I think there's going to be a number of issues that we're going to be facing.
Thank you very much. Thanks, Chair.
I'm just curious that, so are you distributed power systems, so, there's less centralised ones like domestic solar and batteries, that they've shown big potential for community scale generation and profit making for the owners? Are there any current programs that you're aware of, and do you see that by having strong ambition to reduce emissions and bring on the renewable and decarbonised economy presents those opportunities for Aboriginal organisations and communities?
I definitely think, this is why we as the Foundation, this is what we're constantly looking for as opportunities in this space, and we do see it as a primary example, battery-based systems, having communities off-grid, bringing them back to sources of renewable around solar, around wind, I think it's all there. My concern is cost. I've been providing some information around a CRC group at the moment who is looking at battery solutions in remote communities, and it's so far expensive. So how are we going to address those? And I think that's the missing part in this bill. All the way through it, I've scribbled notes saying, where is the climate budget? Where is the budget that's been allocated that we can ensure that there is funding for startups and innovation in this space separate to the actual renewable market. Because the renewable market has to play with all other markets, right? So you're going to have to invest in it. And you guys make some comments here, 8.4 A and B. You know, I read that, promote sustainable economic growth. Fiscal responsibility, that really concerns me, because at the moment those things are basically saying if it's not going to measure up against coal, it's going to have a backseat. So where is the actual climate budget, and where is it made available for funds and grants that are going to be coming available for these communities to invest in these ideas?
Can I ask in relation to that, if I can, because we're talking about a bill, not a budget, but
yeah.
I noticed that, for example, in the guiding principles that you've outlined, after we go through 8A and C, if I get down to F, the impact of the action on consumer costs in New South Wales, including energy costs, what additional things do you think would need to be put in there to clarify your concerns?
Yeah, it's good, because I highlighted E, F and G as all ones that need a slight rewording.
But please feel free to take it on notice if you wish.
Yeah, I will, because I was trying to think through that one, and I would like to take that on notice, because that is, I'm glad you raised that F. I think that's a really important one there, and it does need a little bit more rewording to include the things that I've just mentioned, you know.
Okay, thank you.
Do you have any other questions? No. Just building off that point about the budget, where the budget is, and thank you for taking on notice. Basically, infrastructure maintenance and installation is going to have to expand, and we're going to have to do this. Should there be dedicated training programs and positions made available for communities? Is that kind of where you're heading with that, so that communities can actually be made more self-sufficient? Is that sort of part of that thinking about those opportunities for more remote and regional communities here, and rather than just focusing on the mega grid? Is that something that you're looking for?
Yeah, and more around capacity building. I think sometimes when we just focus on training and employment, we're missing the key link, which is community-based business models, right? So there needs to be that ability to look at regional areas as a whole ecosystem versus just ad hoc training and employment in industries to build skills, because it's the whole mechanism that requires community-based businesses to elevate themselves for this market. You know, that's the concern I have. So I worry sometimes when we're just investing in training and employment and not looking at the overall regional impacts, you know.
Thank you. And does it, in terms of, just going back to where some of the early points we started, in terms of climate impacts, some of the science, the science is, and we're hearing evidence a bit later, in particular to the Murray-Darling Basin, and the fact that it's suggested that we're going to be seeing in the near term 20% less inflows into that system. And I'm just recalling some evidence we heard on Friday from Ms. Davis from the Walgett community, and speaking about environmental health. One of the issues there is the decrease in rainfall water and the significant health impacts that's having on the community of Walgett without access to fresh water. Is that something, is that a driver for your organisation in trying to work out solutions to that through this very program of reducing emissions and addressing climate?
Yeah, look, I think water's one of the biggest issues,
Can I just...
and especially in remote areas. Sorry, was that...
Yes.
Oh, no,
so
that's
I
fine.
think-
Sorry, I thought you had finished. Sorry.
Yeah.
Yeah, renewable solutions, for me, I think we're going to have an issue with food, water, and obviously energy, right? So as a foundation, we're trying to look at innovative solutions around all of those areas, because water has such a significant impact, not just to the environment, but to overall health and food sources. So how are we going to ensure that those innovative ideas are going to be supported from a community level? Again, I mean, our focus is really remote and regional communities have to be seen as their own smaller ecosystems feeding into the bigger grid, if you like, right? How are those communities allowed to come up with place-based solutions that might not be a cut and paste model across all areas? How are they going to have that ability to design things suitable for their area to address food, water, and energy supply?
Thank you.
You know, these are the big questions we're all trying to work out, right?
Absolutely. Thank you.
Thank
Mr.
you.
Primrose.
Just following on from what you've said, I note that I think for the first time a UN recognised right is actually incorporated in the legislation, in New South Wales legislation, and that's under the guiding principles, Clause 8, Paragraph 5. It says, action to address climate change should be consistent with the right to a clean, healthy and sustainable environment. I was wondering whether you could comment on how you feel about that clause.
I think we've got to determine what do we deem a clean and healthy environment. You know, I think the challenge we've got here, and what I see a lot, is we're separating the environment from the people. We do this naturally, you know, and I wonder, how do we see what is deemed a clean, healthy environment when it's not led by people so connected to country? I'd like to sort of see that there has to be something where we're incorporating human need and how they will sustain the environment. Does that make sense? Like, this is the challenge I'm always up against, especially with our foundation, is the environment and conservation around the environment is not aligned to how people look after that environment.
So if I take that and read that in accord with paragraph 8A, where action to address climate change should be take into account the following, and then it particularly says the knowledge and perspectives of Aboriginal communities. I mean, I think you probably need to read the two together, but I take your point. Yeah.
And for me, I write the traditional ecological knowledge and perspective of Aboriginal communities, but then in brackets, it's about the different type of communities, right? So you're gonna have urban communities, and then you've got remote and regional communities, and all of those need to be included. You can't have just one group of Aboriginal communities representing all.
Acknowledge that. Yeah.
Thank you. Mr. Diadam.
Thanks, Chair. I just wanted to ask you, earlier in your evidence, you talked about Aboriginal communities' role in carbon banking. Can you perhaps talk about what that looks like on the ground?
Yeah, sure. So one of the things we've been looking at, we did a fair bit of study into this a few years ago, and what we want to see is both private and public land that is getting into carbon farming. So whether that's environmental planting and or other forms of carbon farming, how can we establish what we see is critical, which is called Indigenous carbon banks? So how can the government play a role that allocates revenue from either private and ideally first up public land, and put money aside into carbon banks that can be both state or federal designed, so that revenue is additional revenue that can future fund initiatives led by Aboriginal people. So, you know, things like ranger programs, things around Aboriginal environmental health, things around improved funding available for renewable energies, things around, you know, different biogas methods or different things that can come up with different energy supplies in communities. I just think we've got the ability right now to look at carbon and how carbon can future fund things that is becoming an economic burden already.
some of the evidence that we heard on Friday casts significant doubt on using carbon offsets. That would really close off those opportunities for Aboriginal communities, wouldn't it, if the carbon offsets weren't part of the equation in terms of the pathway to net zero in New South Wales?
Yeah, I agree. And when I was seeing those changes, especially across Europe, and the changes they're making in not supporting carbon offsetting and looking more to obviously eliminating carbon, that has even had us go back to the drawing board going, well, what's that going to mean? Because obviously, you know, yes, carbon offsetting is basically saying to polluters, here, you can keep polluting, but let's offset it. But what we were looking at was the economic opportunity of what you can do with that revenue to invest it back into areas requiring money to come up with solutions on the ground.
Yeah, thanks.
I've just got two final points. One just arises from that in terms of, carbon offsetting. I think from what seems clear from the science is we're going to need more than carbon offsetting. We're going to need carbon drawdown, so there'll be plenty of opportunity in terms of carbon banks in distinction to carbon offsetting. The idea of sequestration and storage is the drawdown is what we're ultimately going to need to be significantly investing in.
100%.
Yeah. Can I just ask you, which is a very important consideration, is what do you consider would be culturally suitable or appropriate consultation, the model of that for a bill like this, or perhaps even if regulations that are generated from this in terms of the implementation, what is and I know it's a massive question, but even perhaps just touching on places the government could be looking in terms of what is culturally appropriate consultation for something of this scale or this direction.
Yeah, that's really hard to answer, and I feel like I'm probably not the most experienced to answer it from a cultural perspective, definitely, but I think more just making sure that all groups are consulted. I think that is key, and it's hard to say that, right? So, you know, when you've got so many groups, even just in New South Wales, how do you get everybody's voices to the table? So for me, it's about just breaking it down to urban, remote and regional, and then there has to be a scale of what communities are most impacted by climate impact. Like, how do those, because the way I see it, remote and regional communities are going to be the ones that are most significantly impacted. And just like the farmers, just like those out in remote areas, how are their voices brought to the table so we're not just clouded by voices in the city? I think that's going to be, you know, you've got to make sure there's a way to do that, that those voices in remote areas are heard.
Thank you. Any more questions from anybody? I think I'm done. No. Ms. Sentence, is there anything you would like to say in conclusion?
Yeah, so there was just the thing for me. So if I go to the actual commission, so the Net Zero Commission Part 3, members of the commission, how are you going to make sure, like, so if these positions are appointed by the minister, how are we going to make sure that they are independent and they are, you know, not politically influenced or aligned? Like, how are we going to make sure that there is a process for those that sit on this group, especially when I see 12.1c, the chief scientist, how are we going to make sure that person is completely independent? That was the thing that just came to my concern was, how are we going to make sure that the climate affected communities are well represented? So for us, that's remote Aboriginal communities, and what process are you guys going to be putting in place to not only think of the skills and the qualifications, but how independent they are?
Yeah, thank you. A very important point to note. We did have actually just one of the participants in the session before raised where we've seen problems perhaps or potential of perceived conflicts or non-independence on a similar Commonwealth body, and what we could perhaps be looking at to try to increase the integrity around that, including one of the participants was suggesting, you need to make sure that there's non-alignment to the fossil fuel sector if what you're trying to do
Exactly.
is... Yeah. That's a very important point, and we can certainly, we take that as evidence before this committee. So
Fantastic.
yeah.
And then just on that though, when we go to Division 4 under other advisory committees on 21, I think just referring back to that question you're saying, how do we make sure people are well represented? I recognise here that the Commission can establish committees to give advice, but maybe that's where you can start to consider whether there's some mandated groups that you really want to be including in there. So it's not just assumed that they can establish subcommittees, but there's going to be some minimum expectations, because if you don't have Aboriginal people well represented in the commission group, you need to think about how they can have a place in subcommittee roles that can then feed up to the commission. I mean, obviously, I would like to see that you're at least getting a representative on the commission, but again, you're asking one person to represent lots of people. So potentially it's actually more strategic to put those subgroups in that can look after urban, regional and remote areas.
Great, thank you. Thank you so much for your engagement with this bill. Clearly you've gone through it with a fine-tooth comb and had a good look, so thank you. We're so grateful for that. And and we recognise the short period of time that participants have had, so we're very grateful for your time and your evidence today, and the Secretariat will be in touch with you in relation to anything taken on notice.
Fantastic. Thank you guys, I appreciate it.
Thank you, Alison.
Thank you
Thank
very
you.
much.
Bye.
Thank you. Right, that concludes the first session. We'll take a short break. Thank you. Welcome back. We now welcome Professor Sackett to the hearing. Can you hear us there?
Yes, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Fantastic. Thank you. Would you like to please state your name, your position title, and swear either an oath or an affirmation?
Yes, certainly. My name is Penny Sackett, and I'm a distinguished honorary professor at the ANU Institute for Climate, Energy, and Disaster Solutions, and a previous chief scientist for Australia. I solemnly, sincerely, and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Thank you, Professor Sackett. Now, would you like to start by making an opening statement?
Yes, I would. Thank you. I'm not sure if you can see me.
No, we actually don't have your vision there.
Oh, okay. I'm not sure why that's the case, but my voice is probably the most important part of the experience. So let me give my opening remark. As follows. I want to first thank you for this opportunity to speak to you in relation to the New South Wales Climate Change Bill 2023. My written submission provides details about my work over the past decade on greenhouse gases, the current climate disruption, and its impacts, particularly those in Australia. I applaud the enshrining of greenhouse gas emission targets into New South Wales law. Doing so enables binding climate legislation and policies to be enacted and pursued by this and subsequent governments, and sends a clear signal to industry, investment agents, and the populace of New South Wales, indeed of the whole world, that New South Wales is serious about climate action. I also commend the establishment of the independent new Net Zero Commission, the breadth of its remit, which includes the ability to provide reports, information, advice, and recommendations on its own initiative, and the public nature of its reports, and the response to those reports by the government. I also note the positive indication that the Commission will be able to advise on emission budgets and interim targets for New South Wales. However, the bill could be strengthened in a number of ways. I have made 7 specific recommendations in my written submission, some of which relate to the streamlining of the guiding principles of the bill and the appointment of commissioners. But this morning, I would like to focus on recommendations that would strengthen the bill in its direct response to reducing greenhouse gas emissions caused by activities in and sanctioned by New South Wales. These emissions cause significant harm to the people and environment of New South Wales. Furthermore, they do so against the background of a climate crisis that threatens to push the Earth system beyond several essentially irreversible tipping points, potentially as soon as a decade from now, when global heating will surpass 1.5 degrees Celsius compared to pre-industrial times on our current trajectory. The consequences of crossing such tipping points would be catastrophic and remove much of our ability to slow the acceleration of further heating. And given this, I recommend that the 2030 emissions reduction target be increased from the current 50% reduction on 2005 levels, that the net zero emission target be brought forward in time from the current 2050, that New South Wales' commitment to a 70% reduction target by 2035 be enshrined in this bill, that one clause of the bill be removed, that being clause 9.3 of the bill, which restricts regulations from setting an interim target to reduce net greenhouse gas emissions before 2050. And finally, that the bill be amended to place a moratorium on new coal mines, coal mine extensions, and the exploration or exploitation of new gas fields in New South Wales, as is recommended by the International Energy Agency in its net zero by 2050 roadmap for the global energy sector. I'm happy to take questions from the committee on these points and to expand upon the magnitude and the urgency of the climate crisis in Australia including in New South Wales. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor. The committee will have a few questions and we'll just circle around the members. We might start with Mr. Ruddock because
Why don't we do that?
He has some very, very deep questions about the actual science, Professor. So we might start with that if that's okay with you.
Thank you, Chair. Professor Sackett, so you did just say that you think that if we don't make drastic changes in the next 10 years, that the damage will be irreversible. So this is an apocalyptic forecast. Do you agree it will be fabulous if you are wrong?
Of course it'd be fabulous if I'm wrong, but I'm
Okay,
not.
good. Okay.
My opinion is based on not just my own work, but the work of thousands and thousands of scientists around the world. It is considered and concluded scientific opinion that climate change is on a very, very dangerous track. We don't know precisely where these tipping points may lie in temperature, but the best scientific evidence is that many of them lie between 1.5 and 2 degrees of warming. It is also considered and concluded scientific opinion that we will reach 1.5 degrees in fact, probably sooner than was actually thought a decade ago. It's now thought that baseline warming temperature globally will be met by 2035 or sooner.
Well, other people have given these 10-year forecasts. Al Gore did it in 2007 and it didn't come true. Now, the Earth's had an atmosphere for 3-4 billion years. It is true that the temperature variability of the atmosphere is in constant change, and that has helped spur our evolution. Do we agree with that statement?
The evolution of the atmosphere has been in constant change, but nothing of this magnitude and speed in several hundreds of thousands of years. Nothing even comparable to this rapid change that we're seeing now, which is a change that is about 1/4 of that change, but in the opposite direction, that would throw, for example, the Earth into an ice age. 1.5 degrees is not a minor change for the average temperature of the Earth. It's actually a huge change.
I would think 1.2 degrees, I think that's the upper range of the estimates, but let's say you're right. 1.2 degrees in 200 years, it's quite possible that that is simply within natural variability limits. I mean, if there were no humans on this planet in the last 200 years, it's quite possible exactly the same thing would have happened, isn't it?
No, it's not.
Okay.
We know about the natural variability going back hundreds and thousands of years. And that natural variability, long before the Industrial Revolution, was nothing like an increase of, you're right, 1.2 degrees now, but rapidly approaching 1.5. Nothing like 1.2 degrees Celsius in, frankly, most of that has occurred in the last 100 years, but I'll give you 200. Nothing even comparable. We know that because we have measured the variability for hundreds and thousands of years. So no, this is completely outside the variability in terms of its speed, and would not have happened if humans were not on the Earth and generating greenhouse gases to place them into the atmosphere.
Okay, my last point is you said that many coastal areas in Australia will experience what are now considered once in 100 year extreme sea level events at least once a year by 2000 and 2100. So we were told 30, 40 years ago that we were imminently going to be facing rising oceans. I don't think that's happened. Other people have been at this committee and claimed they have. I am pleased to see that you're saying that this is something that will happen, but are you in agreement that we have not yet seen oceans rising as was predicted?
No, I don't agree with that point. Oceans have risen. The evidence is very clear on that. It's also clear, and this is rather recent science, that rate of increase in the ocean is now accelerating. That is, it's rising faster and faster. So the oceans have already risen, and they will definitely rise further. How much further lies currently under our control, partially by how much we limit greenhouse gases.
Okay, well, how much have oceans risen in the last 100 years?
I'm talking now about an average, and I would like to take this on notice if I could, so I can get you, a precise answer.
Thank you.
So, if you'd allow me, I'd like to take that on notice, and I will return that answer very quickly to the committee.
I mean, it might have
Thank
gone
you,
up. It might
Professor.
have gone up a centimetre or two, but it's not having any impact. I mean, people demand for real estate on coastal properties continues to soar. So, I don't think it's actually having any real world impact. I mean, a 1 or 2 centimetre rise is going to be negligible for all communities.
It is more than that, and I would disagree that it's not having an impact. There are many companies, for example, that are already working, quite worried about the infrastructure that they have built next to coast. There are already airports considering how this might affect their runways and so forth. So I would not agree that it has not had any impact. I'm not a real estate specialist, I admit.
Thank you, Professor. We're very grateful that you would take that on notice for Mr. Ruddock. Thank you. Professor, could I just ask you to, could you please explain some of the consequences that you can foresee through your expert lens on agriculture, water, the communities and the environment if we are actually, if our target is net zero by 2050?
Okay, so before I do that, I want to talk just a little bit about what net zero by 2050 means and what it doesn't mean. What's actually important for what the leveling point of global heating eventually will be is not so much when we reach net zero, although that is an important factor, but the most important factor is how much carbon we put into the air and methane, those two particularly, into the air before we reach 2050. So what I'm trying to say is that there are many different ways to get to zero by 2050. Some of them put a lot of greenhouse gases into the air and some of them put less. And so one of the reasons why it is very important to set near term, like 2030 targets, and interim targets like 2035 and after, is to make sure that that trajectory is a trajectory that does not place so much greenhouse gas into the atmosphere that in fact, although we might reach net zero by 2050, we have completely blown our chances, for example, of having an Earth that has warmed by less than 2 degrees. So I want to start with that caveat, okay? That net zero by 2050 is just one piece of the puzzle, and arguably not even the most important one. But some things that we can expect, which I've put into my report, we can expect that peak heat waves, and by the way, this is just at 1.5 degrees of global heating, okay? So these are things that we are highly, highly likely to see. Peak waves occurring less than every 3 years that used to occur every 30 years. Mr. Ruddock mentioned many coastal areas in Australia will experience what are now considered extreme sea level events that only would have happened once every 100 years, now happening every year by 2100. I'm sure we can't all forget the summer of 2019-2020. That won't be a hot summer, that'll be an average summer. And most concerning for me is the likelihood of crossing some of Earth's tipping points. Now, in terms of agriculture, especially in New South Wales and the Murray-Darling Basin, a real concern there about decreased levels of water for agriculture. And the higher the eventual global warming, the the more severe droughts will certainly be. You asked about, yes, and in fact, I had a look at the IPCC report, they had a special report on Australia and its region. And if I could quote from that report, noting that the Murray-Darling Basin supports agriculture that's worth $24 billion a year and 2.6 million people in diverse rural communities. Climate change is projected, as I said, to substantially reduce water resources in the Murray-Darling Basin, with a median projection of 20% decline. And by the way, it's already declined, so this is on top of the current decline in average runoff if we reach something like 2.2 degrees of average global warming. And certainly the climate risks are projected to exacerbate existing vulnerabilities and social inequalities, the inequalities that already exist between generations, between indigenous and non-indigenous peoples, between rural and urban areas, between those with high incomes and high health status and those without. Climate change will make all of those things even worse than they currently are. And the report concluded that reducing those risks would require significant and rapid emission reductions to keep global warming in the range of 1.5 to 2 degrees Celsius. And as a reminder, again, we will reach 1.5 by somewhere between 2030 and 2035.
So just on that, Professor, some people talk about runaway climate change, and I suspect that's what you're referring to there, that we will reach 1.5. So you're referring to tipping points. What are those likely tipping points that we will see or that we need to avoid? And just on that, we have heard evidence about the absolute fundamental importance of front-loading the reduction in emissions. So if you could give us some advice around the effectiveness or the desirability of interim targets.
Yes, okay. First, let me say, I don't want to leave the impression, it would be an incorrect impression to suggest that runaway climate change will happen at 1.5 degrees of warming. Mm-hmm. That is not what the science says. What the science says is that certain tipping points will likely occur. We can't say precisely where, but in the range between 1.5 and 2. And then, as currently thought, there will be others that then could tip between 2 and 4 degrees and so forth. Having said that, what we are now seeing that we didn't see even just 10 years ago is that some of these tipping points are already starting to move. That is to say, the Earth system, and I'll talk about which ones, Earth systems that are beginning to become altered in a direction that is leading them toward their tipping points, even ones that we thought would not actually cross tipping points until much higher temperatures. And so what are some of these? Well, I refer in my written submission to a summary paper by Armstrong McKay et al. And in that paper, they talk about the tipping elements that are likely to tip somewhere below 2 degrees of warming. And those include abrupt permafrost thaw in northern forests. Now, why is that important? Because that permafrost thaw will release methane that has been sequestered for thousands and thousands of years, natural, methane for sure, into the atmosphere, and that will accelerate global warming. It is generally concluded that low latitude coral reefs will simply be destroyed at 2 degrees of warming, and perhaps less than that. The Greenland ice sheet is predicted to collapse. Why is that important? Because that will rapidly accelerate, irreversibly, and rapidly accelerate sea level rise. So those are just, and I could say the same for the West Antarctic ice sheet here in the Southern Hemisphere as well. So those are some of the ones that we are most concerned about urgently. That is to say that are on current knowledge are likely to tip somewhere between 1.5 and 2 degrees. And that brings me to interim targets. What we want to do is to prevent all of this from happening, and that means that we want to hold global warming as close to 1.5 as we can. And the longer we delay strong targets, the more greenhouse gas will enter the atmosphere and therefore create a rise in global temperatures beyond 1.5 and put higher risk on the tipping elements that I've already described, as well as increasing the risk for things that I haven't mentioned, like complete dieback of the Amazon rainforest, for example. So I guess some people would say, go fast, go hard, make all the reduction that you can as soon as possible, because that's what gives humans and all the life on Earth the best chance to avoid these irreversible tipping points.
Can I come in?
Of course, Mr. Primrose.
If I may, thank you. Peter Primrose, Professor. Can I just ask a question? I look through the bill and 14.2E talks about emission budgets for New South Wales and the fact that the Commission may provide advice and make recommendations to the Minister about, and then one are emission budgets for New South Wales. Can you just tell us what emission budgets are and how important they are?
Yes, so my interpretation of that would be to say that means greenhouse gas emissions. And the word budget is used scientifically here. So it's not a dollar amount. It's called a budget because if we think of emitting greenhouse gases into the air as sort of spending those gases, then there's a certain amount of greenhouse gas that we can spend before we reach a certain level of global warming. And so the more you spend, the higher the warming, okay? You might have heard the word carbon budget. Mm-hmm. But this is basically the same concept as carbon budget, although the word emissions budget then also allows for, budgets to be placed on other greenhouse gases, of which methane is very definitely an important one, because on 20-year timescales, it has more than 80 times the effect, ton per ton, that CO2 does. And given that we're talking about the possibility of crossing some of these tipping points in the next 10 to 15 years, what methane does on a 20-year timescale is very, very important.
Okay. Thank you.
Just on that, Jackie Munro here. Thank you so much, Professor, for your submission. I found it very helpful, and particularly that your recommendations were so clear and so clearly linked to the bill. I did want to ask on that methane question, are there countries around the world or other jurisdictions that are putting limits on methane emissions?
Yes, and again, if for a more fulsome answer, I'd like to take that on notice. But I can tell you here today that it's actually been several years ago, for example, when the state of California put limits on its methane emissions, and recognizing that the state of California has a much, much larger economy and a much, much larger population. I recognize it's not a nation, but in terms of the number of people and the industries and so forth that it had to consider, every bit as complex and as Australia. Many other countries are taking a variety of actions on methane. I would have to actually take on notice how many of those actions include targets or targets in law. Australia itself has signed up to the Global Methane Pledge, but that pledge doesn't actually require any of the many countries that have signed it, quite frankly, to individually do anything, right? It is simply a commitment to try and lower methane emissions, but there is no commitment that's required of any given nation. So I think that New South Wales would be, a leader, definitely, if it made specific methane targets as well. And I'm happy to take on notice to give you a more fulsome answer to that question.
Thank you very much. The second question I wanted to ask was around, I guess, the kind of reality that we're facing. You say that the targets that are currently suggested to be enshrined in law, the 50% by 2030 and 0 by 2050, that they're insufficient for consistency with holding heating as close to 1.5 degrees Celsius as possible, or with holding it to well below 2 degrees. So essentially you're saying we're kind of writing checks that we can't cash here. Either we have to increase the targets and take action to those targets, or we actually have to change the language around what this bill is likely to help achieve in terms of a heating target.
Well, I think that's an interesting way to put it. Yes, it is true that as written, the targets in this bill are not strong enough to ensure the outcome that I mentioned. I recognize that that these targets are said to be floors, not ceilings. So I recognize that, but nevertheless, as if these targets were just met, I mean, even if they were met, but just barely, we just got to net zero emissions by 2050, only reduced greenhouse gases by 50%, and then continued on a trajectory of emitting at that level for quite some time before eventually dropping to zero, then yes, this bill would not have achieved protecting the environment and peoples of New South Wales as I feel its writers intended by reading the language.
And that links to one of the next things that you pointed out, which a number of witnesses to the committee have mentioned, is that it's we essentially do need interim targets like the existing target that we have of 70% reduction by 2035 to be enshrined in this bill.
Yes, I think that's a very important point. I would like to see it enshrined in this bill. I know that New South Wales has stated that it does have that ambition. It appears in many government documents. So I have no reason to doubt that is a real ambition on commitment.
Although I will say we have heard from some legal experts that the introduction of this bill into legislation would actually supersede the existing regulation due to that clause that you've also pointed out, which restricts regulation from setting essentially interim targets or anything below zero by 2050.
I see. Well, that would be a pity. I would say that one of my recommendations that stands alone from all the others, irrespective of whether any of the other recommendations are taken on board, is to remove that clause. I feel personally that I don't see a positive reason for that clause. Now, the bill does say that the commission could advise on interim targets. And so it may be that one path forward would be for the commission to do so and for the government to take that on board, and then at that point enshrine it in law or amend this bill should it pass. But of course, that level of certainty that approach might be taken is not spelled out in the bill as written.
Thank you so much, and thanks again for your submission. It's very, very helpful.
Thank you.
Thank you, Professor. We're running out of time. We've run out of time, but I just want to ask you one last thing, if I can. Is it reasonable, based on your work and particularly with governments around this work, is it reasonable to expect that the guiding principles would actually have a paramount principle to reach the targets that are set? Is that something that you would have considered appropriate in this sort of legislation?
I'm not sure I'm well placed to answer that, because it might be there may be some legal points around that I wouldn't be necessarily across. I would think that certainly it certainly makes abundant sense that a guiding principle would be to make sure that the targets that are set are at least met, if not better. And I think in reading the guiding principles as well, and you can see this in my submission, I think that they could be stronger in stating the principles that tie back for the reason for the bill itself. I mean, one of the reasons for the bill is the target, the other is to set up the commission. But the overall goal is, I would read it, is to safeguard the health and well-being of both the peoples and the environment of New South Wales. So that was one thing that I sought to see highlighted more clearly and more in the forefront of the guiding principles.
Thank you, Professor. So we have run out of time, and as Ms. Munro said, your submission is extremely helpful, thank you, and is clearly something now in the evidence. The Secretariat will be in touch with you about the matters you've taken on notice, and we're very grateful, and we're also very grateful because we know the short turnaround time that participants have had to comment on this very important bill. So thank you very much, Professor.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next witness, who is here in person. Thank you, Mr. Dunlop. Take a seat. So can we please start, would you start by stating your name and your position, title, and swearing either an oath or an affirmation? Thank you.
Yes, thank you very much, Chair, and thank you for the opportunity to talk to the committee. My name is Ian Dunlop. I am the Chair of the Australian Security Leaders Climate Group, and I'd be pleased to swear an affirmation. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. Thank you.
Thank you. And Mr. Dunlop, would you like to make an opening statement?
Yes, thank you very much, Chair. As I've said, I chair the small group called the Australian Security Leaders Climate Group. That group is comprised of former senior military, intelligence and risk management specialists who have been concerned that the security implications of climate change are not understood properly by Australia's leaders and institutions. And here we're talking about not national security in a narrow militaristic sense, but human security in the broader sense. My own background is in high-risk ventures, management of high-risk ventures, initially in the international oil and gas industry, then the coal industry, and I left that industry in the early 1990s, since when I've been concentrated on climate issues, and particularly on climate risk. And our group is particularly focused on risk and the understanding and the difference between risk and uncertainty where climate is concerned. Risk being something you can generally quantify. Uncertainty is something you know is there, but you can't really quantify. And the importance in the context of climate is extremely high. So our concerns are that climate change has been continually escalating now for certainly the last 40 years. We all of a sudden are starting to see a quite astonishing change in or alteration in the rate of change, which is not unexpected, but it's occurring rather faster than people thought. The problem, quite simply, is we have spent 40 years trying to address the question of climate change and reducing emissions, and unfortunately we've achieved precisely nothing. Emissions continue globally to go up at worst case rates, and there is no sign at the present of that changing in any short-term context. So the result is that what we're faced with now, in our view, is an existential threat to the future of human civilization, and I don't say that lightly. That is the considered opinion of many people around the world who are in a position to know. The problem being that the threat is immediate in the sense that our actions today are locking in events that will become irreversible, and we won't see the full effect of that necessarily for some years to come. So what we are seeing today already is the result of emissions we put into the atmosphere 10, 20, 30 years ago. Specifically in relation to the bill, in the context of the targets that have been put up, our view is that the bill has to be looked in the context I just talked about, and if you're doing that, then the 50% reduction by 2030 and net zero by 2050 are totally inadequate to address the challenge we now face. I mean, this is not just a problem for New South Wales, it's a problem globally. The target, as we read the science, based on our interpretation of the risk and using peer-reviewed scientific knowledge around the world, is we have to strive to get to zero emissions, not net zero, but zero, as close as we can to 2030. Now that is a massive task, which is far greater than anything that has been accepted officially, certainly in this country and globally. That means that to understand that, you really have to assess the full risks of climate change. And that assessment has never been done in this country. We have spent 30, 40 years developing policies without any understanding of what it is we were trying to achieve. Now, you cannot normally put any sensible policy together without understanding what it is you're trying to, what's the objective. We've not done that. We have to do it. So we believe that there needs to be a proper assessment of those risks as a matter of great urgency, not just in New South Wales, but right around the country. I think we are a country that has obviously benefited greatly from our endowment of fossil fuels. Our wealth has basically been created on the back of that. And nobody is seeking to deny the fact of the importance of that. But the fact is you can have too much of a good thing, and the downside is that we are now facing the climate risks that I've outlined. On the other hand, we have some of the best renewable facilities in the world, capacities in the world, and we have not been using them because of essentially inadequate and incoherent policies over that 30-year period. Our view is quite simply that we cannot afford to develop any new fossil fuel projects. That's been clearly outlined, I think, internationally for good reasons. I can talk further about that. We will have to continue with existing fossil fuel use for some time to come to build the new lower carbon economy or net zero carbon economy. We believe the idea of net zero emissions that's included in the bill is not defined, and it should be, because we cannot afford to use offsets as an excuse to continue the expansion of the fossil fuel industry, which is actually what's happening. A lot of those offsets, in fact, are not valid, they don't work, and the evidence is becoming clearer and clearer month by month. And finally, I think there needs to be a much better understanding amongst our leaders, whether political, business, institutional, on what these risks and uncertainties really mean, because it doesn't exist at the present time in our view, and that is a major impediment to the future security and prosperity of the Australian community, which in our view is the primary responsibility of the political and corporate system. So I think I might leave it there, Chair, and I'd be very pleased to answer questions.
Thank you very much, and thank you very much for the very detailed submission. It's incredibly helpful. And again, acknowledging, as I have throughout this, the short time frame within which people have had to participate, so thank you. I just wanted to, I'm sure you're aware, but the Office of National Intelligence has actually produced a confidential report about the security risks of climate change. I know we haven't seen it. We've been pressing to see whether there's parts of it that are capable of transparency to assist us at all levels of government and policy. But what do we expect might be some of the things in that report? Do you think they're parallel to some of the things that you've been giving evidence about?
We have not seen that report. We would certainly hope that what I've just been outlining is very clearly stated in it. And the reason we have had a fair degree of involvement in trying to initiate this sort of risk assessment originally. And the reason is that if you are trying to define the policies, the real policy we need to take, then you have to understand those risks. Now, climate risk is not something you can look at firstly on the basis of historic evidence, of historic experience, when you're talking about climate change, because we have never seen this before. Secondly, you cannot do it based purely on Australian experience. You have to look at the global perspective, take the best global view on the risks that are involved, as Professor Sackett, I think, has been indicating, and then you have to assess the risks of that against that global perspective, because that's what's going to hit us. It's not going to be anything to do with historic experience in Australia. It's going to be far worse than that. And we have just been sweeping that aspect of it under the table. So coming back to the question of the O&I report, we would hope that that has been properly assessed in starting that report, because any sensible risk assessment must do that. It must define the strategic framework within which those risks are developing. In other words, what are the big drivers of those risks, which comes back to the climate science. Now, the report should contain that if it's been done properly, and I would hope it has been. The federal government has chosen not to disclose that report, even in a redacted form. And in our view, that is extremely dangerous, because all around this country, we have people who are striving to address the challenge of climate change. If you look at in a New South Wales context, people in the Lismore region, in the Southern and the South Coast, are still traumatised from what happened to them 2 or 3 years ago. We still have not solved the problems that they're faced with. And community organisations, from my own experience, are taking up that task themselves and trying to fill the gap where governments have not provided the services that were required. Now, they cannot do that work sensibly unless they know what is coming down the track. They must know what the risks are going to be and the potential size of the threat to structure their activities sensibly. So must, I would suggest, politicians, if you are sensibly debating things like climate bills. So must the business community, and so on. So that sort of analysis needs to be public. It is absolutely critical that it's made publicly available. And we frankly don't understand why that is not the case. I mean, there may be components of that report which are sensitive, which may have just reasons that they're kept secret. But the basic fundamental framing should not be, because this is the major problem this country has experienced for the last 30 years, is that nobody officially has been prepared to assess the risks and make it public. And the net result is we are in the mess we're in today, which is extremely serious because we've never been able to structure policy against that proper risk framework.
So can I, just on that point then, this leads me to asking whether you think getting this legislation here and now, getting it wrong or too weak, i.e. legislating a target of 50% reduction by 2030 and net zero, and I really accept and hear that the definition of net zero could be problematic, but net zero by 2050. Is there a risk, therefore, of enacting that and it being too weak? Is there a risk to doing that at this point in time, as opposed to, say, delaying this legislation and getting it stronger and better and clearer and more understood in terms of what the ambition on the, according to the risks would be?
Yes, absolutely. I mean, net zero by 2050 is essentially kicking the can down the road. We know that. It was a political subterfuge to push off the challenge to the future and let future generations deal with it. We've done it time and time again over my experience over the last 50 years in trying to address climate change. Now, the problem is that what it does is that it institutionalises failure. I mean, the Minister in her second reading speech, I noticed, referred to the Task Force for Climate Risk Disclosure and recommended, was I think, complimenting companies that were picking up on the recommendations of that, which is also built around net zero by 2050. But what this means is that all around the world, you've got organisations that are now saying that is an acceptable target, because the directors of those companies are saying, well, that's what the TCFD says, and if we do that, then that's fine. Now, my view personally is that that is a complete abrogation of a director's corporate governance responsibilities, because the real responsibility is to honestly look at risk and to structure your organisation to manage that risk. And if you're just picking up on a number that's plucked out of the ether because a major institution says it, that's not acceptable conduct. The same thing is happening with the central banks. There's a thing called the Network for Greening the Financial System, where the banks have locked into the same idea. But it means that everybody are like lemmings. They're all following the same path because we're more comfortable in packs than we are standing out individually and taking action. Now, that's been a problem for the climate change debate all the way through, and we can't afford to do it again. We are now at the point where the situation is so serious, and I would argue that it's much more serious than Professor Sackett is actually saying, because a lot of the risks and uncertainties inherent in climate are not included in the formal analysis of organisations like the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change. We now have to take precautionary action rapidly to get emissions down as fast as we can, which is why we have the view that we have to get to zero emissions, not net zero, but zero, as close as we can to 2030.
So I think, am I correct then in hearing that, I mean, they're strong words, this idea of institutionalising failure. If we have, which we do in New South Wales, a target in regulation that is based on apparently programs that we have within the New South Wales regulatory system to reduce emissions by 70% by 2035. If this legislation was to miss that, do you think that would be entrenching less ambition as well, if we were to miss that and only go with a target for the 2030 and 2050?
Well, look, I think the point is that we are now in a genuine emergency where the focus has to be to get emissions down as fast as we possibly can, wherever we can do it. Now, different states may have different ways of doing that. Anything that I think weakens the idea of getting to zero by 2030 is a weakening, of the ability. So I mean, we can play games with the numbers, but what people have to understand is that everybody now has to get behind a process of working together, cooperating, to find every possible way of making that change. So I mean, I do get concerned with numbers being sort of locked into legislation, because you've seen it year after year after year in this exercise, that people then sort of end up focusing purely on the numbers and the arguments about whether we are or we aren't close to it, missing completely the big picture.
Do you think that, so with those numbers, the numbers in legislation, if they are going to be there and they are going to play a role, do you think a net zero by 2030 could actually stimulate investment as well into the decarbonisation of the entire system?
Yeah, well, there's absolutely no question. I mean, you've only got to look around the world at what's happened with solar panels and so on. I mean, the moment you lock in a clear, strong, committed commitment essentially to do something really serious, then you find the money comes in behind it. It's this fluffing around where people are not convinced you're actually going to actually do anything, where the money just floats around and doesn't come. So I mean, we've got to get that investment moving. In countries where it's been done, it's moved extremely quickly. And you can see it here even in solar panels on roofs in Australia. I mean, the fact is the impact of that is now providing a far greater proportion of electricity than we had expected. And there's probably a lot more potential there that is not actually being used, where people have actually done this and suddenly discovered it reduces their bills, because renewables are by far the cheapest energy source. I mean, every fossil, people talk about the fact that you have to firm up renewables and it's a far greater cost and so on. I mean, you just have to go back and remember history. I mean, you had to firm up fossil fuels at one point and build all this infrastructure. And it took years and years to do that. Now, all you're doing with renewables is the same sort of thing. You're putting the infrastructure in place for the eons to come, in the way that you used to do it with fossil fuels. But the cost of that is actually going to turn out cheaper. And that's what's happening in many parts of the world. The problem we have about increasing prices is because there's not been the political commitment to actually do it. And it's allowed the fossil fuel industry, and I came out of the fossil fuel industry, which is frankly still the biggest barrier to sensible climate action. It's enabled them to play all sorts of games which stop things happening. And now it's costing us absolute fortune. I mean, you only have to look around the world at what's been happening in the last few weeks. I mean, anybody look at what happened to Acapulco? That might actually occur in the Gold Coast in the not too distant future. You talk about, sea level rise. Well, if you go to Southeast Asia, 30, 40, 50% of Vietnamese rice crops are within half a metre of sea level rise. 30 or 40% of China's economic export income is within half a metre of sea level rise in the Pearl River Delta. I mean, these things are now happening, but we sit here pretending they're not and fussing around the questions of, well, is this or is this not a problem? It's an absolutely major problem. It's the biggest challenge we face. It is far greater than any threat from China. And we really have to get our act together and start to focus on it in that way.
Just, can I just ask one more thing? Drawing on your, your expertise having come from the fossil fuel industry, do you think that there is a risk to the Net Zero Commission if there are people with fossil fuel industry interests on that commission in giving frank and fearless and appropriate advice to the government?
Yes, absolutely, because it's happened time and time again. If you look at the COP meeting coming up in Doha in November, it's been hijacked by the fossil fuel industry. Very little good will probably come out of that, unfortunately, and we're all going to be, it's going to cost everybody an awful lot of money because of that. Because this is ingrained in the system. We have an economic system that is dominated by vested interests, particularly the fossil fuel industry, which has stopped things happening. They do not carry the full cost of their operations, they never have. We are still subsidising those industries to a vast amount of money because of lack of carbon pricing. And you still come back to these arguments where people are saying, this is just not happening. I mean, this is the worst thing we're facing, is mass delusion that these issues are not real. They are real. They're in our face right now. People, hundreds of thousands of people are dying because of climate change every year.
More people die of cold than hot. Everybody knows that.
Sorry, sir?
More people die every year from the cold, not the hot.
Well, you get cold in both
unequivocal.
directions. Have you looked at North America recently because of climate change? It gets very cold in places people
Because
never
of global
expected.
warming. Okay.
I'm sorry, but I've heard all this for 50 years, and I'm frankly a bit sick of it.
Okay, well, you're here to
It's
ask
clear
me-
that these
Well,
things
I'm
are
sorry, Mr.
happening.
Dunlop,
You
are here
can't
to,
deny it
okay,
any longer.
You are here to answer questions. I'd like to ask you a few.
Certainly.
So I do give you the award for giving us the most strident submissions that we've received so far, and that was quite a competitive field. So on this page alone, you've referred to the death spiral towards societal collapse. You referred to the existential threat to civilization as we know it. And on the next page, you talk about the annihilation of intelligent life. Now, for 5,000 years, we've had history documented. In every generation, there have been prophets of doom, whether they're witch doctors, political leaders, religious leaders, who are absolutely convinced. I'm sure you're convinced. I'm not saying you're not being sincere. You do believe it. But what you're saying is that every other prophet of doom was wrong, because the world is still here. But this generation's prophets of doom, and that's what you are predicting doom. You're saying they were all wrong, but we're right.
No, I'm not saying that at all. I'm not a prophet of doom.
Well, you are. You're talking about the annihilation of intelligent life. You are a prophet of doom. There have been many, many figures saying the same thing that you're saying.
If I could answer the question, so I learned very early in my career that if you're operating high-risk ventures, the first thing you have to do is to be brutally frank about the facts you're faced with. Otherwise, you never come up with the right solution.
Okay.
Now, if you look at something like climate change, it is the most scientifically studied issue probably in world history. The evidence of this goes back to the 1800s. Even if you take the last 50 years that I've been involved with it, every year after year, monotonously, the predictions that have been made have turned out to be underestimated.
Like what?
And things have got worse.
So every prediction has been materialised. We were told oceans were going to rise. We were told
If you look
cyclones are going to increase.
if you look at the general
Nothing's happened.
trends, if you look at the general trends,
In what field?
in pretty much anywhere you look, in terms of both temperature and in terms of sea level increase
Okay.
and what have you, you will find that if you're taking the real scientific estimations, not the media commentary, that those things have been underestimated, and so it goes on year after year.
Okay, well, I have a more specific question.
Professor Haggett mentioned the 1.5 degrees. Professor Jim Hansen came up with a paper 2 days ago, which says, for all intents and purposes, 1.5 degrees is here now. And next year and the year after will be worse.
Okay. Now, on page 6...
This is not a question of doom, to come back to your issue. It's a question of properly assessing the risk and taking steps to ensure we avoid it to the best extent we can. It's proper risk management.
Okay.
Nothing to do with doom.
Well, it's all about doom. Now, on page 6, you have stated, geoengineering may be essential to buy time.
Yep.
By cooling areas of the planet before other initiatives take effect. This is a last resort, but now has to be seriously considered because of political inaction and the continued expansion of fossil fuels. So, as I understand it, I'm hoping you can educate us, you're proposing that to cool the planet, where we've had life evolving here for 4 billion years, that the human species, who's now the dominant species, is going to put planes up into the atmosphere, and we're going to coat the atmosphere with some chemical compound to reduce temperature. Is that what you're proposing?
No, no, it's not.
Well, you're saying we should seriously consider it.
Parts of the planet.
Well, how are we going to do it with parts of the planet?
So if you go and listen...
It's a global atmosphere.
Well, I can send you a podcast. You can listen to Sir David King, who was the chief scientist of the UK for many years and the special envoy on climate change, is now head of the Centre for Climate Repair at Cambridge University. He and colleagues around the world are working on a range of areas to try and reduce the temperature increase, the rate of temperature increase, because we have run out of time
by spraying chemicals into the atmosphere. Is that what we're doing?
If I can finish, geoengineering, by using geoengineering measures, but recognising that this is an extremely dangerous area because of the sort of things you said. If you put sulfates into the atmosphere, you don't know what the full effect is going to be.
That's right.
There are, however, measures that may be possible, for example, in brightening clouds over the Arctic for periods of the summer in a very selective sense, where you can actually slow the rate of temperature increase over the key areas of the Arctic to stop it melting. Now, we don't know whether you can or can't do it, but the problem, quite simply, is political inaction has brought us to the point where we now have no choice but to start thinking of those things. They may not work, in which case our problem's going to be...
Well, we'd hate to give it a go and really stunt life in total. But my last question is...
Not talking about stunting life, we're talking about trying to do things which we have some feel for whether we can understand the full effects.
I think the proposal...
To offset a much bigger problem.
The proposal to pump chemicals up into the atmosphere to
I
change
didn't
the
say
temperature...
chemicals.
That's not...
I didn't say chemicals.
Well, whatever.
That's not the
compounds.
evidence.
No,
whatever.
Water. Water.
Yeah, wasn't the evidence,
Okay.
Mr. Riley.
Well, I think meddling, playing God with this sacred planet, I think is the most dangerous suggestion that has ever been made. But
Yes, sir. Well, what do you think we've been doing for the last 50 years by putting carbon emissions into the atmosphere?
Well, I think you're being misled. You think that there's one temperature control switch to this planet.
All right, I think Ms. Munro
I think there's about 200 factors which influence the temperature. We don't understand half of them. You're saying there's one temperature control switch, carbon dioxide, and I think you're deeply misled. But I do have one more question, Chair. You had twice as long as I did. So the group you're involved with has people with a military background, etc. Okay, now, so you're putting on the table, you're saying we should seriously consider the geoengineering. Now, you said that that carbon emissions are going up in New South Wales. They're going down. All across the world, Western world, they've been going down for 20 years. That's not in dispute. What's also not in dispute is that China today releases 32% of all of our carbon dioxide emissions, and it's going up 10% a year. So why the fixation with Australia and the Western world? Why don't your military planners, why don't you think there is obviously one great threat here, if you're right, if there is one temperature control switch, it's all about carbon dioxide. If you're right, why care about what New South Wales does? Why don't you focus your efforts on trying to get the Chinese to reduce their carbon dioxide emissions? Because I feel like no one cares about it because it's all about domestic politics.
We are involved in discussions which are trying to achieve precisely that, in getting a better initiatives between the US and China, because those, you're quite right, those are the two big emitters.
Well, the
And
US
if
is going
if they
down.
can get together to take action, fine. China is actually doing far more than anybody else around the world. It has particular issues with its population growth and particular issues as to why it's been increasing or adding some coal-fired power stations to it. But they have by far the biggest renewable industry in the world, and they are the ones who have actually led in reducing the cost of those solar operations and so on. The point, though, coming back to your point about why New South Wales, quite simply, everybody is faced with the same problem globally, and if we're not prepared to take our fair share of action, then how can we expect anybody else to do it, whatever size we are? But the fact remains that we are amongst the highest carbon per capita emitter in the world. We are the 5th largest carbon polluter if you add our exports, which you should do because it's a global problem. The 3rd largest fossil fuel exporter. You cannot say that what we do doesn't matter in the way that many politicians have done over the years. The fact is we're absolutely critical to what the world does. If Australia takes strong action, the rest of the world stands up and pays attention. We haven't been doing it.
Thank you. I just note the evidence was actually China's brought on 192 gigawatts of renewable energy compared to the 36 gigs it's made in coal. I think Ms Munro, I know we're over time, but we'll just, if we can, Ms Munro has one question and then I've got a final one. Thank you, Mr Dunlop.
Thank you so much for your generosity in being here today and for the submission. I wanted to ask about your career actually, and how you made the switch from working with fossil fuel companies to the work that you do today.
Well, very briefly, I was with an oil major after I left university in Britain. Early in my career, I got involved in long-term scenario planning work on the future of energy and so on. And climate change was on the agenda way back in the 60s. Not in the sense of being an immediate issue, but in the sense that sooner or later this was going to become a problem if you believe the science, which goes back to the 1800s. Now, as time's gone by, the evidence has got clearer and clearer that things were happening. The science has got better and better. And I have always had an interest in this stuff. I chaired the Australian Coal Association in the late 80s. We did a lot of work on the possibilities of changes to ensure coal industry could continue, how to reduce emissions from coal. I think it's fair to say that the industry was much more progressive in those days than it is today, unfortunately. I decided in the early 90s that I would get out of fossil fuels and would refocus on, I guess, going in the opposite direction, trying to address climate change.
And why was that you decided to get out?
Well, because I realised, I believe personally that it is a very big issue and it was going to become probably the greatest issue we face, which is indeed what's turned out to be the case. So I have been particularly focused on being involved in activities that endeavour to address it ever since.
Thank you.
Just on the geoengineering kind of point, are you also, when you're talking about that, looking at things like regenerating native forests and things like that in terms of bringing on carbon drawdown, sequestration, that kind of thing? Is that the full suite, I suppose, of options? Yeah,
it's the full suite, but I mean the issue you have is the timing. I mean, we have a very short time in which to get emissions down. It's not just getting emissions down, by the way, it's also withdrawing carbon down from the atmosphere from the current 420 parts per million or so back to around 350, which is not even on the agenda in this country. We don't talk about it. But those sort of things, regenerative agriculture and so on, are all part of it. And David King in Cambridge, for example, is working on a lot of very interesting stuff on whales in the sea and their what do you call it, sort of defactory activities and what have you, about how you actually use that to generate fish stocks, which in turn absorb carbon and so on. There's a lot of very interesting work going on. But the challenge we have is the timing one of how fast can you actually make this happen, which is why the geoengineering question of slowing down the warming in the Arctic becomes absolutely critical. If it's of interest, there is a very interesting podcast I listened to yesterday, actually, which talks through some of this stuff, actually.
All right, I think that's us. We're over time. Suffice to say, however, I think your evidence is very clear that you think ambition is very important for all participants, including government. Thank you very much, Mr. Dunlop, for your evidence, and thank you to your organisation for your excellent informative submission and your generosity of time coming here today. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much indeed. Thanks for the opportunity.
The world will still be around in 200 years, you watch.
I don't think that's contested. Thank you. Thank you very much, and welcome back to all. We've got our next session, and we have both participants joining us by WebEx. Could I please get you both to state your name and position title and swear either an oath or an affirmation, and perhaps Mr. Reid, if we could start with you.
Certainly. I'm Tennant Reid, Director of Climate Change and Energy at the Australian Industry Group, or AI Group, and I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Thank you, Ms. McFarlane, sorry.
It's okay. Kylie McFarlane, I'm the Chief Operating Officer of the Insurance Council of Australia, and I swear that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help me God.
Thank you. And would you both like to start by making a short opening statement? And Mr. Tennant, we'll start with you. Sorry, Mr. Reid. Sorry, Mr. Tennant Reid. Mr. Reid.
That's quite okay. AI Group is a national employer association representing thousands of businesses of all sizes in many sectors across Australia. Our members have a common interest in a successful, efficient and coherent policy response that helps hold temperature increases to the Paris goals and maximises opportunities for Australia and for New South Wales. An effective framework for setting clear policy targets, reporting on progress and gathering expert advice and stakeholder feedback on further targets and actions is a very helpful element of that response. AI Group supported legislation in Victoria and at the national level that is broadly comparable to the Climate Change Net Zero Future Bill 2023. Overall, we consider the bill to be sensible and think that it will be helpful. It provides a clear, enduring basis for broadly supported emissions reduction targets so far put forth, establishes appropriate principles to guide a response, and provides for a net zero commission with appropriate expertise and the capacity for independent advice informed by public consultation. There are two respects in which we think the bill might be further refined. First, the bill provides less guidance than its counterparts on the tempo of advice and decision making on future interim targets. Victoria adopted a 2035 target earlier this year, and the Commonwealth is expected to do so sometime in 2025. While there is certainly room for arrangements that are more fluid than the tightly specified advice cycle in Victoria, it would be helpful to reflect the expectation rather than just the possibility that the Commission will provide input on interim targets, and to assist industry and others in their planning, the intention to ensure that there is always at least 5 years' worth of clear forward guidance on interim targets. Secondly, the bill requires the Commission to have regard to international climate action in framing its advice. It would be helpful to also specify that it must consider action in other Australian jurisdictions. Finally, in my personal capacity, I served on the independent expert panel that advised the State of Victoria on its 2035 emissions targets and would be happy to offer perspectives on the workings of similar processes. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Reid. Ms. McFarlane.
Thank you. Thank you. And obviously, I'm here today representing the Insurance Council, which is the national body of the general insurance industry in Australia. And we represent around 89% of private sector general insurers. Australia's general insurance sector provides protection for 41 million homes, buildings and vehicles against the physical and financial impacts of extreme weather. I'm pleased to say at the outset that the Insurance Council supports this bill. We welcome the New South Wales Government's proposal to legislate emissions targets and the establishment of a net zero commission, and we strongly support the objective to enhance New South Wales' resilience to climate change. While our support for this legislation reflects the insurance industry's strong commitment to creating a more resilient Australia. As an industry, we are focused on advocating for action to strengthen the resilience of homes, businesses and communities, and shift our approach to what we build and where we build it. We know climate change is driving an increase in the frequency and intensity of extreme weather events around the world, and we're feeling these impacts here in New South Wales, with lengthening bushfire seasons, worsening flooding and coastal erosion. If we don't act, we can expect to see growing challenges for homeowners living in high-risk areas to obtain adequate insurance cover. These realities underpin the Insurance Council's support for these legislative measures. I'd like to take a few moments to address each of these. Firstly, we welcome the legislation of emissions reductions targets. Setting clear targets will give New South Wales businesses the confidence they need to make long-term investments. Secondly, the establishment of a Net Zero Commission will provide an important oversight mechanism, and we look forward to the Commission shining a strong light on what progress is being made to meet the state's emissions targets and where improvements are needed. And thirdly, we support the inclusion of the adaptation objective in the bill to make New South Wales more resilient to climate change. On this last point, insurers are at the front line when it comes to climate change and extreme weather events, which is why we support this measure to improve community resilience. As an example, since the 2019-2020 Black Summer bushfires, insurers have paid out an unprecedented $16.8 billion in extreme weather claims. In New South Wales, there have been 9 events declared by the Insurance Council since and including the Black Summer bushfires. The total value in New South Wales of these events is an estimated $7.1 billion. And the estimated value of just the one event last year being what we call Cat 221, but what many would think of as the South East Queensland and Northern New South Wales flooding, accumulated $3 billion of insured losses. These losses will continue to climb if we don't immediately address what we build and where we build it. We simply cannot afford to keep building homes in high-risk areas, such in highly vulnerable portions of the floodplain. We welcomed the announcement over the weekend from the Minns government that they will not allow proposed residential developments to proceed in areas of Western Sydney, where communities would have been in direct line of high flood risk due to the topography of the Hawkesbury-Nepean Basin. Measures like this will improve the risk profile of Western Sydney. We also need to ensure our future housing stock is built to be more resilient and durable when disaster strikes. And we acknowledge the important measures in New South Wales, such as the Resilient Homes program. The responsibility to undertake these actions falls at all levels of government, but we welcome the New South Wales government taking a leading role in these initiatives. There's now an opportunity to build on these initiatives, and the bill we're discussing today will play a role in scaling up the state's responses to growing climate risk. Thank you. I look forward to your questions.
Thank you both, and the committee will ask some questions now. I might just start with you, Mr. Reid. The 5-year accumulation of data from action that you referenced indicates that there should be a target earlier than 2030. Can you provide any insights as to why 2030 is this common 50% reduction target when a 5-year review would actually see this bill aim for a target, a 2028 or 2029 target?
Well, so 5 years is frequently referenced for many reasons, but one of them is the nature of the Paris Agreement, which establishes there's actually been some continuing debate and refinement in the international arena about exactly how that tempo will work, but an expectation of 5-year windows at least, where major updates to and extensions of nationally determined contributions will be made. Now, New South Wales is not directly a party to the Paris Agreement. It is doing its own thing, and it's got good reasons for that. But there will be, nationally and internationally, a series of conversations that are very much about those 5-year windows. And that will have both some direct implications, because what New South Wales can achieve will be influenced by what is being pursued at the national level in relation to the next set of nationally determined contributions. And other states will be also going through a version of that tempo. Now, should New South Wales adopt pre-2030 interim targets, if I'm not mistaken, the legislation is broad enough to allow for that, I think. Although any interim targets beyond those specified, if they were to be anything other than a matter of policy, would, I think, need to be the subject of further legislation. The only targets to be firmly legislated here are 2030 and 2050. And so a further interim target between now and 2030 would have the challenge of the lead times involved in policies adopted or considered at this point making a difference. We are almost at the end of the period where variations to 2030 ambition are likely to be able to be achieved by policy changes, and discussions about what we should be planning for 2035 and beyond are becoming much more timely, particularly when we consider the lead times involved in transmission infrastructure planning and many other long-lived, often controversial pieces of infrastructure that will be needed to make the industrial and energy system and agricultural transformations we hope for over the next few decades to be practical to be implemented.
Thank you. Do you think that just where you started with the need to be implementing the Paris Agreement, do you consider this bill is consistent with the Paris Agreement if the bill maintains the power that the minister is expressly forbidden from increasing targets through regulation?
So, in a very minimalist sense, it is not inconsistent with the Paris Agreement because New South Wales is not a party to the Paris Agreement. It's not directly bound by the Paris Agreement. In a larger sense, I think it is also consistent with the Paris Agreement. That is, if there is to be a decision to either to raise the ambition of the 2030 target or to bring forward the proposed date of achieving net zero, that is a thing that can be done. It just has to be done through further legislation. The Paris Agreement specifies that parties may not go backwards in their ambition and that their commitments should represent their highest possible ambition at every point in time, and envisages regular cycles of coming back, re-upping their pledges and striving to do more in light of both their own learning about what they can do and their trust in themselves and others from their track record. I don't think there's anything in this bill that prevents that process from operating, either in the narrow sense, because New South Wales is not part of it, but in the broader sense, a legislative process rather than a regulatory process can pursue those increases in ambition as and when the government of the day wishes to.
And can I just ask, when you served on the independent panel that advised Victoria, we heard evidence in our last hearing about a very substantial difference in the legislative framework between what's being proposed here and what's in Victoria, and particularly the mechanism in the Victorian legislation via the schedule to that impacts where the targets within the Victorian legislation are operationalised by other decisions being made under other legislation by decision makers are actually bound by the Victorian climate targets. Do you see that? Is that a scheme? Is that a desirable scheme? And is our scheme being proposed lacking because it doesn't do that, do you think?
So the New South Wales approach is more fluid than the Victorian one, as represented in this bill at least, is more fluid. The Victorian one has been seen by some stakeholders externally, and my impression is internally within the Victorian government over the years, as at times a bit rigid, that the specific timelines and tempo of decisions that it establishes have been in practice found to be a bit more awkward in implementation than they were at the time of initial consideration. The process of seeking commitments and buy-in and obligation from across the whole of government rather than just from within the portfolio of the Climate Minister of the day is just necessarily quite complex and fraught in any government, just for the reasons of cabinet government and the distinctions between portfolios. And I think that is an area where the state of Victoria is continuing to work on how well internally coordinated it is on this. The federal government's relevant bill specified, it was accompanied by consequential amendments that specified a number of other acts that had to take the targets and principles in the Climate Change Act into account in executing their functions. And that's still to be tested in many ways, but it was a useful change. So specifying that appropriate other decisions should take for instance, about transport infrastructure or about the planning system should take the climate goals into account. Makes a lot of sense on paper. It's just a tricky matter to actually achieve full coherence in any government.
Thank you. Ms McFarlane, just if I can just go to you, can you expand on the unprecedented rate and amount of declared events and insurance payout, and how does the Insurance Council track the impact of climate change? And are we already at the point where some places are actually unable to be insured? And I disclose I'm from Lismore, so I kind of have some fairly direct experience from my community about the difficulties around insurance. But I'm speaking more from a state-based perspective of New South Wales.
Yeah. Thank you. So as I mentioned previously, there have been 9 events declared by the Insurance Council in New South Wales since the Black Summer bushfires. So that includes 6 what we would call catastrophe events and 3 significant events. But effectively, they're events that are by volume and intensity require a coordination of the insurance industry with government, regulators and other participants to ensure that those communities recover well. Now, as I mentioned, in New South Wales, from those 9 events, there's been an estimated $7.1 billion of claims paid out for those events. Ultimately, what we're seeing and what we've seen over the last number of years is an increase in the frequency and intensity of the events. 2022 is a great example of a year where in New South Wales there were $3.5 billion of insured losses in one single year. And one of those events, what we called CAT 221, accounted for $3 billion of that $3.5 billion. And that, of course, is the event that affected Lismore so devastatingly. From the Insurance Council's perspective, we see climate change as a driver of more frequent and intense weather. And we are calling on governments and businesses to be better prepared and more resilient into the future. From our perspective, climate change is a driver of insurance costs, or certainly the frequency of extreme weather risk at the moment is a driver of insurance costs, along with inflation and the cost of reinsurance and the cost of taxes in the states. And those increasing premiums are making it difficult for people to make decisions around insurance. So at the moment, it's an affordability issue more than an availability issue. So at this point in time, we don't see that any part of Australia is uninsurable, but we certainly acknowledge that with climate change and with the continued intensity and frequency of severe weather, it may become difficult in some areas of Australia to have insurance.
Just on that point, we heard from some legal experts in the last hearing about needing to provide within the framework of a sort of principle of loss and damage. And I think from what we could understand, it comes from the adaptation work of the IPCC around the hard edges of adaptation, so where it's actually not possible. Has the Insurance Council of Australia considered whether planned retreat and retreat? I know that you're calling for no, and as you said, pleased that the Premier's declared no further development in some of these uninhabitable places. But is the Insurance Council of Australia, have you looked at planned retreats?
So there are a number of things that we are calling on government to support and to enact going forward. And the first of those is increasing investment in resilience and mitigation. So what are the things you actually have to do proactively to preempt the wide-scale devastation that extreme weather can bring about? And we know from current flood mapping or bushfire, cyclonic mapping, etc., that there are areas of greater vulnerability that need to be addressed. And these are investments like levees and floodways, etc. For new homes, we really see the need for changes to the planning laws to stop homes being built in high-risk locations and improving building codes to make future buildings more resilient. So again, that's looking at new homes. But to your point, what do we do about the existing building stock? And there are a number of things here. We need to, and government needs to continue to support household level resilience, such as retrofitting programs, or which could be retrofitting services into homes, it could be raising floor levels, etc. A lot of what we saw through the package that was put out last year post Cat 221. But we also see the need for home buybacks, and not just reactive home buybacks. So we applaud the work being done at the moment to buy back properties in areas of high risk. However, we would encourage government, not just in New South Wales, but in other states as well, to be looking at preemptive buybacks, to be looking at what homes we actually need to take out of risk's way now to stop the impact when that event occurs.
Thank you. I'm hogging all the questions. Do you want to go, and then I can...
I'd like to ask a question to the lady from the Insurance Council, Miss
McFarlane.
McFarlane, thank you, Chair. So you've said that that we are already experiencing rising sea levels. Now, other people who've been to the committee have said that they're projected in the future that we might get rising sea levels, but you're saying that we are actually already seeing it. So I'm guessing there's a couple of million homes around Australia which are built directly on the coastline. Are you seeing any of your members withdrawing from insuring homes that are directly on the coastline because they're worried about rising sea levels?
So firstly, I haven't said that we're seeing rising sea levels. We're certainly seeing...
Hang on, let me correct you. Okay, so you have written here on the second or third page, you've said, Australia's on the front line of climate change impacts, experiencing more severe bushfires, hotter and longer heat waves, rising sea levels that are exacerbating hazards along our coastline. So you're saying this is not something that's going to happen in the future, you're saying it's something that is happening now. So, and you did mention that there are some areas around high floodplains where some of your insurers will not insure properties there, and I think that's their right to decide. But I'm just very interested. I mean, your members would be at the front line of these rising oceans and washing away homes. So, are there any insurers which have withdrawn from the coastal market?
Apologies, I didn't realise you were referring to our submission. So yes, our submission does say that we have reached the mean temperature rise of 1.46 degrees Celsius, and that is seeing an impact on a range of different climatic conditions. So actions of the sea are rarely insured events. So most insurers would exclude actions of the sea from policies. This is quite standard. And so from an insurance perspective, actions of the sea are rarely covered in a home contents policy, for example. What we are, however, looking at is what does government need to do to think about the preemptive buyback and retreat of those communities that might be at risk of increasing rising sea levels. And we would see that as we would with any other extreme weather event, whether it be flood, cyclone, bushfire, or otherwise.
Does that help?
I was interested to learn that you don't. Standard insurance policy doesn't cover actions of the sea. Okay, well that's interesting. So if the sea level were to rise, as we're told it's going to rise by a foot or something, then those properties would not be insured. If there actually did happen, there was a rising sea, those homes would not be protected.
If their policies excluded actions of the sea, those homes would be not covered for that action. Right. They would, of course, potentially be covered for the other, or they would be covered for the other components that are in their policy.
Right.
Thank you. Oh, sorry, I think Mr. Reid had something to say.
Yeah.
Is that right?
I beg your pardon, yes. Just to add that it is well understood and generally acknowledged that global sea levels are rising.
No, that's not true. I know everybody repeats it, but it's not true.
It is well measured and generally accepted. The rise to date has been quite modest, and the future rise is subject to very wide uncertainty, particularly around the speed with which land-based ice in Greenland and Antarctica might melt. But there's a very high degree of certainty about thermal expansion of the oceans, as this may be a more detailed discussion than the committee wants.
No,
but I can certainly say that sea level rise is a very well-established part of the climate impact that is going on and expected. There are other things that impact the sea level as relative to different pieces of land and different regions of the world. But if the committee seeks evidence from scientists rather than I'm a policy person, I don't know about Ms. McFarlane. I'm sure that you can get some very good testimony on that score.
Thank you.
Can I just ask, just going back to Ms. McFarlane, just about the uninsurable properties. So if the New South Wales government had to establish a reinsurance scheme for uninsurable properties, just on the south coast for fires and the north coast for floods, for example, would the $7.1 billion cost be consistent? Is that what we would be looking at in terms of the cost of that?
Well, so 7.1 billion is just the insured losses of the last couple of years. So that's a historic number based on the claims that our members have paid out over that period. What I would say about reinsurance pools is that reinsurance pools don't change the risk. They don't stop a flooding, they don't stop a cyclone, they don't stop a bushfire. What they do is provide a mechanism for providing capital to insurers. So reinsurance pools are simply insurance for insurers.
And so then just on... Sorry, go on. Sorry, I cut you off there.
That's okay. So any reinsurance pool, we would say, would need to be very closely looked at to understand what it is that is trying to be affected through the development of that reinsurance pool. Noting that wouldn't diminish government's responsibility to invest more in resilience and mitigation investments through infrastructure and other programs.
Thank you. And just on that, regardless of, I can see the sea level rise forecasts and understand those, the way they've been presented. But one thing that we know is the increase in intense storm surge, etc., and therefore the exacerbation of coastal erosion. What's the value of property that is vulnerable to actions of the sea? Do you have that? Is that a figure that has been quantified?
I don't have that figure at hand. What I can do is refer back to the piece of research that we commissioned in 2021, 2022 on actions of the sea and take that question on notice.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Ms Munro, sorry.
Thank you, Chair. That's okay. Thank you both for appearing today and for the submissions. Firstly, Ms McFarlane, I was curious about the calculation of the Sydney hailstorm, the $1.7 billion in 1999. It says in your submission, would have resulted in an estimated $8.85 billion in insured losses if it happened today. I just wanted to understand how that was calculated.
Yes. So we normalise our data every few years so that we can do a direct comparison between an event that's happened today and events that have happened historically. So it takes into account things like inflation, changing property costs, changing building costs, and it normalises that data. So it looks at the event back, in this case, the hailstorm in Sydney, and it says if it happened today, all things being equal, what would it cost to recover from, or the insurance claims to recover from the event? So it's normalising it to 2023 numbers.
Okay, so they're external factors essentially.
Absolutely.
Okay.
So any event is impacted by the economic context of the moment in which it happens. At the moment, for example, we're in a period of high inflation. We have high building costs, low availability of labour, so we're seeing labour costs increase, and these things drive the ability to recover and repair quickly, and they drive the cost of that recovery as well.
Thank you. And I'm curious about your thoughts on the Commission and the membership of the Commission. Is it something that you would be seeking to be a part of, like with the Insurance Council of Australia represented on a body like that?
For a commission to work effectively, it needs to be independent and it needs to have true oversight and the ability to report and to advise government. From the Insurance Council's perspective, I think there are probably a number of ways that commission could be set up. It could be truly independent with an independent commissioner and body that refers to industry groups like our own for submission and guidance, or it could be set up as a commission that has representatives from business on it, or a hybrid somewhere in between. I'll allow the government to make the decision on how that is established. However, what we would say is we see the role of the Commission and the Commissioner being vital to the integrity of this bill and for the efficacy of the programs that get put in place over in the future. We need to make sure that we are going to meet these net zero commitments, that New South Wales can adapt to extreme weather and be more resilient, but also be able to call out what's working and what isn't working well and to be able to adjust accordingly.
Okay, thank you. And Mr. Reid, I was curious about your involvement with the Victorian targets. Firstly, the process of appointment to that independent panel that you were on, what was that process of determining the membership?
So there is an appointment made by the Victorian Climate Change Minister on the basis of advice from her department, and there are I believe, capabilities or areas of knowledge that the independent panel needs to have access to, whether that is from their own individual capabilities and experience or the expert assistance that they're able to draw on.
Okay, thank you. And in the process of setting up those targets, I mean, I think it is an interesting comparison to the New South Wales bill in that obviously Victoria has those standard times set. What was the process that you were involved in to determine the timing and also to determine that that actually was critical to ensuring the bill's effectiveness?
So there was an extensive review that led up to the formation of the Victorian Climate Change Act.
And when you say extensive review, over a long period of time or how?
So I wasn't directly involved in that review. That was conducted by, from memory, Martijn Wilder and Anna Scarbeck were, I think, two of the key people on that review. From memory, they took a process of around a year to produce those recommendations, and then there was some further legislative drafting time. So it was an extensive process. I say that not in any way to criticise the New South Wales government or the federal government, who had much shorter processes, but were able to draw on what all of us had learned from both Victoria and other jurisdictions, including the UK, which I think was the model for Victoria in many ways.
And so were you involved in that discussion of setting those time-based targets?
No, I was subsequently appointed in late, what was it, early 2022. Time is a flat circle. Was appointed to participate in the review specifically of what the 2035 target should be under that framework that had already been established, and following the first review of what the 2030 target ought to be, which was chaired by Greg Combay.
Mm-hmm. And in making the determination of that target, so my understanding is that Victoria is doing quite well in actually achieving the targets and going further, which has allowed greater ambition further down the track. So what were the considerations that you took in when you were looking at 2035?
So it's a big exercise to think about 2035, because we really get to a point in terms of climate ambition where we need to think about numbers that are much more than what the electricity sector alone can deliver. A very large amount of change for climate policy to date has revolved around around energy efficiency and the substitution of high emissions electricity with low emissions electricity. And that remains important and complex. The management of a highly renewable energy system is a new frontier in electricity systems around the world. But even as big a deal as that has been, when thinking about the next pit stop on the way to net zero, you need to start considering, well, what is possible in stationary energy, what is possible in transport, what's possible in agriculture, and many other areas. And for all of these, there are opportunities the panel found in the course of our work. There are opportunities that are not easy, but easier, and there are opportunities that are significantly harder, or areas of emissions that we don't yet know how they will be reduced or fully avoided. And so one of the things that became clear to the panel in the course of that work was the value of pushing as hard as you responsibly could on the easier opportunities, so as to leave more room in the carbon budget and in the time remaining to address those really hard to abate elements of each sector. So I think those were some of the major considerations we faced in the course of that. New South Wales is obviously a different economy. It has a different electricity mix to Victoria, but some common challenges as well. And so as it goes through, should this bill pass and the process contemplated come about, as it goes through that consideration, I think similar issues will arise, including, of course, the fact that the further out we look now, the more likely it is that we will be talking about negative emissions at some point to try to haul back out some of the carbon that collectively the world has not moved fast enough to avoid putting into the atmosphere in the first place. Mm-hmm. That is going to be an immense task, a very difficult task. The less of it we leave for ourselves, the better. but with the best will in the world, there is going to be a certain amount of negative emissions, net negative emissions even required, which is going to take some thinking about.
Thank you. And just two quick final questions. First, just for the committee's benefit, the target range that Victoria landed on for 2035 and also the easier ways to reduce emissions. Could you perhaps list a top three, say?
Certainly. So the committee recommended, or the panel recommended a target for 2035 of 80% below 2005 levels. That is a very significant target, and we were under no illusions that that target would be easy to achieve. The government ultimately adopted a target of 75 to 80% below, in line with their previous practice of adopting target ranges. Mm-hmm. Among the opportunities, electrification of many things, not everything, but many things, will be very useful and relatively cost effective, provided the electricity sector continues to steeply lower its emissions. That was going to be a significant part of the puzzle for transport, and also for a lot of stationary energy use, including in light industry, in commercial uses and in homes. The other thing I would highlight is the potential for some important reductions in agricultural emissions through the adoption of some of the new technologies that are coming along around particularly livestock feed supplements based on Asparagopsis seaweed and other strains of seaweed that show very encouraging early evidence of substantial emissions reduction from what's called enteric fermentation, or burps of methane, particularly from cattle. There are challenges around cost-effective distribution. The whole point of rangeland animals is that you don't need to chase around them and feed them. But in dairy and in feedlots, and potentially in other contexts, application of these supplements looks very promising for a substantial emissions reduction. We're some distance away from that being a really widespread commercial prospect at the moment, and that's an important thing to move on, as well as the more familiar opportunities around clean electricity and electrification.
Thank you.
Thank you. Could I just briefly go back to you, Ms. McFarlane? When we were talking about the question of reinsurance, and I understand the complexity around that, but we were saying that the loss of 7.1 billion and the total risk exposure. Does your association have information about the losses beyond the insured assets? And if that's something you do have, is it possible to take that on notice?
Sadly, we don't. And I think this is one of the important elements of actually measuring cost after an extreme weather event. The Insurance Council gathers the insured cost that's incurred, but we don't have the mechanism to actually measure the other economic and social losses that also incur. And that would happen, I imagine, at a state and federal government level, but I'm not sure.
Okay, and just do any of your member bodies insure fossil fuel projects?
So insurer members have a variety of different policy positions on fossil fuels. So there are members who are working with fossil fuel providers to transition. There are others who have stated categorically that they won't insure fossil fuels any longer, but that it is on a spectrum, and it's dependent on those organisations' risk profiles, but also their approach to climate change as well.
And so just on that finally, so what would you say generally are emissions considered a risk factor for those insured organisations?
So emissions, as we know, we need to get to net zero emissions. And there are two factors at play here. Firstly, we need to get to net zero to actually make the investment in resilience and mitigation worthwhile. Because if we don't get our emissions under control, no matter how much we spend on mitigating against extreme weather, it will actually have a point of, a point of declining return. So we need to get emissions under control. We need to balance that out with good infrastructure investments to mitigate against the impact of extreme weather, having a proactive response, spending government money prior to events occurring as opposed to in recovery, so that we actually have a more stable outcome to extreme weather. So emissions are an important part of the equation, and in fact they become the most important part over the longer term to ensure that those investments in mitigation and resilience are fully realised.
So just on that though, are premiums, are those costs of emissions considered in premiums paid? Are we at that point in the insurance industry?
And so for clarity, are you asking if an insurer is pricing based on emissions outage?
Yeah.
Certainly that's not my understanding, but I can take that question on notice.
Okay, thank you. And just, Mr. Do you have questions as well?
Yeah. Earlier in the evidence, you said that the Victorian system was a lot more prescriptive and rigid. Clearly, one of the intents of this particular bill is to use the Commission to solicit quality advice and then have the flexibility and regulations to move with the time, so to speak, set the targets and take that advice on board from the Commission. Do you have commentary around the advantages of that vis-a-vis the Victorian system?
So there are many ways to skin a cat, and having a less prescriptive, more fluid approach is perfectly valid. Our suggestion around the timing, or at least 5 years, was about providing just a little more guidance within that broadly responsive framework, so that there can be a higher level of confidence that we'll always have a minimum level of official insight into the interim targets of government. So we suggested at least 5 years of future notice or clear road in front of us. That would be consistent with adopting, say, a 2035 interim goal sometime in 2025, but as late as 2030. And ensuring, without having a continuous review process that everybody must be inputting to at all times, having enough room to enable regular reconsiderations and updates of advice, and then decisions by government, and if it's to be legislated, by the Parliament of the day as well. So we have no objection to the more fluid approach that New South Wales is taking. It's just helpful to combine that with some greater forewarning of what interim targets will be.
So if I were to put it to you, as I would, as a government member, that this minister and this government is fully committed to addressing climate change in this bill, and therefore we would have an expectation that the Commission would come back to us and we would take those recommendations and prescriptions very seriously in a relatively short amount of time, that would be a fair enough position for a government to take, wouldn't it?
That would be a very useful position for the government to take. It might be further enhanced by the text of the bill saying that not just that the Commission may make recommendations with respect to interim targets, but that it is requested to make recommendations with a minimum frequency of, and you could specify what frequency you wished, but at least every 5 years, or words to that effect, might be useful and comparable to other jurisdictions without getting bogged down in a very intricate series of steps and critical dates.
I mean, just to illustrate the point of the advantage of flexibility, I'd put to you that the Commission could very well come back and say to us, well, 5-year emissions target timings is actually not enough. We want it to be a shorter time frame. I mean, there's no reason why that couldn't be facilitated given the way this legislation's been written, where the regulations are subservient to what the Commission recommends, and then the Minister puts it into place. That would be a fair enough position, wouldn't it?
It would indeed be wide open in that way.
Yeah.
There is some value in having a balance between the short-term responsiveness of both, not even just of legislation, but of policy, and some longer-term guidance. Of course, we are seeing important changes take place in the local and global economies, in technology, in international negotiations, and in national and other jurisdictional targets, and it's important to be able to adjust in the light of those things. But for our members, who are businesses of all sizes, but many of them making investments which will be affected one way or another by the success and the speed of Australia's journey on climate, it is helpful to have some forward-looking guidance. The bill contains the 2050 guidance and the 2030 guidance, and that's very valuable in itself. An encouragement for the Commission to provide to the government advice on interim targets with a little bit more tempo to it would be helpful. But as you say, the scope is there for the Commission to do that, even if they don't get further advice or requirement within the legislation.
Thank you. We're out of time, and we are very grateful to both of you for your time and responsiveness to the shortness of time that you've had to respond to this inquiry. So thank you very much. And the Secretariat will be in contact with you with the any questions you've taken on notice. And once again, we have got quite a short time turnaround for that too. But thank you so much for your participation and your evidence today. We're very grateful.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And online as well?
Yes.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Okay, great. So we're heading to our next witness, and we have Mr. Alan Hicks. Good afternoon. Mr. Hicks, would you kindly state your name, your position title, and swear either an oath or an affirmation?
Alan Hicks, I'm the New South Wales ETU and ACT branch secretary. I wasn't provided with, I'm going to do the affirmation, but I wasn't provided with an affirmation card.
Okay, well, would you repeat after me, please? I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm.
Solemnly, sincerely and truly declare.
And affirm that the evidence about to be given.
And affirm that the evidence about to be given.
By me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
By me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Fantastic. Thank you, Mr. Hicks. Have you got a short opening statement that you would like to present?
Yeah, just a short opening statement that obviously we support the initiative put forward by the New South Wales government. We think it's a positive step forward, and I'm obviously happy to speak to that.
Thank you very much. And there's some of us that will have some questions, and we'll just flow through to those. So can you, do you think, the position in current policy of the New South Wales government is that we will reach a 50% reduction by 2030, achieve net zero by 2050, but also that we will hit 70% reduction on 2005 emissions levels by 2035. The current framework is not suggesting to legislate that 2035 target. Do you see any advantages or disadvantages with taking this newer approach?
I think it's a disadvantage, and the reason why I state that is simply if we have a target that has to be reached, obviously after the 2030 figure, then that will compel the government of the day to invest the necessary resources and make sure they make the strategic decisions to get to net zero quicker. We all know that climate change is real and it's having a massive impact right across our communities throughout New South Wales. And the faster we can get to net zero, provided it's done in a way that the society and the community can obviously deal with that approach, is much better. So by not legislating it, then I think that removes that compulsion for the government of the day, whoever that is, to get to that necessary figure.
Thank you. Has the ETU had positive and productive interactions with the Federal Energy Transition Authority?
We've certainly been consulted. We've had a number of meetings at a federal level, but to be honest, Michael Wright, the new National Secretary, would be the best person to speak to about that, but certainly it's been a welcome position.
Thank you. You're looking
Oh,
at
yeah,
me.
thanks,
Got
Chair.
some enthusiasm over here.
Mr. Hicks, the ETU's been probably one of the more progressive unions in the cause of taking up action on climate change, given the perception that members in those industries, particularly the supply industry and other industries, could come off second best. But I mean, I think your union's taken the view that there's massive opportunities as well, which we need to tap into and handle the transition properly. Did you just want to outline to the committee the work that the union's done in that area and why you're looking at this as a positive, as opposed to some sectors who are looking at it as a job destroyer? I think the union's position is it's actually a job creator. Is that right?
Correct. There's significant through obviously a transition to renewable energy. There's hundreds of jobs that are going to be created, and obviously what we've done is we've looked at it from a truly perspective. We've looked at the training impact. We've looked at upskilling our members that are working in obviously those emission-intensive industries to provide them the best possible opportunity to have the skills and experience and knowledge ready to go when obviously the emerging technologies come through and it gets to a point where there is a requirement for that work to be done. There's a significant amount of investment currently right now right around the country in the transmission networks that will allow the opening up of the transmission pathways to allow renewable energy projects to come on board and provide that much needed electricity. And obviously we're big supporters of that because, again, not only is it fixing the issue around the emissions and the climate, but it's also leading to some pretty exciting opportunities for thousands of people to get into a new and emerging industries. And there's, as I said before, there's hundreds of thousands of jobs. The latest modelling from the federal government suggested to get to their 2030 targets, we're going to have 32,000 more electrical workers in this country by 2030. So it's something that has to be looked at very closely and has to be managed appropriately. Otherwise, we're just not going to get to those targets. So we welcome the initiative from the government, but we also want to remind the government of its need to consult with the workers and the workers' representatives and make sure that we have enough opportunities through TAFE, through private RTOs and like to make sure we can actually upskill all the people that need to be skilled up to get to this transition. So there's massive opportunities for those people that work in emission-intensive industries right now. And I think that's something that employers, unions and the government jointly need to be focused on in this transition.
And just to follow up on that, this isn't something that's like off into the never. This is happening pretty much right here, right now, isn't it? Where the technology's sufficiently mature and the economy's sufficiently changing that this sort of transition into renewables on the ground, that is real jobs, it's happening as we speak, isn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. There's projects now that are currently on foot that we can't get enough labour to at the moment. So obviously there's the desperate need for the skilled tradespeople to do this work moving forward. And that's going to get exacerbated, obviously, with the uptake of batteries and a whole range of the other measures that are being implemented into the system to create some stability on the network, but also be able to have that backup supply. So it's a problem, but it's an exciting opportunity for Australians and obviously for residents in New South Wales, simply because there is going to be a massive amount of work to be done. And if we get those people, young people, or we can get existing workers that want to retrain or reskill existing tradespeople that want to look at different opportunities, there is a massive chance they'll get involved in this and they'll have jobs for the next 20 or 30 years.
Chair, it was remiss of me. I should have declared this up front. Not that there's any conflict perceived or otherwise, but I am a former official of the ETU and I'm a member of the ETU, so I'll just declare that, just in case anyone says, why didn't you declare it?
Thank you very much. That's very transparent of you.
I use electricity.
Yeah, yeah. And I'm somebody who wants to electrify everything. How about that? Just on that, Mr. Hicks, and thank you. This is, really helpful evidence. But and I think you were getting to this point now, or perhaps you did do it. But distributed power generation storage will be a huge part of the transition. If you're talking about 25,000 new electrical workers, but you're suggesting that will go further, that actually will permeate further than the electrical workers.
Yeah, I think the federal government's own evidence suggested that there was going to be 604,000 jobs created to get to the net zero by 2050, and that's indirect jobs, and then there was going to be something like 65,000 direct jobs that would be created out of this. It's not only just about the stabilisation of the network and making sure we have a shift from emission-intensive industries to battery storage and solar and wind. It's also the requirement, if we're going to get to 2050, net zero by 2050, we have to look at people's domestic residences where they've got inefficient cooktops, where they've used, older hot water systems and the like. They need to be retrofitted for all of that as well. Obviously, there's some government money that's available for, in certain areas of the community where they're going to fund those, but there's a massive amount of work that needs to be done in that space as well if we're going to reach that net zero. So right across the board through domestic, residential areas, and commercial type arrangements, and industrial type arrangements, it's just going to be a continuation of this work that needs to be done to make sure that all of those areas are energy efficient and using the best possible technology to get to that net zero outcome.
Thank you. Mr. D'Adam.
I just wanted to come back to the Labor question. So what specifically does government need to do to increase the number of apprentices to meet the labour shortage that you've identified? What would be if you could recommend some specific actions that could be taken, in the short term, what would they be?
Yeah, certainly. So one of the biggest employers of electrical work is in the state of New South Wales, Potential Energy. The number of apprentices that they put on every year is pretty low, to be honest. So I think if the government wanted to look at making sure that they had an adequate supply of apprentices right throughout regional New South Wales, because the footprint of Essential Energy is quite extensive, they could have a look at there, which is obviously a government-owned corporation. They should also work closely with the federal government to open up the opportunities for people to actually get into training. One of the biggest issues that we have at the moment is we've got thousands upon thousands of people that want to enter the electrical industry, but the opportunities aren't there because TAFE can't train enough apprentices at this point in time. Some of the apprentices and group training organisations have told us they're waiting 12 to 14 months to get through TAFE. So we've got all these people that want to be trained to continue to upskill their qualifications and the like to get through their apprenticeship program, but they just aren't being afforded that opportunity in real time. And the other thing is that I think if the government needs to make sure that they are going to train people, and again, that can be done in combination with TAFE, but there should be opportunities for private training organisations to fill that gap as well, not to take over from TAFE, but to complement what TAFE's doing. And if we're focusing on the electrical industry, we're focusing on renewables, then perhaps some centres of excellence that could be government funded with industry bodies like unions and employers in a joint arrangement, making sure that obviously it's a reputable organisation that will train those people, but to complement TAFE's doing, but not to take away from what TAFE's doing.
What's causing the blockage in TAFE? Like, why can't TAFE meet the demand if there's so many people wanting to do apprenticeships?
A few things. One is obviously the shortage of resources they currently have. So they don't have enough TAFE teachers to perform this work. And then obviously because there's a sheer number of trying to program and put people through the TAFEs, most electrical workers, electrical apprentices do 1 day a week in TAFE rather than like a block release. They do once a week rather than turning up for 3 or 4 weeks at a time. And just to try and get the number of apprentices through that's why there's a backup. So just the lack of resources and there's a number of issues that the TAFE need to pick up. But again, I think if a state and federal level can work towards that, kind of complement the work that they do to improve that situation.
Are there specific geographical sort of blockages, like particular locations where this is more acute than in other places for TAFE?
No, it's right across, unfortunately, right across the state of New South Wales. In some of the regional areas, obviously more difficult because of travel requirements and the like. And if the government, wanted to entertain and talk to the industry about centres of excellence type ideas, then we would suggest that the areas that need to be located would be the Hunter, around Queanbeyan and then Western Sydney to try and make sure that they can maximise participation rates in those areas.
Thanks.
Can I just ask, has the ETU noticed a spike associated with household electrification, and the state and federal governments have they offered subsidies?
We certainly noticed a strong interest. Majority of our membership, to be fair, don't work in the residential space. We certainly have membership in that area, but the large majority of our membership work in commercial, industrial, and then obviously in the transmission, distribution and generation of electricity. But in those areas that we have had discussions with members, there has been an uptake of people that are very interested in trying to retrofit. Even in conversations that I've had with people, just members of the community, they're very keen to try and get battery storage or try and get better hot water systems and the like, make their home more energy efficient. So there's certainly a strong interest, at least in the people that I've spoken to, and obviously from our members that do work in that domestic space.
Is there, in your opinion, is there a large unused capacity for solar on commercial rooftops?
Yeah, absolutely. I think that as part of this process, if the bill obviously becomes legislation, then work with the Commission is going to be pretty significant. And there is a heap of ideas that could be implemented at building code with that. So far as that way, when they do build new premises buildings, there's minimum requirements that need to be met to ensure that there is that injection of salt. The difficulty is if we don't have the skilled labour to do that work, then it's going to make it impossible to try and facilitate that process. But it's a combination. And I think that's one of the things, if the bill does become legislation, then the community has a large amount of work to look at the skill training and how we're going to make sure that we have the creation of quality in this space.
This morning, somebody gave evidence about the provision within this bill for the Commission to establish advisory committees. Do you see that your sector would be an appropriate and well-positioned advisory committee in terms of the sort of goal of electrifying both commercial and residential?
Yeah, we would obviously welcome an opportunity to be involved in an advisory committee to the Commission, because we think we can provide a lot of value. We're the largest representative of electrical workers in the state of New South Wales, and we at levels right through the apprenticeship program, safety, industrial outcomes, legislative change. We're always there. We're always lobbying, make sure that those things can be improved. I think we've got a lot to add in that space, but it's not only just us. I think there's a number of other organisations that can value add to advisory committees. The only criticism I suppose I do have of the current bill is that contribution to the Commission. I don't think at this stage factors into an organisation or representative that's largely a representative of employees or workers, and it doesn't factor into someone that's got expertise in industry, job creation, local procurement, those things. Well, it looks like it's very heavy from a science-based process, right? But the reality is that commission has a large amount of work to do to give the minister advice. And I just think where it lacks is that it doesn't have anyone out there that is large to be a representative to work with the industry experience to deal with those other things that arise in the course of their work.
Thank you. Are there any further questions from any other committee members? No, you're happy? All right, that's thank you, Mr. Hicks. I think that we've come to the conclusion with you. Thank you very much for your evidence. Thank you for your time, and as I've been saying, thank you very much for responding in such a short period of time that we've had.
No worries. Thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome back to the next part of this inquiry. We now welcome Mr. Baldwin and Mr. Derbyshire. Could I please ask you both to state your name, position, title, and present either an oath or affirmation? And Mr. Baldwin, I'll start with you.
Yes, my name is Ken Baldwin. I'm an emeritus professor at the Australian National University, and I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Thank you. Mr. Derbyshire.
Thank you. My name is Peter Derbyshire. I'm the Policy and Government Relations Director at the Australian Academy of Technological Sciences and Engineering, and I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Thank you very much, both of you. Would you like to start by making an open statement?
Thank you very much for that, and thank you for the opportunity to address you today. I'd first like to take a moment to acknowledge the traditional custodians of the land we are meeting on today, the Gadigal people, and reflect on their long history of achievement and innovation as Australia's first scientists and engineers. We pay our respects to elders past and present. The science of climate change is unequivocal. The climate-induced catastrophes are irrefutable. Climate change is happening, including in New South Wales, and we need to act now. Our organisation, comprised of nearly 900 of Australia's leading engineers and technologists, has called for Australians to accelerate our ambition and aim to reach net zero greenhouse gas emissions by 2035. This is not a pipe dream. Tasmania is already there, with net zero emissions in 6 out of the last 7 years and 100% of their energy coming from renewables. New South Wales can get there too. Meeting this target will be a challenge, but with immediate and large-scale action to invest in skills and infrastructure, as well as political, policy and regulatory support at all levels, it is achievable. Science, technology and engineering can help lead the way. ATSE Fellows Professor Martin Green and Andrew Blakers recently won the Queen Elizabeth Prize for Engineering for their invention at UNSW of the PERC solar cell, the dominant solar cell produced in the world today. ATSE Fellow Professor Veena Sahaswala, also at UNSW, is leading work on developing the next generation of green materials, reducing waste, cutting emissions and developing new industries. The proposed bill is a step in the right direction. A new independent net zero commission will help drive change. The proposed targets of a 50% reduction in carbon emissions by 2030, based on 2005 levels, and net zero emissions by 2050 are insufficient to meet the urgency of the challenge facing us. We must act sooner and faster in order to keep global warming below 1.5 degrees. A more ambitious target, underpinned by science, will set a critical benchmark for action in New South Wales. It will incentivise investment, applying innovative solutions and giving a clear signpost to industry to drive rapid deployment of existing and mature low-carbon technologies, as well as develop and roll out emerging technologies. The targets in this bill cannot be the peak of this state's ambition. They must be the floor, not a ceiling. The Net Zero Commission should explicitly aim to keep warming below 1.5 degrees. It should have the freedom to advise and recommend more ambitious targets for the New South Wales Government to adopt. ATSE supports the intention of this bill to legislate a net zero target and establish a Net Zero Commission, but ATSE urges the committee to expand the remit of the Net Zero Commission to take existing climate change into consideration, 1.1 degrees of global warming, and aim for a net zero target sooner, in line with limiting global warming to 1.5 degrees. This is necessary for the future of New South Wales people, cities and industry. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We'll have some questions from different members of the committee. Can I just start by putting to you that the current situation in New South Wales, as we all understand it, is there is government policy to achieve a reduction on emissions by 50% by 2030 and net zero by 2050, but also in regulation that we meet a 70% reduction by 2035. What would you say to this framework not having an interim target either currently in regulation or in legislation from the outset?
I guess a target that's not in legislation is one that is perhaps not as firmly on the agenda as one that is legislated. It makes a clear signal to business, to industry, to the wider community of the trajectory and the plan.
And it's very important to have clear signalling, simply because the investment required at the scale needed to address climate change is so enormous that it creates an additional risk in the financial equation if there is no certainty, and this risk premium means higher cost in the transition. So having a very clear trajectory moving forward to net zero reduces the cost of this investment that is going to have to happen, and this will be significant in terms of providing the correct signals for business and industry to make this challenge.
So in the thank you. So if the government is completely set on these two targets, which I hear clearly in your statement you are suggesting is not commensurate to the targets that we should have based on the science, so you're suggesting it needs to be an earlier target than net zero by 2050. But at the moment, the government is suggesting that net zero by 2050 is their end target, but we have no understanding of what actually net zero means at this point either. Do you have anything to say about net zero, regardless of when we meet it, and in terms of what it means? And I'm referring specifically to the use of offsets.
Yes, so you can reach zero by having a positive amount of emissions offset by a negative amount of emissions. That's absolutely true. But the question is, first of all, whether the offsets are feasible in the time frame considered, and indeed whether the magnitude required is sufficient to offset the emissions in the trajectory going forward. So you've got to know the trajectory. You've got to understand where we go from now to zero in the future, because the area under that curve determines how much offset we need to invest in the intervening period. And so understanding what that trajectory is will determine the amount of, let's say, forests that we grow, or whatever the offset is. And so that will tell us what the magnitude of the offset has to be. But not everyone can use offsets, right? If the whole world used offsets to get rid of business as usual emissions, we'd have to grow, 10 Amazon rainforests in the intervening period. So clearly not everyone can use offsets just to continue to use, to ameliorate their business as usual emissions. So there has to be reduction in emissions going forward at the trajectory that I talked about. And if that trajectory doesn't meet the target of overall CO2 emissions reduction, then offsets will be needed to take out the remaining CO2 from the atmosphere. And we should also be thinking not just about natural offsets such as growing trees, we should be thinking about direct offsets as well. In other words, pulling CO2 out of the atmosphere and storing it in a way that indeed may be useful. So direct air capture, for example, is one of those technologies. It is at its very early stages now. It's not at commercial scale. It's very expensive. So to rely on that at this point in time to ameliorate the emissions going forward would be a risky strategy, knowing what we do at the moment. And indeed the same is true with other offsets. We've got to know, for example, what the trajectory of other jurisdictions are in order to meet the ultimate goal of net zero globally. And if it turns out that we're all using the same offsets, then we'll never get to where we need to be.
So with your call for the net zero greenhouse gas emissions by 2035, for here in New South Wales, and in your opening statement, I think you're suggesting that would provide the necessary stimulation and signalling to actually reach that target. Do you see anything? Do you see anything so significant to stop us from achieving that would suggest that we shouldn't have a target with that kind of ambition?
I think if we were to look at the entire picture, technologically the possibility of reaching that ambition is well within our grasp. We have the technologies for a low emissions or zero emission energy system. There are areas where we do not have the technologies yet developed, and this is where, of course, offsets might come into place. I'm thinking, of course, of air travel, sea travel. These are areas where we still have to develop these technologies. But if we were to look at the big things that are stopping us from achieving this, it is a combination of the overall investment and political will, but it is also an issue of infrastructure and skills at the moment. One of the challenges that we have been exploring is the challenges of having not enough electrical engineers or systems engineers in order to undertake this task. In the past, we have offset this sort of shortage in engineering by bringing in people from overseas in order to study engineering here in Australia and take up work here. Of course, we have an entire planet that is now looking at needing to fix these challenges, and everyone is going to be looking for these engineers. So this is one area where we need to really start putting some effort into not just offsetting and creating new renewable energy sources, but in also making sure we have the skills in order to implement these technologies.
So what do you say to the fact that currently nothing in this bill relates or correlates or provides any relationship to the fact that we have new fossil fuel projects in the pipeline that could literally run in parallel for the next 10, 20 years and keep being approved, and we continue and we expand the life of coal-fired power plants?
I guess what you've got to look at here is the amount of carbon that we have left in the budget before we reach net zero in order to keep below 1.5 degrees. And as I said before, it's this trajectory that we need to understand to net zero, the area under the curve of that trajectory in terms of the amount of carbon that we emit up until 2050. And so what we have to do is to understand in detail the exact way in which we're going to meet that goal. So I think that if we're looking at what is needed for a 1.5 degree scenario, that has to be articulated quite clearly, and indeed we need to ensure that we have the trajectory and the pathway mapped out so that there is certainty over this going forward.
So what do you say to, we've heard some scientific evidence that realistically 1.5 is probably not really within our achievement scope, that we may, we're based on the current policy settings that we're probably going to bust 1.5, and that the fight or the challenge now is to remain below 2 degrees. We heard some evidence around and have been provided some very helpful material about the carbon budget, and that though the evidence that we've received about the carbon budget is that there's actually no scope left for any new coal or gas or expansion projects. Is that something that you would in principle agree with, that where we're currently at in New South Wales and our trajectory?
Again, it comes back to how much carbon we can afford to release into the atmosphere to keep below 1.5 degrees. So that's the crucial thing. Clearly, we're going to emit between now and 2050. So the real issue is reducing the use of fossil fuels rather than simply the amount of fossil fuel operations that are available. So there are studies, rigorous published academic studies, that show we've got to leave at least 90, more like 95% of the world's coal and oil reserves in the ground in order to keep within this carbon budget that will allow us to stay within 1.5 degrees. So that means that if a company wants to open up a new gas field or a new coal mine, it will be competing with many other companies all over the world for that last couple of percent of the supply of fossil fuels that we can afford to have to keep within 1.5 degrees. So the answer to this is not so much strangling supply, because we know that 95% of the supply has got to stay in the ground. It's about strangling demand. So in other words, reducing the need for fossil fuels by switching from fossil fuel power stations to renewable power stations, by electrifying all the other sectors of the economy and using renewable electricity to power that. So it is all about strangling the demand for fossil fuels much more than it is about strangling the supply, which is abundant and clearly available, given that 95% of the reserves have to stay in the ground.
Do you think in terms of policy settings, though, that if you're... Sorry, I've got images now of strangling people. If you think... So if we're through a policy lens and with this, if we are strangling demand over here, but we're kind of not even remotely threatening supply, do you think there is some balance to be made in that? It's not necessarily just one or the other, or are you suggesting that you can do it through one only, through strangling one only?
Well, it depends on what the intervention is. If there's a market, then having an abundant supply means that if you close one option because, you know, it happens to fall within your jurisdiction, then another option is going to pop up to replace it, given that there is this absolute abundance of supply around the world. So it's not clear that it's even possible to strangle the supply side of things, but it's much easier to strangle the demand.
And just on that, what do you think about the idea that we don't at all here in New South Wales account for the emissions of the coal or the fossil fuels that we're exporting? Do you think that there's any policy recklessness or irresponsibility about that?
Not in the sense that the world needs energy right now, and denying the energy to these people means inevitably that they will freeze, they will lose the ability to produce food and other products. So yes, we do have a responsibility to be a supplier of energy for other people. But in the interests of climate change, our best path forward is to persuade them to convert to non-fossil fuel forms of energy over the long run, and to convert our export industries to renewable energy export industries, so that we can still trade our way in a zero carbon world. So I think that's an incredibly important part of this. And this doesn't have to be done by, as I said, strangling the supply of coal, gas or anything else. It can be just simply laid over the top of that by growing an entirely new export industry. And our studies at ANU show that the prospects for doing that are enormous. We could simply supply the same amount of energy to the world as we do now in the form of renewable electricity or hydrogen, and we could still participate in the production of steel and aluminium, not by shipping vast amounts of ore overseas, but by refining that onshore using renewable electricity and exporting the green metal products. So there is enormous opportunity that can be laid right over the top of our existing export profile that would then give us the opportunity not only to make money into the future, but also to decarbonise the rest of the world, given our central role in those areas.
So just my final two things for now. So just on that, do we... absolutely will continue to supply to assist other countries and hopefully transition that. But my point was more not should we be accounting for that at this point in time in terms of should it play a role in our own budget here in New South Wales, even though we're exporting the emissions offshore?
There are all sorts of arguments about how you should account for Scope 3 emissions and whether you should count them in your own emissions profile or allow it to be counted in the jurisdiction in which it is actually generated. And this is just my view, but I think that the way forward is to try and convert the demand for these fuels into renewable energy demand, rather than block supply to these countries that need our energy forms in one way or another.
So in that sense, are you saying that we really could be and should be, and the target of getting to net zero by 2035 would put us in the race and the forefront to be that supplier.
Indeed, and that is where our future export opportunities lie.
Thank you. I'm hogging all the questions.
Thank you.
Sorry.
Now, Chair, I'm actually in need of a little bit of global warming in this room. That does feel a little bit cold at the moment. But anyway. Now, gentlemen, you do both agree with the conventional science that on at least one occasion in the last 4 billion years that the polar ice caps have grown so large that they have met at the equator.
So I think it's quite clear that the past history of climate change, while it helps us understand the way that the Earth's atmosphere and biosphere interact, do not relate to what is happening at the current time, where human intervention is causing a faster rate of CO2 release and other greenhouse gases into the atmosphere than we've ever seen through history. It's not a geological timescale we're talking at the moment, it's over decades.
Okay, but there has been, you're not disputing that, I mean, I think it's mainstream science that the polar ice caps do move around a lot, okay, and that there have been times when we've lived in what they call snowball Earth, and it wasn't that long ago, about 70 million years ago, that there were forests in Antarctica.
Yes.
When the world was a lot hotter than it is now.
Yes, but...
So the temperature has obviously moved around a lot.
But so have the continents.
Okay, well, there's a whole ton of factors, isn't there? That's my view. I think our understanding of what causes the atmospheric temperature, I think in 200-300 years we'll know a lot more than we know now. But anyway, so it has moved around a lot. We've been a snowball Earth, we've been a tropical forest everywhere. And so therefore there are natural forces at play. You would agree with that?
Yes.
Good. Okay, but you do seem adamant that if we can do all the political prescriptions that you're wanting the Parliament to do, you did seem very adamant in your testimony that that we will stop the temperature rising by more than 1.5 degrees above your baseline if we do everything you want. Now, I would put it to you that seems terribly simplistic to think that a little molecule which consists of 400 bits per million is the temperature control switch.
Well, the science says that it is. So
the science says, the science is just, I know the majority of scientists do, but there's been lots of scientific debates in the past where a minority has been proven right with time. So it is possible that is the case here as well, isn't it?
However...
a religious faith says that we're not allowed to doubt things, but when you are men of science...
Can I just take a point of order here? Look, I'm very interested. I don't want to interfere. But if you ask a question, you can't answer it at the same time. I was wondering if we could hear from the witness.
What I would say...
Thank you, Mr. Primrose. I think that's a good point. Thank you.
What I would say is that that science does not work the way that the law or indeed parliamentary debate works. It doesn't give equal weight to either side. It works by consensus. And the vast majority of consensus, thousands and thousands of scientists, all working in climate science, sit on one side with maybe a few people who disagree on the other side. So there is no doubt in the scientific community that climate change is real, that it's man-made, and it's causing the majority of the global warming we're seeing today. It is not a case of adversarial debate, it is a case of going with a consensus view.
Would you agree that the greatest scientists in history were the ones that did represent a minority view and were vindicated with time? Because everybody who's come up with something new has been against the establishment, the vested interests.
Sure, that's right. So science does work.
It's possible it's now.
Science does work in a dynamic way. So you might find that somebody finds something that goes against the current consensus, and they find more evidence, and other people test that evidence, and that evidence might agree with what has been found by these few scientists, and then the consensus starts to shift. So people move from one side of the perspective to the new side. And as the evidence builds and it becomes more compelling, more and more people might shift to that view, and that then becomes the new consensus. So it's a dynamic process. But that's not the situation at the moment. The vast majority of scientists are now convinced, with all the available evidence, that climate change is real, is caused by human beings, and it's responsible for the majority of the warming that we see today.
Thank you, Professor. Ms. Munro.
Thank you so much for coming today. My question was around methane emissions, and you spoke about some of the technologies that might be available to reduce carbon emissions in the atmosphere. I was wondering, does that technology exist for methane, or is it more that to reduce methane in the atmosphere, we just have to stop it at the time it's emitted or before it's emitted?
Yeah, so you're talking about the fugitive emissions that you might get from mining or gas and oil production, for example.
For example,
Yeah.
I mean, it could be any emissions
Indeed.
of methane, obviously agriculture.
So the best place to stop them, as you say, is at source, where the density of the methane is at its highest. It's much easier to prevent it at source. Once it's dispersed into the atmosphere, it's much harder to draw down. And indeed, a lot of the technology that is being looked at the moment is to draw down on the CO2 emissions, which is a larger fraction of the atmosphere, and the technology that's being used there will require enormous amounts of energy. It'll be very expensive, but it's something we should keep on the back burner because it might actually drive down the cost curve, as so many things have, like solar panels, and get there in the future to the point where it is cost competitive. But to answer your question about fugitive emissions in particular, it's much more efficient to remove those at source before they become distributed throughout the atmosphere.
So there's, in terms of like sequestration, is there like a good proportion of methane emissions that could be reduced through that mechanism, or not really? Like obviously we're talking about carbon offsets. Is there an equivalent for methane?
There's no pilot plant developed at the moment in that regard.
Yeah.
That's true. The ones that have been developed have been aimed purely at extracting CO2 and then storing the CO2.
Yeah, okay. And just on exports, which you mentioned earlier, I was just wondering if you could expand on some of the export opportunities that exist that we can make the most of, hopefully.
Indeed. So it's important to think about our position in the world in terms of the energy that we provide to the rest of the international economy. And this is not just in forms of direct energy potentially, but it's in terms of embedded energy. So there are enormous opportunities for us to create renewable electricity, particularly in the vastly underpopulated areas in the centre and northwest of Australia, where the solar resource, and indeed also the wind resource, are at their largest. So with the renewable electricity, we could potentially export that directly as electricity using high voltage direct current undersea cables. So this is millions of volts moving the electricity through the cables thousands of kilometres. And this is, for example, the project Sun Cable that has been proposed. The other opportunity is to use the renewable electricity to do what we've all done in high school, which is to put two electrodes into a glass of water and produce hydrogen at one and oxygen at the other, and to capture the hydrogen and then to use that as a form of stored energy. You can then burn the hydrogen and this can release the energy as heat. This can then provide thermal energy, as indeed you have in a normal thermal power station, and generate electricity that way. Alternatively, it could be used to run a fuel cell, which is the reverse of the electrolysis process, and power a vehicle, for example. So hydrogen is an energy vector. It is a form of stored energy the same way that batteries and off-river pumped hydro are a form of stored energy, but it's transportable. So that creates an enormous opportunity because it allows us to export our renewable energy sources, solar and wind that we have in abundance in Australia, to other countries in the form of hydrogen as stored renewable energy. But there is also another opportunity for us to export embedded renewable energy, and that is to do what we've rarely done in the past, which is to value add to our mineral export products. You can take hydrogen, for example, and when you convert iron ore, which is iron oxide, so iron plus oxygen, the hydrogen grabs the oxygen from the iron oxide, forms water, which is the byproduct, and leaves the iron behind. Presently, we do this in a blast furnace where we use coal, and the carbon grabs the oxygen and leaves the iron behind and produces carbon dioxide. But in a new direct reduction iron process using hydrogen, as this is called, you can convert iron ore into green iron using hydrogen plus renewable electricity to heat the furnace. And this is a sweet spot in the generation pipeline, the value chain for creating green steel, because that's the single entry point then for converting the green iron into green steel. And at that stage in the steel production process, most of the energy requirements occur in the production of the green iron at the beginning. And Australia has, as I said before, enormous reserves of solar and wind that it can use to provide the energy for that first step in the steel production process. And we could export then what is called hot briquetted iron, HBI, which is much easier to export than shiploads of dirt, which is essentially what we're doing at the moment. And then this can be the input to steel industries around the world, who then do the high value add to specific types of steel, which are used, for example, in automotive industries or in other forms of manufacturing. So that's one example. And another perhaps easier example is aluminium, which again, it simply requires a source of electricity to create the heat. If we simply use renewable electricity for that process, you don't even need the hydrogen in that case. You could simply convert aluminium production to green aluminium by using renewable electricity. So there are enormous opportunities for those metals in particular, but others as well, to use renewable electricity generated by solar and wind to embed that renewable energy into new products and make that our way of trading with the world.
Thank you. And just back on the hydrogen and that storage, is that like exporting that, is that through pipelines or is that through like containers, shipping containers?
In some countries which are adjacent to the markets, pipelines are a prospect. So, for example, that is being talked about in Europe. So Europe has an energy deficit which they need to meet. They're thinking of using hydrogen to meet that energy deficit. Countries in North Africa or the Middle East could potentially supply hydrogen through pipelines to Europe. Australia doesn't have that prospect. The only way we would export hydrogen as hydrogen is to either liquefy it, which means you have to go down to very cold temperatures, minus 250 degrees Celsius, which is very energy intensive, but it can be done. A ship has been built. It has sailed from Australia to Japan with liquid hydrogen on board as part of this new export industry. Another way is to store the hydrogen in various materials, particularly what's called liquid organic hydrogen carriers, which are carbon chains where the hydrogen can be attached and then that can be shipped, and then at the other end it can be processed, heated up effectively, and release the hydrogen, and then the liquid organic hydrogen carrier taken back to the original hydrogen source. That's another way. And then there are a number of ways in which you can convert the hydrogen. You can convert it to ammonia, for example. Ammonia is traded all over the world in ships. It is a known product. It has known value chains. It would be an easy step to turn the hydrogen into ammonia and then ship the ammonia overseas and either use the ammonia directly. For example, in Japan, they're already burning it in coal-fired power stations to replace 20% of the coal and therefore reduce their emissions. Or you could burn it directly, or you could use it to power shipping, for example. They're looking at converting diesel-engined ships that burn heavy fuel oil at the moment to burning ammonia. So ammonia as another vector, energy vector, is another prospect for hydrogen generation. So there are many different ways which this could be done, and time will tell which is the most economic and competitive.
I think they're very interesting prospects because we have neighbours like Indonesia, who obviously is a very large emitter, and there are opportunities there for us to export but also help other countries to reduce their emissions.
Indeed.
So, yeah, thank you.
Can I just ask, earlier we received some evidence that it was a view from a climate risk expert that net zero by 2050 is a goal that is essentially kicking, it's a goal of political convenience, and it's probably kicking the ambition down the road too far. And actually went as far as saying, if that's what we do, we're possibly institutionalising failure there, because it seems to be a target that has come from the past and not necessarily one that's being modified. What would you say to that?
Again, it all comes down to the trajectory, how you get there. If what you do is business as usual and suddenly in 2049 you turn everything off, you won't reach below 1.5 degrees, you won't reach below 2 degrees, you'll probably not even reach below 3 degrees. And that's why we're saying that if you shift the net zero target forward, then you have a much stronger chance of getting to below 1.5 degrees, because if you simply draw a straight line from where we are now to zero in 2035, you should be able to keep within 1.5 degrees, even just with a straight linear trajectory. And that's why it's important to not only have the endpoint date, but also to specify what the trajectory is along the way, because it's the area under that curve that determines how much CO2 you emit into the atmosphere, and that determines how much temperature rise you end up with.
Chair, can I just ask a follow-up on that? I mean, I don't want to ask sort of political socioeconomic questions of scientific people, but I think it's important for the record. What is the scientific community's view of the fact that when we first raised this as a climate emergency back in, I think it was 2007, and we had a really good opportunity to bring in an ETS at the time, and the imperfect became the enemy of the good, to use a very cliche phrase, and we now find ourselves almost a generation later having to play massive catch-up, and again arguing about the imperfections of a bill that will set down a clear direction in the government's view to take this seriously. I mean, I just want to know what generally the scientific community thinks of that, because this is a political navigation, isn't it? We've got to bring, and Mr. Ruddock's questions show how fraught this is. There is a constituency out there, albeit a minority, who are not sold on this. So I just want to get your view on that.
Well, certainly you don't have to be a scientist to recognise that the climate wars of the last 15 years or more have not served this country well, and they've not served the planet well. And it's, I think, therefore even more imperative that we have a clear plan going forward at this point in time, where we're already very late in the trajectory, and we're already staring down the barrel of more than 1.5 degrees unless we act right now, to ensure that we understand exactly what this path forward looks like. And so I would commend the Parliament to having not only a target but a trajectory to get to that target that is consistent with a 1.5 degree scenario, because as we know, we're already at 1.1 and things are looking pretty bad, and if we allow it to go over 1.5 degrees, things could be much, much worse, and we might not be able to recover back to where we are now afterwards if we can do things like offsets and direct air capture and things like that down the track. So it's incredibly important that we keep on a trajectory that is rigorous, it is consistent, and it is deep in order to get to a 1.5 degree future.
And do you have a view about the bill's efficacy in being able to facilitate that via the Commission recommending just those sort of trajectories?
It's a good thing that there is a Commission to advise the Parliament, because this can update the Parliament with the latest understanding, the latest knowledge, in order to meet a 1.5 degree goal in the long run. 1.5 degrees isn't enshrined in the legislation, but the end point is, and it is an opportunity then for the Commission to continue to keep the government to account on the pathway to meeting that 1.5 degree goal.
And I'd be stating the obvious, wouldn't I, if that Commission, I mean, the evidence we've heard from similar witnesses to yourself who are experts in the field, is that we do need a more prescriptive trajectory and interim targets, it would be really incongruous, wouldn't it, if the Commission came back and wasn't prescriptive at some point about those trajectories?
Absolutely agree. And having, at the moment, the 50% by 2030 goal is a good start, but the Commission might say in a few years' time, our emissions are tracking to the point where that actually has to be ramped up, otherwise we won't get there. And subsequently to the 2030 goal, you might need to ramp up the trajectory beyond that in order to ensure that the area under the curve, your carbon budget, isn't blown out by the time you get to 2050.
Thanks.
Just on that, were you aware of the 70%
Yes.
target reduction by 2035? And would
Yep.
you say that it's important to enshrine that in a piece of legislation in addition to the 2030 target?
I think that it's important to have clear signalling going forward.
Yeah.
How much detail you want on the trajectory, whether you want every point every year on the trajectory through to your end point, is another question. Because I think that is a movable feast. It will change because we will learn exactly how much emissions we had last year. We will then be able to judge whether we need to ramp up our future trajectory in order to offset emissions that we had not intended or hadn't planned for. If there is another severe bushfire season where we create enormous amounts of greenhouse gas emissions, then we could find ourselves in a trajectory that has to be accelerated very rapidly.
So then we're looking at changing the 2030 target as well.
We might have to, but that's why the Commission's there, I presume, in order to be able to give that sort of advice and to say, look, we've already had a 50% target, we had a 70% ambition in 2035, we might have to modify that because otherwise we won't reach our goal.
And indeed, that's why I note that in clause 14.2b, the Commission specifically given the role of giving advice and making recommendations to the Minister, B, on interim targets for the reduction in net greenhouse gas emissions in New South Wales before 2030 and 2050.
The problem being, though, that the bill also states that you can't have a target that reaches net zero before 2050.
Yes,
so that's where the...
I think there's a misunderstanding there, and we've got the bureaucrats coming next.
Okay.
It's a very important point, actually, that the honourable member makes, and as my colleagues pointed out on the record, that is we understand that's a drafting error.
Right. Okay. Very interesting. Just quickly, I wanted to understand how people have responded to that 70% reduction by 2035 that's been in regulation. Has that given industry a signal that investment in renewables is desirable?
I think compared to the climate wars that we've had previously, absolutely. It's very important to industry to understand that there is a series of benchmarks that have to be met going forward. It not only informs what they do, it reduces their cost of finance. As I said before, the risk premium associated with not understanding what the climate trajectory is looking like going forward is enormous. And this is a killer when it comes to investing in new plant, in new infrastructure, whether it's renewables, whether it's green steel industries, whether it's new forms of cement, whether it's new forms of carrying out agriculture. Having certainty over policy going forward is absolutely essential. And so having touch points every now and then, I'm not saying you have them every year, but maybe every 5 years in your trajectory to net zero, gives companies and financial institutions certainty for that investment that's needed going forward.
Thank you.
We heard some evidence, I don't want to paraphrase it incorrectly, but it was along the lines of the bill as it currently is could result in effectively in 5 years' time everybody comes together and we actually haven't achieved any big emissions reduction because this point in time, we are relying on the Commission giving advice and Parliament responding. Is that, I mean, that I don't think that's too uncontroversial, but do you think that's sound, or do you think that's perhaps a product of the fact we have been in climate wars and we're generally just very happy if we see something written down that looks like we're heading in the right direction?
Yes, I mean, there's no room for hubris or complacency here. We need to understand at every time point going forward to net zero where we are in the trajectory and whether we're meeting the emissions goals. And if you wait 5 years to assess it and then come back and say, well, we've not got there, I don't think that's the sort of granularity in the time steps that we need. You need to have an annual assessment of the progress, and that's presumably what the Commission will do, in order to inform Parliament, which every now and then will adjust the trajectory. But waiting 5 years would be too long.
So with that, do you think that if that's the system we're relying on, do you think that there should be some kind of mechanism in the bill that the government, there's a duty on the government, whether it's in the parent legislation or the regulation, to actually respond positively and implement the steps the Commission recommends to achieve the targets?
I think if you set up a commission like this with the elements of expertise and independence that is proposed, and you don't listen to them, then you're neglecting your duty. So absolutely there should be a response throughout the trajectory to net zero from the Parliament to recommendations by the Commission.
Do you think it is, do you think that just thinking of how, the instruments of government work, do you think that is most reasonably placed, the obligation on the ministers that actually make these decisions, or the Parliament itself? What do you think is a best placed system for us to get this job done?
Well, certainly the Parliament is the place where things are debated and discussed, and having extra information before the Parliament is a good thing. And so it would appear to me that as a non-human and social scientist, that the Parliament is the right place to debate and discuss the outcomes of the Commission and what's needed going forward.
I think it's also an important aspect of this bill that the evidence is being provided, the advice is being provided from the Commission is done so in a timely fashion, in a public fashion, because that also gives the public an opportunity to basically hold Parliament to account to whether or not this advice is being listened to, taken on board, acted upon.
And I suppose, just to supplement that question, the perception created that there's an expert group of people feeding in recommendations to the government on targets, trajectory, methodology, gives it more social licence in the community, I guess, rather than a bunch of politicians making assertions about what they think should happen.
I think independence is important, absolutely.
But just on that, one of the criticisms or recommendations around the reporting requirements of the Commission is that at the moment there aren't regular reporting timeframes, and that would actually reduce possibly the effectiveness and the credibility of the organisation. Would you say that having consistent reports, say, every 5 years, for example, on upcoming targets would be desirable?
If you had a rolling system of doing that with a 5-year window, I think that could work, yes. Yes.
Thank you.
Any more questions?
I mean, having said that, there's nothing in this bill which would foreclose the Commission, in fact, recommending shorter timeframes than 5 years.
Sure. But having a rolling 5-year period, if you get my drift, where it moves forward a year and advances, looking at that sort of time interval, allows you to adjust on the basis of new knowledge on a more regular basis with a time horizon that's 5 years out at every point.
Do you think that in achieving this, there should be? Do you think laws that are setting up emissions reduction goals should have should be setting that as a primary object? Like at the moment, the bill has a purpose, but it also has guiding principles around the Commission that, you know, are quite complex and they intersect with lots of things. Do you think that as experts operating in this field, it would perhaps be more efficient or effective to have a primary object, which is to reduce emissions in accordance with those goals of keeping us on track to consistent with Paris and keeping to 1.5, like a paramount duty goal, and then everything else has to work to achieve that? Just your views on that, perhaps.
Peter.
Thanks, Matt. I think that makes it a very difficult bill in and of itself. The challenges around climate change and the wicked problem that it is around energy generation, agriculture, heavy industry. I think having one bill to try to cover everything makes it a very giant beast. I think having this bill which focuses on this is the emissions this is the targeted emissions reduction that we are putting in place, and then having a commission that then drives forward the how do we get there and how are we achieving it is probably a better approach, but my esteemed colleague might have a different
Yeah, I mean, I think this is true. I mean, if you look at what is driving this, it's not just the fact that we need to do our proportional part in the world to reducing emissions so that we don't all cook. It's also to ensure an economic future that exists in a world which is habitable. And if the only driver is the climate driver, then we might miss the export opportunities that arise from investing early, fast and deep into renewable energy industries and renewable energy embedded products that would then set us ahead of the curve in terms of our international trade. So there's going to be lots of drivers, not just the driver of doing the right thing by the planet, but also the driver of being there early in order to take advantage of these economic opportunities that are going to arise, because everybody in the rest of the world is going to need the sorts of products that Australia can create
This is
with
interesting
renewables.
evidence which I don't think I've picked up in previous witnesses, and it was something that was used back when the original debate started. That is that even if we weren't sure about the science, which your testimony, as well as many others, is that we are, that even if we weren't, in and of itself, in terms of the economic growth prospects for the country, you would do this anyway based on what you're saying.
Indeed, and not only that, but if we look at what is happening, for example, in Europe, where just very recently they've introduced carbon border adjustment mechanisms, whereby there is an assessment of the amount of embedded carbon in a given product, and this carbon is taxed at a rate determined by the EU. If we do not adjust our export opportunities to take account of these adjustment mechanisms on entry into a given jurisdiction, we might find that our products don't have a market, or the market is reduced simply because the price impost on at the border on the product is prohibitive.
Yeah, there was some quite strong and clear evidence from the climate finance energy representative about if we don't get on with this, we're really going to miss out, and that we should be as ambitious as we can be, because it's there ready for the take, and we'll be left behind big time if we're not.
Indeed, and we're heavily involved at my university on helping to develop the policy for certifying green hydrogen to ensure for the customer that the carbon content of the hydrogen they receive is not only rigorous, but it includes every part of the value chain, all the way from sourcing the water, from sourcing the electricity, right the way through to the transport and storage processes. So these types of regulations we are developing right now, and they will be imposed on us unless we are participants very early on in the piece in designing those regulations. And fortunately, in the case of hydrogen, we are.
You must be doing a good job, because I understand Andrew Forrest has divested all his coal and he's completely focused on this particular sector. Do we have any other last questions from the... You sure you're all done? This has been incredibly helpful, and we are very grateful for your time and your presence here. And we also extra grateful because we know how short the period of time has been to participate and respond. So thank you. I don't think you did take any questions on notice, which means you don't get any homework from us, I don't think. Thank you very much for being here today.
Thank you, and best wishes with your endeavours.
Is there, sorry, just before you do, are there any final comments that you wanted to make? Sorry, I didn't afford that.
I think we've covered pretty much everything that we wanted to pass on. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you so much for your
Thank
time
you.
and evidence.
Thanks. Good.
Thank you. Welcome back. Can I please get you each to state your name, your position title, and swear an oath or affirmation? And Ms. Carrick, we'll start with you.
Thank you, Chair. Daniela Karach, Acting Executive Director of State Policy and Strategic Advice at the Department of Planning and Environment. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Thank you. Ms.
Stephen Hartley, Executive Director for Resilience and Urban Sustainability at the Department of Planning and Environment. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you.
Tony Chappell, Chief Executive of the Environment Protection Authority. I swear that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help me God.
Matthew Riley, Director of Climate and Atmospheric Science in Science, Economics and Insights in the Department of Planning and Environment. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you. And Mr Chappell, if you would like to make an opening statement.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for the invitation to appear before the committee to represent the New South Wales Environment Protection Authority, which I refer now to now as the EPA. We're pleased to be able to assist this committee with its inquiry. I'd like to acknowledge the traditional owners of the land on which we meet today, the Gadigal people of the Eora Nation, thank them for their custodianship of country since deep time that has continued through to today and is ongoing, and acknowledge their enduring connection to the land, sky and waters of this place. I extend my respect to elders past, present and emerging, and extend that respect to any Aboriginal or Torres Strait Islander people here today or watching the broadcast. As the primary environmental regulator for New South Wales, the EPA plays a critical role in protecting the environment and the community from the threat of climate change, and we have a statutory duty to do so. We take this duty seriously and are actively strengthening our regulatory approaches to ensure we're supporting industries, business and the community to decarbonise and deal with current climate change challenges, as well as those we'll face in the future. The EPA released its first climate change policy and action plan in January this year, setting out an approach for how the EPA will regulate the causes and consequences of climate change in New South Wales and support the decarbonisation, transformation and growth of a low-carbon economy here in New South Wales. We're the first state in Australia to have such a robust regulatory framework for climate change. It's been the culmination of a great deal of work and extensive consultation that will build on and complement the delivery of the plethora of climate change policies, programs and initiatives being delivered across the New South Wales and Australian governments. While only 10 months into implementation, we are well progressed in the actions we've committed to, building foundations to ensure we're regulating greenhouse gases like any other pollutant. Some of the priority actions we're taking include developing a clear framework for how climate change is considered and addressed in the planning system, including assessment requirements and guidelines to inform decision-making and consent requirements, developing a protection of the environment policy to reduce embodied emissions and increase the use of recycled materials in infrastructure projects, establishing Aboriginal youth and industry advisory groups to guide the EPA's regulatory response to climate change, and partnering with organisations, councils, businesses and civil society on initiatives to reduce greenhouse gas emissions, including specific programs to enable a circular economy and drive net zero emissions from organic waste, as well as collaborating with universities and researchers to test and trial innovations in measurement and management of greenhouse gases, including fugitive methane emissions. The EPA strongly supports the Climate Change Net Zero Future Bill 2023. It will greatly assist us by enshrining emissions reduction targets for New South Wales and establishing an independent Net Zero Commission. Having legislated targets is a clear and critical signal to industry and to the community that the government is serious about achieving its emission reduction targets consistent with the Paris Agreement. Enshrining these targets in legislation will give greater weight to the EPA's regulatory efforts, especially as we develop emission reduction targets and enforceable emission limits for the key industry sectors we regulate. We value the role the Net Zero Commission will play, and we intend to partner extensively with them. We anticipate they will bring transparent scientific rigour, evidence-based perspectives and innovative ideas that can provide pragmatic and evidence-based advice to guide New South Wales to decarbonise in line with our targets and support our transition to a low-carbon and climate-resilient economy. Importantly, we hope their independence will help us to ensure we're not thinking too narrowly, that we are on track and aware and awake to all opportunities. Perhaps most importantly, the Commission can highlight issues which can't be addressed by a single government agency like the EPA or a single minister's portfolio, and that's where we expect an independent commission would be well placed to recommend areas for whole of government approaches that may be needed to address some of these matters most efficiently and effectively. We welcome the establishment of the Commission and look forward to partnering with them, and look forward to the targets being enshrined in legislation to provide greater certainty to the New South Wales community and give greater weight to our work. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll roll with questions if that's okay. I might just start with if it was an unintended consequence of this bill and passing of this that your 2035 current target of 70% reduction in emissions on 2005 levels was no longer a policy or an imperative of the state, would you see that as a problem?
From the EPA specifically?
Yeah.
Well, The courts have made it clear the EPA has obligations to develop evidence-based targets for the sectors we regulate based on the science, and we can't delegate that to another part of government. If you look at our documents, they currently reflect the targets that I think you're referencing, and those targets may adjust as we get better evidence, and I'm sure the Commission will be a useful source of that.
So if conflicting evidence arose between the Commission and the EPA's current policy, how do you see you would resolve that?
I don't really envisage a case of conflicting evidence. I think...
or conflicting ambition then?
Well, when you think about the targets in the bill, I think the global scientific community has been very clear that globally we need to reduce emissions by at least half by 2030 and as quickly as possible, obviously, to zero. The steps between here and there need to weigh multiple factors, and I actually think the Commission will be very valuable in helping unpack opportunities to potentially go further and faster, or other opportunities that may become evident through time and with that multidisciplinary approach that they'll take. So I think that'll only help inform the EPA's approach.
So you're saying, so then you're saying EPA will maintain its 2035 target regardless of what happens with this bill?
I'm not quite saying that, Chair. What I'm saying is the current targets the EPA is working to, which are government targets as well, are enshrined in our action plan. We've said that we will set out the initial actions we'll take over the 3 years. The first year's nearly up. What we're also intending to do once the bill is passed, in whatever form that is review those actions in that action plan. So
if this bill passed next week or whenever it is, 3 weeks' time, will you likely revise your materials and exclude that 2035 target?
We'd have to consider the basis for any change. I think the Commission would be a critical source of advice in that regard. Whether 70%, 75%, 80%, and whether it's 35, 40, I mean, there are multiple factors to be weighed there, including justice considerations, obviously, and the objective, I think, for the EPA, consistent with our Act and consistent with the objectives in this bill, is to ensure the sustainable development of the state, which means we're trying to decarbonise. We are not interested in deindustrialising. So we need to weigh all of those factors and the best advice available at the time. And most importantly, I think our analysis will be informed by the work we're doing with our 3,000 or so largest current emitters. We've surveyed them to get a sense of their own plans to reduce emissions down to zero over time, and how they're expanding their own resilience and so on, and other developments as well need to be considered.
Has the the existing net zero emissions board, has that been useful? Is that something that's informed your agency?
Yes, absolutely. And I think what's different here and more valuable is the very public signals of enshrining targets in legislation, and also the very public approach of reporting to the Parliament the rigour and efficacy of efforts to achieve relevant targets.
Can I ask, just as a follow-up, Chair, so this survey that you've done of the major emitters, what's the impression you're getting back? Is the level of seriousness where it needs to be yet, or is there still some encouragement to happen for industry to move to where we need them to be, given the markers we're laying down?
It's definitely the latter. I would say there's a wide diversity of level of engagement across industry in New South Wales in different sectors, both on mitigation and their own resilience and adaptation. And so there's a lot of work to do there, connecting them with best practice, making sure learnings are shared and opportunities are being harnessed. And I think the very public enshrining of these targets will be, of itself, a very useful step in helping industry understand the necessary priority here.
Why do you think that do you think that factor overrides or is greater than what's there existing at the moment. And I suppose what I'm referring to really is that according to the New South Wales government's net zero emissions dashboard, things are looking quite promising. Are we suggesting that particularly in relation to reaching the 70% by 2035 target, there's a report, or on that dashboard there's some visibility. Do you think it's more important to have a legislatively enshrined target than it is to carry on with the current plan and the trajectory of getting to 70% by 2035?
Well, I don't see them as inconsistent. I mean, in terms of the data and what it shows, I might invite my colleague Mr. Riley to just touch on that.
Thanks, Mr. Chappell. You're right, Chair. The dashboard does show that we're on track to achieve a reduction of 70% by 2035. It's important to note that we update those projections annually, and many things can change year to year and sector to sector. Having said that, we do think that we are on track to achieve that. We are on track also to achieve our 2030 target quite well. And just related to points that Mr. Chappell made, there are multiple epochs or times that you could choose to set targets for, 2035, 2040. I think it's important to ensure that all of the modelling and all of the projections are publicly available, and that all of the experts are able to have their input and the public have their input into what we believe is achievable, technologically achievable, and also achievable through policy and program. And that's one thing that we're looking forward to from the Net Zero Commission, that vehicle to be able to have that open conversation about what the targets are and what they could be.
I suppose, so there's just a couple of things on that. We had heard some evidence just earlier that, and particularly from a risk expert, a climate risk expert, that spoke of if we were to legislate a net zero by 2050, that we would be institutionalising failure, that we've come up with that target kind of through political inaction in the past or whatever, and that's a target that we've adapted for all sorts of convenience. I'm just concerned at this point that what this bill actually potentially presents is actually not something as good as what we've already got. Yes, perhaps the enshrining of a public process of a commission that's going to help us, but do we honestly and in earnest need legislation to do that? We could literally just have a body that does that. The EPA is very public in its processes and has public consultation processes. It is, whilst I suspect the commission will be an improvement on the current system, the concern is, are we getting the balance right in terms of losing that midterm interim target legislated, having 2050 enshrined in law, given the evidence that we've got, and the so-called benefits is something we could do without legislation. So I suppose we're looking for some kind of confidence in this committee that this is, that this is a no regrets piece of legislation for the state of New South Wales, with all of our ambition to do the very thing we need to do, which is to maintain the habitability of the environment for all of us.
Well, I don't believe the intent of the legislation is to ensure that our targets are achieved on 30 June 2050 of net zero. It's to ensure that we are on track to achieve net zero by that date at the latest. I think the value of the Net Zero Commission is that it can provide advice on the trajectory and can provide further advice on the targets and interim target setting, and it provides a mechanism to be very open and transparent about that.
And sorry to interrupt, but I accept that, and except for some drafting errors that we've been advised about that potentially looking like a bit of a ceiling as opposed to a floor, but it's more the notion that we can do all of those things now. So it's what does this do that actually does genuinely provide the state with a better climate plan than what we currently have right now and what we're currently progressing, apparently, on. And that, you know, like, for example, there's actually nothing in the bill that says if the Climate Commission, the Net Zero Commission is incredibly public and it's good and it's very ambitious and it's expert and it does the things it does. There's nothing in there to say, and the Minister must implement the findings, for example. Should we be looking at, would it be better if we had a duty or something that assists all of you doing your work, listening to the Commission to make this happen? Or
perhaps that's best for my colleagues who operate under their regulatory environments to comment.
Look, the bill as it stands is a product of a whole of government cabinet process, so I don't think we can really speak to that. But when the EPA board discussed some of these issues, Chris Turney, who's Vice Chancellor at UTS and a climate scientist, was very emphatic that having public enshrined targets in legislation, when he's looked around the world, is one of the key enablers for much deeper collaboration and a necessary sense of urgency for business to take it.
And just on that,
seriously.
Mr. Chappell, I don't think anybody's disputing that. I think we think so, but the concern is if we go and legislate a regretful target or not the best target, and more to the point, the target that apparently we've got now and that we're working towards, is there, is there something inconsistent with that?
Can I just, on that follow-up, Chair, just as a kind of because there seems to be a bit of creational ambiguity here, if I could put it that way. The current regulatory target which is in place is not going to be overridden by this legislation, is it? The two are not mutually inconsistent. I mean, and you've got the Commission then potentially recommending better targets on a quicker trajectory. That's the whole point, isn't it? That's my understanding of the bill.
That's certainly my understanding, and that then I think the government would return to Parliament with any further targets, and those would be matters for Parliament.
But how does that work? The first thing is to confirm, and it's been raised many times. The existing regulation's not going to be wiped out if this bill passes. That could be a decision by the government at some point to seek to wipe it out, but it's not automatically wiped out by this if this becomes an act. That's correct.
I think we probably need to
I was going to say, I think the issue is, and we will, we'll investigate this perhaps with some legal advice, but the argument put to us is that even though the regulation would continue, the Energy and Utilities Administration regulation would continue, the effect of that 2035 target would mean nothing, because the board that ensures that target is reported and is only through the board that will no longer exist. So I think that's the...
Well, can I just persist? I mean, we've got witnesses here from the department. Presumably, I don't want to talk about the ephemera. I would like to talk about the bill that's before us, okay? Just for a couple of minutes, then we can go back to talking about other things. But if I can just talk about the bill as it's presented to us, can you tell me, because it's been raised many times, does the existing regulation and the target that's contained in there continue to exist if this is passed? Can anyone answer that?
I would like to be able to. I haven't been involved in the drafting of the bill, so I've read the bill.
And just quickly, has anyone on this panel been involved in the drafting of the bill?
No.
Not directly.
Well, no.
We give advice into the process, and then the Cabinet makes a decision. So these are really matters for Cabinet.
For sure, and look, we will follow up and get the advice. My understanding is...
Who do we have to call to find out so we can discuss the bill? I mean, I'm happy to talk about climate change and targets and that till the cows come home, but I mean, the truth is that we keep going around in circles because we, particularly in section, clause 9.3, okay, we've got, despite Subsection 2, the regulations must not set a specific interim target to reduce net greenhouse gas emissions in New South Wales by a particular date occurring before the 30th of June 2050. That doesn't sound particularly flexible to me.
No, I mean, certainly my understanding is the government's intention is that any additional targets would come back to Parliament for Parliament to ultimately agree. That's how I've understood that provision.
You should
So
speak
that's
to your
perfectly
colleagues,
in
Peter.
accord then. Sorry?
You should speak to your colleagues.
I'm very happy to, but I'm also recognise the importance of this. I mean, if we have...
Definitely.
This has been referred to us,
Yes.
and I'd just like to get some answers before I then go back and have chats to...
I think
to anyone.
the biggest issue is, what's your understanding of what will happen to the current Net Zero Emissions Board when this legislation is enacted?
I think they'd be replaced by the Commission.
So the issue then becomes, because right now the 70% reduction of 2005 emissions levels by 2035 is contingent on that board exercising its functions, because it must consider that emissions reduction target. So in effect, that target would cease to exist when that board does, and there's nothing in the current system that would carry that regulation to the new commission. And I think that's the issue that
Well, can I ask a
we can
question
get advice
I
from your
think
colleagues.
I actually think there are two issues. I
Yeah.
think that is one issue,
Yeah.
and then there is also the direct
And then
issue.
there's clause 14.2b about the ability of the Commission to recommend interim targets.
Yes, that's right.
So can I ask a question related to that, Chair? So does the EPA have confidence that the Commission would judge whether or not that was a credible target? Presumably, if it was, the recommendation would be that that target gets stuck to.
No, I think that's right. I mean, from the point of view of effective regulation and independent evidence-based regulation, having an independent evidence-based commission providing advice of that kind would be very helpful.
Could I just go on from that with the commission? Do any of you have an idea of how the commissioners would be appointed? What the intention is for the membership to be? We heard earlier today that it may be a fully kind of independent panel, essentially, of commissioners who don't have any particular ties to industry, for example, or it could be a commission that is actually made up of people who do have specific ties to, for example, industry or interested parties, and they're kind of representative bodies. Was there an understanding of the composition of the commission from this panel?
Well, the skills base, I think, is pretty clearly set out there in subsection 3. And obviously the chief scientist is also an ex officio member according to subsection 1. But the specific individuals to be appointed would be a matter for cabinet.
And just on that, is there an understanding about the process by way of a timeline, when this commission would be set up, when it would be required to report for the first time?
I think our colleagues indicated that we weren't involved in the drafting of the bill, so we don't know
understanding.
No
of
understanding of the
that.
timeline.
I'm sure we can take that one on
Yeah.
notice.
Okay, thank you. That would be helpful. Thank you.
Is Mr. Riley, perhaps this is one for you, but does is the fossil fuel sector and does it pose a problem based on what's currently happening and what's in the pipeline to happen in terms of our 2030 50% reduction goal? I know with the climate action plan, and we're looking at those sectorial pathways, but is it posing any problem at the moment?
No, I don't believe so. I think our projections, because they cover the whole economy and all of the sectors, and they're very detailed. Our projections indicate that we're actually on track for a 56% reduction in emissions by 2030. That's the latest projections. Of course, we update them annually, and over the course of a year, many things can change. We need to consider what will happen with perhaps Eraring, and the impact of any decisions regarding Eraring on our projections. Also, as well, I will note that currently in our projections, we are projecting that Vales Point Power Station will cease operations by 2029. That was the information available to the market when we did our projections last year. For the next update to projections due at the end of this year, we will include Vales Point operating through to 2033, which is the announced closure date of Vales Point. I use that just to illustrate the point that because we're looking at the entire economy, things can change within individual sectors over the course of a year. What we try and do is we try and take a very measured approach. We look at getting as much information as we can from individual participants within New South Wales, whether they're coal mines, whether they're gas fields, or whether they're power generators, and we try to get as much intelligence on what their actual operating environments are like and are likely to be over time. We rely heavily on the National Greenhouse Energy and Reporting Scheme to get individual emissions intensities from each mine and from each power station. What we also rely on is in sectors where we don't have as sophisticated or detailed levels of information, we do tend to take a little bit more of a measured approach. And I'll use the example of electric vehicles. Our projections for electric vehicle uptake are lower than what we're seeing in the market right now in this year. So our original projections for the penetration of electric vehicles are running behind in a number of sectors quite significantly compared to actual sales. So each year we might see some increases in our projected emissions from a particular sector, often offset by decreases in other sectors. And that's the value of having the modelling occur over the entire state and over every sector of the state. But in answer to the question, for 2030, we do not believe that there's a significant risk to the 50% target in 2030. We think we're actually on track to achieve that.
So is that not a case to actually be more ambitious? Like if we and I think John's purchase of his electric vehicle last week has contributed. Sorry, it was the moment. It was the moment. It's 5 p.m. It's 5 p.m.
What's got into you?
So in terms of sorry, I've got so many questions, but just in terms of that, surely if our ambition and the mandate that we have is to reduce emissions as fast as we can and as responsibly as we can, if we are looking at achieving our 50% reduction, and we could in fact get to 56% reduction by 2030, is that where you pivot to? Is that, or, and I think this highlights the point of the net zero by 2050, if we're just cruising along, literally going, that's okay, there are climate targets, we don't have to put any more downward pressure on certain industry, we can keep approving new coal, new gas through our new assessment requirements by just letting them look at them and report on them rather than actually doing what right now I read the Young People's Climate Strike are suggesting we should be doing, which is reach zero emissions by 2030. That's the young people telling us that. How do we factor the 2030 goal of 50% if we're okay to just keep cruising there?
So I think what's in front of us in the bill here is a good start. That it includes the legislation of the target, which hasn't occurred in New South Wales before, but it also includes mechanisms to change that. And I might refer back to, there's been some discussion about 9.3. My understanding of the intent of 9.3 is so that targets would not be set in regulation. They would actually be set in the Act. That they would come to Parliament for Parliament to set. If, using your words, Chair, if we're cruising, then we now have a mechanism.
Electric vehicle cruising, of course.
If we are in a position where we do find ourselves cruising, we now have a clear mechanism to be able to provide advice from the public sector to the Net Zero Commission, who will also seek their own independent advice, and then they would be able to inform and advise Parliament on whether there needed to be changes to the legislation.
Riley, just to interrupt,
Can
and I
ask,
apologise.
Chair, can I just ask a related question, because it's very pertinent?
Go for it.
So, in 7 years' time, we're on track to reduce to 56%. Then presumably what this bill does with the Commission, keeping a track of that, is to say, well, we need to lean in heavier if we're going to get to net zero in the 20 years after that, or we're on track if we do X, Y, Z, or we're not on track, we've got a problem here. I mean, that's the whole point, isn't it?
That's correct.
Yeah.
But I just want to take you up on that though. I'm still at the first base here. How does this improve things? So for example, the state set policy goal objectives that we would get to net zero by 2050 and we'd get to 50% by 2030. It appeared from independent advice from within the government that somehow the former government was advised that, hey, we're on track to meet 70% reduction by 2035, and we announced that. And we report on that, and that's what I'm reading in the dashboard, and that's what we've got. How does this bill genuinely, on the ground, change and improve things, and doesn't set us backward because it doesn't have that 2035 target in it at this point? Just a very basic premise.
It legislates the targets and it provides mechanisms to clearly adjust those targets when and where required based on the best scientific advice coming from multiple sources and reviewed by the Commission.
But why wouldn't the recommendation be to legislate the 70% target by 2035?
That's a matter for Cabinet.
But in essence, what you're answering, the answer to that question from the chair is that it's actually illegal for us not to reach net zero by 2050, and therefore that will enforce the discipline. That's the answer, isn't it? I mean, otherwise, why would you have? I mean, it's just not. This is a legal instrument mandating that the government must enforce a target by 2050. That's the efficacy of the legislation having a target.
Can I just, on that question, I don't see any mechanism in there that actually does that. I see that there is a goal state, but I don't see any requirement, any consequence, any duty. No, the minister will not be going to jail, for example.
Chair, you will crucify us politically if we don't reach that target, I'd suggest.
We probably will. I won't be around, but someone will. But I don't see anything. Do you see anything in this bill that has a consequence of not achieving the targets at this point? Anyone? No? Okay.
Well,
can I ask
does
then?
it, Chair, on that question, does it not then give the government some legal purchase over non-compliance of actors in the renewable space? In other words, in the emitting space, so that if the targets aren't being on track to be met, then the government would have the legal authority to make sure that they are.
Yeah, it certainly helps in that regard. I mean, the mere fact of legislating targets is a very strong signal, and it certainly provides additional legitimacy and efficacy out there, a social licence, if you will, to the EPA's requirements to regulate sectors to abate their emissions.
I just don't want the, I mean, the evidence is that this bill matters and it's a significant fillip to getting us to those targets. I just want to make that clear. That is the evidence we're hearing.
Yeah.
But we make the targets.
Yeah. So, but Mr. Chappell, just on that, is it like, if I am one of those hard to abate sectors, and I now, after this bill passes, say unamended, I literally look to you and say, hey, I'm in the post 2035, I'm in the net zero by 2050 group. I don't have to. I just don't have the incentive that I currently do because I'm in that hard category already. You don't have a 2035 obligation. It's not written in the law. It's not even in the policy. It's going to evaporate a bit because we've got a 2050. I would suggest to you that that's unhelpful. Would you agree?
Look, framed that particular way, Chair, I can see how that could be unhelpful. I think the important thing to recognise, though, is that this bill is not the only architecture to support the transformation of the economy here to a thriving, low-carbon state, and the hard-to-abate sectors are the subject of much engagement already and will be ongoingly. And ultimately every sector needs to reduce their emissions, and there are lots of incentives to do that. There are also going to be requirements to do that.
Can I just take you to the Resilient New South Wales, the adaptation principle? It was put to us by some legal experts that we should, this is the time and the place to actually enshrine a loss and damage principle, and that's, I think, looking to, from what I could understand, that was pointing to the IPCC's adaptation work and looking at hard edges and hard boundaries and adaptation kind of impossibility. Do you think we should be looking and enshrining loss and damage, and in that it provides us the leverage to be doing more around planned retreats and so on?
Look,
sorry.
I was just going to say, certainly giving as many signals as possible to decision makers who have to ultimately make merits-based decisions under the planning legislation is helpful.
And I was going to add to that, and the New South Wales Reconstruction Authority has now been established, and the Reconstruction Authority, as part of its remit, is required to prepare a state disaster mitigation plan and regional disaster adaptation plans, which include a number of considerations, but resilience is one of the things that, whilst I'm not with the Reconstruction Authority, we have been discussing at length with the New South Wales Reconstruction Authority. I would imagine that these, the legislation and the functions of the Commission, from what I've seen of the Reconstruction Authority's work together in a very complementary way. Can't comment whether it's better to duplicate or not functions across legislation, but I know that the State Disaster Mitigation Plan, which is due by the 14th of December this year, will, 1 year within the first year of operation of the RA, will go and provide a framework that we haven't had before in terms of resilience, planned retreat, buybacks, those types of mechanisms within the planning system.
I suppose just to finish on that, I suppose what I'm getting at is, at the moment, the way the adaptation objective is defined in this proposed law is a more resilient New South Wales. And I think what the legal premise being presented to us is that that's a great ambition, that's very important, but without recognising loss and damage, because it's actually a completely different thing to resilience alone. Would that be potentially something helpful? It was put to us that we should be looking at that.
Again, I suppose from not being within the Reconstruction Authority, but I know that they do take advantage of existing policy frameworks. New South Wales Treasury, I believe, has a requirement to effectively value the risks of climate change. New South Wales Infrastructure New South Wales also, in their state infrastructure strategy, recognise and call out the risk of climate change, but accounting for the cost of climate change. And I am aware and have seen some of that information. I know it is very useful from at least a land use planning sense, in terms of considering the future cost or risk posed by climate change in land use planning decisions. Again, I can't comment on the specifics of what's in the bill, but I know that information and those policy frameworks exist and are utilised in other decision-making frameworks.
Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Riley, I wanted to ask about the calculation of our emissions and where we're looking at achieving our targets. You mentioned that you hadn't yet included Vales Point in your calculations. Have you included Eraring and the extension of Eraring in your calculations?
For the current projections, no.
Okay.
We will update the projections for Vales Point when they released later this year.
Mm-hmm.
Once there is a firm decision and a firm direction on what may happen with Eraring, then we will adopt that into the projections. But currently, within the projections that are available, Eraring is still scheduled to cease in 2025.
Right. So what kind of signal are you looking for to include Eraring?
Firm plans for ongoing operations of Eraring, with announcements to the network operator, to AEMO.
Okay. And how long does it take you to recalculate after you get new information like this?
So we're committed to updating annually. It's too large a task to update across all of the sectors in a much more rapid tempo than that. So that's what we'll continue to do. We'll update annually and we'll provide that information to the Commission to assist them. Generally for the electricity sector, because it is can be quite a dynamic sector, we do seek several streams of modelling to inform us on what we believe the future state of the market will look like. We rely heavily on AEMO's modelling, but also internal modelling for the government.
And what's your annual timetable at the moment? When's your next report coming out?
December this year we're aiming for.
Okay. And Mr. Chappell, I wanted to ask about whether methane emissions were included in any of the strategies that you're employing at the moment.
Very much so. They are something we're paying a lot of attention to. We've spent the last 6 months commissioning various experts to provide trials of different monitoring technologies. So we've done airborne monitoring, ground-based monitoring and so on through the CSIRO and a number of universities. So we're looking to develop a more comprehensive real-time monitoring network of major installations, major precincts such as the coalfields, but also parts of Sydney where emissions are already significant in the way they impact people. I mean, it was surprising for me to learn from the CSIRO that in the evening in Western Sydney in winter, the atmospheric CO2 equivalent goes from about 400 parts per million to over 800 parts per million when there's an inversion. And that is potentially a serious health impact that needs to be considered because once atmospheric greenhouse gas concentrations reach about 1,000 parts per million, your cognitive function reduces by half.
Very serious. Okay. Thank you. And just finally, I'm sorry, Ms. Carrick, forgive my ignorance about your role, but I was just hoping to understand what you do.
Yes, so primarily, I'm in the planning part of the Department of Planning and Environment, state planning policies. So the Sustainable Building SEP, which was recently released and commenced on 1st of October, residential and non-residential sustainability standards. We also set renewable energy policy.
And just when you say you set renewable energy policy, what?
Guidance, we have a state environmental planning policy which outlines various matters that need to be considered for a development application for resource and mining projects.
Okay, so.
And also guidance.
Yeah, okay, cool. Thank you very much.
Can I just ask Ms. Carrick, and perhaps also with, I understand the EPA's work in assisting with assessment guidelines, how that work's happening, because we heard evidence last week about, I think it was a mining proponent had draft written in its response to submissions that, and the IPC saying, we don't really know what we're meant to be doing when we're considering new coal projects. I think it was the Glencore project we were getting advice about. Actually, if you look at the strategic statement on coal right now, all government settings are to facilitate new coal development. I'm just wondering how that sits with the assessment guidelines that you've been provided and how that's working.
So my understanding is that the EPA is leading the preparation of those guidelines with our input, and I know that the team is working really closely with the EPA in their development. In terms of coal projects coming before the department for assessment, we would assess them in line with the state environmental planning policy. And there are checks and balances in there that we can impose conditions, for instance, to make sure that they don't exceed certain levels of emissions. And if they do, that they would have to offset them, for instance. So we're going as far now as imposing conditions of that nature where we're more closely measuring and setting standards for greenhouse gas emissions.
Oh gosh, I remember the Land and Environment Court trying to do that before we got a carbon tax, and then we got a carbon tax, so the Land and Environment Court said, oh, we won't need to do that now, and then we got rid of the carbon tax. So we're still ready to go, are we, and actually impose offset requirements for coal companies. Seems like it's been a long, long time. Sorry, that was narrative. On that, so there's still, it's still about not actually having a framework that suggests that not going ahead with these new projects is the better outcome for emissions reduction. Is that correct?
It's a government decision in terms of whether they would facilitate new projects coming on board. The role of the planning system is to make sure that we put in place appropriate checks and balances during the assessment process, so that we're considering projects on their merit and looking at the social, environmental and economic impacts and weighing those up to make a decision on the projects.
So, Mr. Chappell, if you had a new climate bill, net zero emissions future act in place, would your guidelines that you're leading on make strong suggestions that we have an emissions net zero goal by 2050 and therefore it's okay to just carry on emitting? Like, how is this going to work in real terms?
Well, look, the bill obviously sets a 2030 target, which I think is the more pertinent one in the near term for planning or assessment of potential projects in the planning system. The work we're doing currently with the planning department and other colleagues in government is to produce a very clear, transparent and rigorous guideline that the community and industry can see sets out how the full emissions profile of any potential activity in any sector needs to be considered and needs to demonstrate that it contributes to the objectives of the 2030 and 2050 targets. I think the other relevance of a bill like this one, though, Chair, is that the tools, policy tools that you alluded to, such as the strategic statement on coal, exploration and mining, and others, would obviously then be, it'd be timely to update those given the number of developments that have occurred in this space, including the bill, the role of the EPA being codified by the court, and some of the other developments.
So do you think that actually a better policy and lawmaking pathway might have been for the government to actually do that work first and then look at how all of the settings feeds into realistic climate targets that are commensurate with the goal of keeping the climate to 1.5, although some science has told us that that's not possible, rather than, I'm just concerned about that. If we're suggesting that the strategic statement on coal right now is the thing that's driving new coal approvals, which we know results in high scope, massive scope 1 and scope 2 emissions, let alone the 3 we don't count, but that they are driving the approvals and the emissions up, that we're going to set a target that would accommodate that and then perhaps redress those rather than the other way around, would it?
Well, we're not necessarily setting targets that accommodate those. I mean, certainly our understanding is
but according to Mr. Riley, we possibly are.
Well, I think it depends on the particular project, and we need to monitor and verify those emissions and then ensure that mitigation measures are being taken, not just for new projects, but over time the sector will need to play its part. I mean, I think in terms of the order of doing things, those are probably best.
Sure. I mean, at the moment, just on that, I think, how do you address the sector pathway inequities? Like, we've got coal operators right now in New South Wales that have approvals to carry on like there's no tomorrow until 2045. And yet, which other sector, and obviously we're looking at hard to abate sectors or however, but how are we going to find the equity here in terms of who's doing the heaviest lifting? How do we navigate that?
Well, I mean, in the absence of economy-wide signals, in the pricing sense that you alluded to earlier, we need to work in a very granular level with each sector to identify the most cost-effective opportunities for abatement and ensure those are being captured, and that includes the mining sector.
And Chair, it is also important to note that this bill won't operate in isolation. there is the Commonwealth safeguard mechanism. So those mines that are currently operating, the vast majority of them are captured under the thresholds of the safeguard mechanism and do have obligations to reduce their emissions with their declining baselines as set by the Commonwealth. So it's not as if these miners will not be asked to reduce their emissions in other through other mechanisms as well.
And then do you think that, thinking about the Commonwealth system and the kind of ratchet mechanism that's in there, do you think that leaving it all just to the Commission's advice, would it be better if this framework actually in the law provided for that ratchet mechanism more in a more mechanical sense rather than just the advice of the Commission, and at this point in time no obligation to implement that? I accept that it would be unwise, perhaps, maybe, but there is no actual reciprocal obligation to take that advice.
Well, I'd suggest, Chair, it's very hard for us to make legislation in the Commonwealth Parliament. It's very challenging to work in this space. What I think we have here is we have an opportunity to provide advice that's open and transparent, and a mechanism to be able to share that advice with the Commonwealth, and also hopefully influence the Commonwealth's target setting.
Sorry, I meant more in this legislation for our own targets.
I think
but yeah, I hear what you're saying.
I think I was just trying to make the point that, the Commonwealth will do what the Commonwealth does, and they've set their 43% target and their safeguard mechanism. Our target is stronger than that.
Yeah.
And we have mechanisms that will be set through regulation support subsequent to this bill that will help us to achieve those results.
I was just going to add, Chair, that I think the intent of the bill as we read it is to enable that sort of ratchet of ambition as these opportunities become available. I think the key point is whether it should be Parliament making those new determinations of targets or some other method, some other mechanism.
I feel like we're reading a lot into something. It's a bit frustrating when you're charged with the responsibility of having a law and then we're told that we're just meant to... It's a bit like the Constitution. The best part's the part not in it, the freedoms, the implied freedoms. Sorry, Ms Munro.
I was just wanting to make sure I understood. So, Mr Riley, are you in the environment part of the department?
Yes, correct.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you. I think I've probably asked all the questions that I was interested in. If you have any.
Do you think, Ms Carrick, do you think that if this bill passes, do you see that we would be prudent to then be looking at a state environmental planning policy that affects across the whole of the planning decisions that are made in terms of strategic plans, in terms of local planning instruments? We don't have regional ones anymore, do we?
We do. Oh, well,
we have
so-
strategies. Yeah. Do you think that would be a policy framework to translate what's in here into your massive sector?
It certainly would, Chair. I mean, even now with the establishment of the Reconstruction Authority and their preparation of the State Disaster Mitigation Plan will go some way in helping the planning part of the department prepare strategic plans, which will then filter through into state environmental planning policies and then local plans as well. We look to the net zero plan quite a lot when we prepare policies, in particular the Sustainable Building SEP, and I think it's been already mentioned by my colleagues here, it is really useful to have it enshrined in legislation, because when we go out and talk to industry and our stakeholders, having something to point to that's enshrined in legislation is really helpful, because we often get a lot of pushback on on the basis of additional costs to meet those additional standards. So I think the legislation would go some way in helping us going forward in setting higher standards, for instance in the sustainable buildings sector, which we're required to review in 3 years' time. We would also look to expand the scope of the standards we currently have in place, and I think that the bill would go some way in helping us on that front as well. In terms of our regional, other state plans, I mean, we work closely with the EPA already on the in terms of the mining and resourcing sector, and we'd looked to other types of development to see whether there's any gaps that we would need to fill based on the basis of the Commission's advice. So I think it would be really beneficial with the strategic plans, so the regional and district plans. I think the Commission's advice on that would be useful also, because it's very beneficial to look at places at different scales. There's different actions that can be done and implemented at different scales, from regional, district to local to then site-specific measures.
Thank you. It's a bit uncanny that we need law and targets enshrined in law to get some influence and impact, yet we can just have a strategic statement on something and we're rolling through, and there's so much buy-in from particular sectors. But anyway, I understand the pain and pressure of trying to achieve things. Are there any further questions from government? In terms of the, I'm about to do a Mr. Primrose here. In terms of the guiding principles, are there anything, well, it was a very good thing. Is there anything in the guiding principles that you think could be enhanced, or that haven't been thought about, or that we may have missed in there, that from your day-to-day work across the many sectors that you think we could do to improve those?
I think, Chair, we've all fed into these, and I think we'd all be fairly comfortable with their level of comprehensiveness.
What about one thing that was put to me about the members of the Commission? So, sorry, two things. There was one thing that was put around actual expertise, ecological expertise, just because one of the major impacts of climate will be ecosystems trouble, breakdown, and actually there's nothing in there at the moment that provides the Commission members to have particular skills or qualifications in relation to ecosystems and ecosystem services.
It's certainly a relevant factor. I know that Taronga Zoo's doing a project now with Microsoft, for example, to map parts of the Hawkesbury catchment, looking ahead as the climate changes to where the breeding grounds for turtles and other things will move to, because it may be that, you know, for example, an area is suitable today for a boat ramp, doesn't impact anything, but it's the most suitable habitat when you look out ahead to likely changes. So I think that's a useful set of skills.
And then the other one was actually about, was about the level and degree of First Nations input and engagement, and whether actually there was some suggestion that the a member of the Commission actually should be an identified Aboriginal person with that skill and expertise. Do you have any view on that? I know the EPA is going really heavy on this sector, which I'm sure is proving to be very beneficial.
I just would say there's a lot of wisdom from deep time, a culture that went through multiple ice ages over, tens of thousands of years and managed to live sustainably. I think there's a lot of knowledge there about water systems and ecosystems and the fire cycle and other elements that would be are very useful. That's what's informing the EPA's approach. We're trying to integrate as much traditional ecological knowledge in partnership as we can.
Thank you. Any further questions from this wonderful committee? Is there any final statements that you would like to add before we close? I would like to thank you very, very much for your time and your participation here, and thank you for being available and giving what you have. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We're done.
We're done.